Your Excellencies, dear delegates and representatives of the civil society organizations, very good morning. It's a Monday morning and another extensive week ahead of us. It's my great pleasure. My name is Teya Jalashvili, the first Deputy Director of ODIHR, and it's a great pleasure for me to moderate this session, which aims at addressing the racism, xenophobia, and discrimination, anti-Semitism, and intolerance and discrimination against Christians, Muslims, and members of other religions. Dear colleagues, in several ministerial council decisions from Porto to Athens, OSCE participating states have recognized that tolerance and non-discrimination are critical in ensuring comprehensive security. However, despite the progress made in implementing those commitments, manifestation of intolerance and discrimination, including hate crimes, still persist across the OSCE region, with a notable gendered dimension to those problems. Participating states, in close cooperation with the civil society organizations and other relevant stakeholders, must continue to take comprehensive measures to address the racism, xenophobia, and other forms of discrimination and intolerance. Civil society organizations play a vital role in this process, as they are very well placed to monitor and report bias-motivated incidents, provide assistance and support to victims, and contribute to the broad-based societal efforts to foster and sustain environments of mutual respect and understanding. This plenary session will focus on the progress made towards implementing commitments pertaining to tolerance and non-discrimination. And of course, participants are invited to make recommendations on how governments, civil society organizations, and other relevant stakeholders can address intolerance, discrimination, and hatred in the most effective and efficient manner. Dear colleagues, today I have a pleasure to have as three personal representatives of the chairperson in office, and I would like to start giving the floor to Rabbi Andrew Baker, personal representative of the OSCE chairperson in office on combating anti-Semitism. Rabbi Andrew Baker is Director of International Jewish Affairs and the American Jewish Committee, which he joined in 1979, a leading expert on the anti-Semitism in Europe. He travels extensively to strengthen relations between the American Jewish Committee and Jewish communities worldwide. Throughout most of the 90s, as a director of European affairs, Rabbi Baker promoted tolerance in the emerging democracies of Central and Eastern Europe. He is active in Holocaust restitution issues, and in 2003 was awarded the Officer's Cross of Order of Merit by Germany for his work on German-Jewish relationship. Rabbi Andrew Baker, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thea, thank you very much. Again, it's a pleasure to be with you and to be at this conference. Before I deliver my remarks, I want to really offer a prayer for a good friend and colleague of ours, Kishan Manucha, who many of you know has headed the team at ODIHR on tolerance and non-discrimination. Kishan is very ill. We so much benefited from his counsel, advice, his work as a friend and colleague and mentor, I think, to many people here around the table, and I wish him strength, I wish him peace at this difficult time. 2 weeks ago, on Yom Kippur, the holiest day on the Jewish calendar, 2 people were killed and several wounded in an attack at a synagogue in Manchester, England, carried out by a man known to be a supporter of Hamas, radicalized and angry over Israel's war in Gaza. A few days earlier, across the continent in Vilnius, Lithuania, a group of pro-Palestinian activists chose to show their support for a Palestinian state by demonstrating in front of the city's one functioning synagogue. Since the Hamas terrorist attacks on Israel 2 years ago and the war that followed, we have seen an exponential increase in anti-Semitic incidents in the OSC region and around the world. People see the death and destruction in Gaza, and they are angry and they are distraught. But why do they make Jews their targets? We have ample evidence that wars in the Middle East trigger an increase in attacks on Jews elsewhere. This was so during Israel's previous and more limited wars in Gaza in 2009 and in 2014. By now, most people consider this inevitable, even normal, something akin to a natural disaster. If you live along a fault line, you'll be told you're more likely to experience an earthquake. If you live on a coastal plain in these times of global warming, you're more likely to see flooding. But if you're fearful of these natural disasters, you can always move somewhere else. Now, how does this apply to Jews? By all accounts, the British Jewish community has one of the oldest and best security systems in place, a professional organization with support from government and close cooperation with the police. But even this was not enough. So, should Jews move to get away from anti-Semitism? 25 years ago, who would even ask this question? But ironically, now it's a regular part of surveys conducted by the EU Agency for Fundamental Rights and others to understand what Jews are experiencing today. And a significant and growing percentage of Jews surveyed say yes, they are considering emigration. They are considering moving because of the fear of anti-Semitism. The only problem is no one knows where they should go. It's been 2 decades since we have had a working definition of anti-Semitism, first developed by the European Monitoring Center, the EUMC, and since 2016, known as the IRA definition. It offers examples of anti-Semitism relating to Israel, something back then that was not widely understood. Yes, there were debates then, and of course, there are debates now. Is being anti-Zionist the same as being anti-Semitic? Can I criticize Israel without being accused of hating Jews? Sure, there are gray areas where the dividing line may not be finely drawn, but too much of what we see and hear today requires no highly skilled forensic examination. When Free Gaza means or leads to a synagogue being attacked, that is anti-Semitism. When From the River to the Sea means no Jewish state anywhere at all, this is anti-Semitism. The war in Gaza has gone on for 2 years. Meanwhile, the war in Ukraine has gone on even longer. Many people are similarly, equally angry at Russia's incessant bombing of civilian targets, at its kidnapping of tens of thousands of Ukrainian children. But have you heard of any Russian Orthodox church being attacked? Do Orthodox Christian worshipers need security guards when they go to pray? For Jews, it is different. Surveys tell us that Jews are increasingly more likely to hide their Jewish identity in public. This is now true for upwards of 80% of European Jews and over a third or more of Jews in America. They are fearful that it could lead to verbal or even physical harassment. This defensive strategy also extends to work situations, to school, to social environments, where they are hesitant to say very much about their personal background, and particularly to share their views on Israel. They also report experiencing discrimination and social exclusion, being barred from school clubs for being Jewish or Zionist, and facing unequal treatment at restaurants, hotels, and even job applications. By way of example, a recent survey conducted by the Danish Institute for Human Rights found that 17% of Danish Jews reported this, something that barely registered a decade ago. There is present today what some researchers have termed, what we discussed at a side event in this room earlier this morning, an ambient anti-Semitism, something Jews experience hovering above and around them as they go about their day-to-day life. It is easy to recognize, but not so easy to measure, and surely truly difficult to combat. As we meet today, we are seeing, literally, as we sit here, the release of the remaining 20 living hostages who have been imprisoned by Hamas now for 2 years. We're literally on the verge of being able, those of us who've been wearing this yellow ribbon, to take them off. This is, of course, first and foremost, their release, this ceasefire, a blessing for the hostages and their families, and for the war-ravaged Palestinians in Gaza. Now, we might expect to see a reduction in the number of anti-Semitic incidents that have only risen since October 7th, 2023, which would surely be a good thing. However, let us be cautious, because in those previous situations, when fighting in the Middle East ended, the surge in anti-Semitism lessened, but it never returned to as low a point as it was prior to those events. It only plateaued at a new and at a higher baseline, and that is likely to be true this time as well. Today, we also face a new challenge that was simply not there a decade or more ago, namely the outsized role of social media. These platforms, which by design will amplify the emotions and prejudices of users, can easily spread anti-Semitism and disinformation. The problem is exacerbated by the millions of fake accounts created by malign actors, such as Russia and Iran. Some of these companies are making efforts, certainly some are paying lip service, to try to address the spread of anti-Semitism, but rarely with impact, and not all of them. A survey of X carried out by the Center for Countering Digital Hate looked at the year from February 2024 to January 2025. It identified on X 680,000 anti-Semitic posts that were viewed by 193 million times by that number of viewers. X tells us that it now relies on a system of community notes to correct them. Yet this survey found that that of the top 100 most viewed anti-Semitic posts, only 1% had notes attached to them. Now, it remains to be seen whether the EU Digital Services Act will be successful in countering the problem, as it is unlikely that the U.S. Congress will amend Section 230, which currently frees these platforms from being held responsible for their content. We should not expect help from across the Atlantic. Every year at this Warsaw gathering, this particular plenary session is one of the most oversubscribed, and you can see that even on the speakers list and the long list of speakers on the reserved list. Frankly, it is heartening that so many participating states, so many civil society organizations want to address the problem of anti-Semitism, the problem of other forms of intolerance, to offer advice and to share what they are doing. But let us recognize the cause for concern may have never been greater than it is today. We must do better. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rabbi Baker. And with this, allow me, dear colleagues, to give the floor to the Ambassador Evren Dagdelen Ankun, who is the personal representative of the OSCE Chairperson in Office on Combating Intolerance and Discrimination Against Muslims. Ambassador is a career diplomat. She holds a master's degree in European Studies from the College of Europe, Brugge, and that is also complemented with her postgraduate degree in international relations and diplomacy, alongside the bachelor degree in international relations and German language and literature. Amongst others, she has been participating in a number of the training programs and holds various certificates. Her professional journey is marked by significant contributions and leadership roles in diplomacy. She served as a member of the steering board for the Antalya Diplomacy Forum in 2023. From 2017 to 2021, she served as the ambassador to the Kingdom of Thailand and permanent representative to the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific in Bangkok. Her tenure as a Deputy Director General of the Department of Policy Planning at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from 2013 to 2016 involved working on mediation and co-chairing the UN Friends of Mediation. She also led the Department of the EU Affairs at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Ankara between 2011 and 2013. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Very good morning, Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I am actually going to pick up where Rabbi Baker ended on his call. But before then, I also would like to join in his praise for our dear friend, colleague Kishan, who is an extremely enriching and rich person, academic, professional, but above all a friend. So all our praise are with him. So today I want to take us back in the concept of sort of circling back and circling in loops. And I will explain what I mean by this. Circling back, basically, it is the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Accords, so maybe some stock taking, but also the concept of circling in loops is, in a way, I think ties in with where Rabbi Baker ended. So in many parts of the OSCE and beyond, the discourse on discrimination and intolerance against Muslims repeatedly circles back to the same diagnosis and calls to action with only limited breakthrough. To get beyond this stagnation, it's worth asking why we keep going in circles and what could break the cycles in a meaningful way. As we mark the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Act, we are reminded that the OSCE security architecture was never only about borders or a treaty. The OSCE security architecture is a landmark framework of norms and commitments designed to sustain peace based on a unique, all-encompassing structure with human rights as its indispensable pillar. The human dimension pillar affirmed then, and still does, that respect for human rights and human dignity underpins trust between states and trust between citizens and institutions. Yet every such architecture, however noble its blueprint may be, endures, of course, only if its foundation, in our case, human dignity, remains intact. And for this, for us, this means making good on our commitments. When prejudice, disrespect, and discrimination towards one another in our societies erode that foundation of trust, no architecture can endure long, and the whole structure trembles, if not crumble. So pause with me for a moment on those two words, human and dignity. And remember the 22-year-old Abu Bakr Sissa's case, murdered earlier this year while praying in a mosque in southern France, stabbed 57 times. This is not an isolated crime. It's a symptom of a wider corrosion of empathy that threatens the moral and social stability of our societies. Across parts of the OSCE region, the climate of anti-Muslim discrimination has hardened, and official figures show a clear uptrend. Recent data, well, it's almost a year now, but still the most recent we have from the EU Agency for Fundamental Rights shows significant increases in harassment and discrimination against Muslims since 2016, while ODIHR's hate crime reporting highlights persistent underreporting and lack of disaggregated data that obscures the true scope of bias-motivated incidents. Harassment, intimidation, and threats form the largest share of reported cases. Desecration of mosques, cemeteries continue to occur in a number of participating states. We have also witnessed, in fact, a flurry of them, attacks on sacred texts, acts intended as deliberate provocations. Legal responses today vary, like new laws banning the inappropriate treatment of religious writings in public, or relying on existing hate speech and incitement provisions. Despite legal deterrence, or because of it, we have seen cases now where the Holy Quran is alternately burned at home and then brought to public places. So the aim is to instill fear, humiliate, and to test, at the end of the day, the resilience of democratic principles themselves. Online hate speech remains relentless, feeds a culture in which hostility becomes almost ambient, normalized. Meanwhile, structural discrimination in hiring, housing, access to services persists in some places quietly beneath the surface. So together, these threads form a continuum from words to actions. But these are the symptoms, and if this is the case, then what are the drivers? Consider these. Perhaps lack of political will, selective commitment, uneven implementation of commitments, normalization, denial, or minimization of anti-Muslim hatred, denial of the depth of or even existence of anti-Muslim bias, treating of incidents as aberrations rather than structural phenomena. Securitization, conflation of Muslim equals risk perception, Muslims being viewed only through the prism of security, terrorism, radicalization. Security logic is powerful. The need for security is uncontested. But it is also important to avoid generalizations and not to equate a religion and all its followers with violence. That turns religious difference into a threat justifying profiling, restrictions, and stereotyping, which shapes public opinion, which then makes structural reforms politically costly or unpopular. Persistent public prejudices driven by media, political discourse, weak data, insufficient monitoring, underreporting, or hate crimes being poorly categorized obscure the magnitude of the problem, which then leads to accountability remaining weak and policy design lagging behind. International geopolitical crises, migratory pressures also tend to inflame domestic anti-Muslim sentiment and reinforce prejudice. As external tensions get mixed up with domestic politics, or rather bleed into domestic politics, scapegoating then takes center stage. We have seen, after high-profile cases of hate crime events, where governments and civil society rise to the challenge, adopt new measures. But then again, we have seen that once this crisis fades, the commitment also wanes. Reforms sometimes miss being embedded. Institutionalization of change remains insufficient. While not all of these apply to all places at once, a mix of several of them suffices for problems to be misdiagnosed and measures to remain symbolic or superficial. Many of these obstacles obviously reinforce one another. While statements, pledges, reports, trainings abound, underlying structures tend to remain resilient. Deeper suspicions, convictions, and foundations hardly change. What is the crux of the problem then? Perhaps it is where the cycle of intolerance is most vulnerable. Perhaps it is in the narrative and legitimizing framework that allows discrimination to persist. In the dominant framing that Muslims are others or potentially a threat, which allows fear, exclusion, and marginalization to take root as defensible policies, social practices, or cultural norms. And of course, this type of otherization is not unique to Muslims. We see it in other cases. Therefore, we need to reform efforts that challenge this, for otherwise we will forever be at the mercy of moments of crisis, fear, or political opportunism. We need to understand how prejudice is rationalized, institutionalized, and normalized. In other words, any lasting solution must shift the legitimacy conditions. We must restore trust, rebuild action, policy action upon evidence, accountability, and inclusion. This begins with data. Every incident must be recorded, tracked, concluded with a bias motive if visible. what ODIHR aptly, of course, highlights. Reliable civil society data, when evaluated together with official systems, can act as an early warning mechanism for rising tensions. Governments must strengthen and enforce anti-discrimination laws and ensure that national action plans become mandated roadmaps. We need effective investigation and prosecution of hate crimes, online, offline, continuous monitoring of institutional practices that may reproduce inequality. We must address gender Islamophobia. Data from fundamental rights agencies and other sources show that especially visibly Muslim women endure double discrimination, targeted both for their faith and for their gender. Policies must therefore be co-created with women. Inclusion must be measurable. Coordinating truth-based responses during crises, strengthening education where long-term resilience lies, intercultural dialogue, civic trust, upholding principled leadership at every level. These can take us to an integrated, rights-based, human-centered approach where we can reclaim the architecture of trust, moving from policy to practice. To help with ongoing efforts to counter anti-Muslim hatred, I renew my call for a new social contract in which we all take part and to which we all contribute. By arriving at such a contract, we'll have reclaimed respect not only for the Muslim communities, but indeed mutual respect for all. Just as discrimination and intolerance against one community is the other side of the same coin for intolerance against another, a social contract can very well be the path to a common understanding for all and peaceful coexistence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Ergün. And with this, I would like to pass the floor to Dr. Wolfgang Palaver, personal representative of the OSCE Chairperson in Office on Combating Racism, Xenophobia, and Discrimination, also focusing on intolerance against Christians and members of other religions. Dr. Palaver is a professor emeritus of Catholic social thoughts at the University of Innsbruck, Austria, where he taught from 2002 until 2023, and served as Dean of the Catholic Theological Faculty from 2013 to 2017. Currently, he teaches Catholic social thoughts at Philosophical Theological College of Brixen, Bressanone in Italy. He is an expert of the relationship between violence and religious, as well as Christian peace ethics. For many years, he has also been engaged in inter-religious dialogue at both local and international levels. Internationally, he has participated in Christian-Muslim dialogue. Additionally, he is the president of the Austrian section of the International Catholic Peace Movement, Pax Christi. Dr. Palaver, floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the kind invitation and introduction. Let me also join in to the prayers for Kishan. I don't know him that long. I just met him for the first time about 5 months ago, but I was inspired by him, and I think a lot what I experienced in ODIHR and also some of the things that I will tell you now are inspired by him. So he is a great leader combating intolerance and discrimination, especially with a focus on religion. My mandate as a personal representative of the OSCE Chairperson in Office includes 2 distinct focuses about religion. First, intolerance and discrimination against Christians, and second, intolerance and discrimination against other religions. That means religions outside the Abrahamic traditions. In both these 2 areas, I can report to you that thanks to ODIHR, we are able to make important steps forward. So my message will focus on positive possibilities and steps forward. First, I will address what happened regarding Christians. This summer, ODIHR published a carefully written practical guide that addresses security needs of Christian communities with the title Understanding Anti-Christian Hate Crimes. Today, this guide will be launched in a side event in this evening at 6:30. One of the problems that this guide highlights is the discrimination of minorities. Of course, also Christian majorities experience discrimination regarding places of worship, sites and monuments, but minorities are especially targeted by threats and physical violence. Anti-Christian biases are often the result of referring to minority Christian denominations as sects or cults, sometimes with negative epithets such as dangerous, destructive, extremist, or totalitarian. States and civil societies are called to protect minorities which are easily discriminated against. The guide that I addressed in the beginning expresses this explicitly regarding states. I quote the guide: "States are obligated to protect religious minorities, including Christians, even when abuses are committed by non-state actors such as extremist groups," unquote. My second positive example that I can tell you is in regard to other religions. A few weeks ago, or only I think 3 or 4 weeks ago, on September 22nd, ODIHR convened here in Warsaw a first meeting on the challenges, opportunities and needs of religious or belief communities beyond Christians, Jews and Muslims. The meeting also included a representative of humanists. It was a fruitful exchange that especially emphasized the need for interreligious dialogue, the avoidance of absolute truth claims, and the overcoming of the categorization of religions that often is the side effect of privileging some religions over others. I hope that these two positive steps that I just was able to tell you will encourage all of us to combat discrimination and intolerance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this, and to all speakers for these excellent introductory remarks, and also rest assured that we will convey warm words of yours to Kishan. Dear colleagues, dear participants, before opening the floor, let me remind you on following rules of the meeting. When giving the floor, please introduce yourself, give your name and the organization you represent. You may only take the floor on behalf of the organization under which you have registered to attend this conference. Please note that the speaking time is 3 minutes. It's a maximum time, and I would be grateful if you could keep it concise in order to allow more speakers to take part. Please also keep your contribution right to the point, and proceedings should be held in a respectful manner and in line with the code of conduct of this conference. All conference participants may submit written documents online via the conference platform, meetings.odir.pl, where they will be made available to all registered participants. Delegation of the OSCE participating states may exercise their right of reply regarding any statement made by another participant in line with the meeting rules. Rights of reply must be announced at the head table during the session and then submitted in writing online to the conference platform. Any registered participant wishing to raise a procedural issue will be able to do so directly with the representative of the chairperson in office at the head table and not from the floor. All meeting rules and the code of conduct are published at the event website and apply to all events held at this conference, including all plenary sessions, side events, and other areas of the event venue. The speaker list, dear colleagues, is available for consultation in the plenary room and on the conference platform as well. And with this, I will start giving the floor to the first registered speaker, which is the political opposition movement, Erkin Uzbekistan, Free Uzbekistan. Floor is yours.
Спасибо, госпожа модератор.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Moderator. Hello, dear colleagues. Before the meetings with the Western heads, the regime of our country has undertaken attempts to demonstrate their neutrality, independence of external policy, and lack of international propaganda in Uzbekistan. That's why they initiated a case against pro-Russian blogger Hakimov. In order to manipulate politically, the regime used one of their propagandists, an ethnic Ukrainian, Nikita Makarenko, at whose request Hakimov was detained. A sham trial followed, and this way the Mirziev disinforms the Western countries, pretending that Uzbekistan opposes the Russian propaganda in the country, that Uzbekistan also fights bad Russians using good Ukrainians. Nikita Makarenko in Uzbekistan is famous for his Islamophobic publications. In his social accounts, he has actually called Uzbek people with profanities. Like he said, they undertake sexual relationship with the Allah. Actually, Uzbek people turned to the prosecutor's office several times in order to hold him accountable, and a case against him hasn't been initiated yet. Mr. Mirziev and his government members have spoken openly that Russia has been, still is, and will be the key priority and partner and ally. The regime helps Russia to go around the international sanctions. In December last year, Mirziev called Putin to condemn, as he said, the terrorist act, as a result of which the general of the Russian army and his assistant were killed in Russia, provoking different conflicts between various ethnic and religious groups. The regime in the country distracts the attention of the people from the real problem in the country. Instead of uniting people, they disseminate distrust and hatred. As a result, people start looking at each other suspiciously, deteriorating the ties between people. And to summarize, so using Islamophobia and hatred towards Uzbeks have become the part of a broader program.
The next speaker. The next floor is given to Stichting Mensenrechten zonder Grenzen.
Thank you,
Floor is yours.
Madam Moderator. I am Hans Noot from Stichting Mensenrechten zonder Grenzen, Human Rights Without Frontiers, Netherlands. Mensenrechten zonder Grenzen Nederland recommends that Swedish state puts an end to its relentless discrimination of Jehovah's Witnesses. On 1st January 2000, Sweden adopted the Support for Religious Communities Act, offering state funding to dozens of faith-based organizations, except Jehovah's Witnesses. Since then, the Swedish state has continuously and purposely attempted in all sorts of biased ways to bar them from such funds. The latest episode is a declaration of Isaac Reichel, head of the agency SST, admitting in a radio podcast on 2nd October 2025, quote, The government was very clear that they did not believe that Jehovah's Witnesses should receive state subsidies. When the regulations were changed, it was perhaps to some extent that they thought that the regulations did not work, unquote. This acknowledgement that regulatory changes had been introduced to the state grant requirements in an attempt to stigmatize the religious community is on par with a recent public comment of the former Secretary of State for the Ministry of Culture, Ninja Andersson, on Swedish television when she declared, quote, "The current legislation on state grants has obviously not worked since Jehovah's Witnesses are eligible to receive state grants. Therefore, we will also turn to the Parliament with new legislation in this area to correct this," unquote. This was a public admission that the political authorities of Sweden have persistently and purposefully tried for 20 years to discriminate against Jehovah's Witnesses on this issue. Indeed, over 12 years of legal battles and 4 decisions by the Supreme Court in favor of Jehovah's Witnesses, Sweden was finally forced to abide by these successive court decisions. It had thereby to admit that Jehovah's Witnesses, quote, fulfilled all requirements, unquote, for state grants, as did about 40 other religious communities. That was in 2019. You will find more details about the legal battle on the discrimination case against Jehovah's Witnesses on the website of the OSCE. Thank you very much.
I thank you. Next, floor is given to the Union of Informed.
Thank you. Ruzana Avagimian, Armenia. Madam Moderator, distinguished delegates, we convene here to discuss the principle of human dignity and equality, yet the Republic of Azerbaijan has made a mockery of these very ideas. The war waged is not merely over territory, it is an ideological campaign of state-sanctioned hate speech and animosity, from classrooms to state-controlled media, rooted in a deep-seated pathology of hate directed against the Armenian people. Military political leaders routinely use genocidal language, fostering a poisonous atmosphere where discrimination and violence are not just permissible, but encouraged. The grotesque display known as the Trophy Park in Baku, where mannequins and wasp figures of fallen Armenian soldiers, complete with their helmets, are paraded for public spectacle, is perhaps the best manifestation of this systemic xenophobia and a mockery of the dead. It is a museum dedicated to humiliation, a monument for the glorification of ethnic hatred. This public endorsement of disdain strips an entire people of their humanity and legitimizes their erasure in the eyes of the perpetrator. This persecution also carries a distinct and ancient religious vector. Targeting one of the oldest Christian nations is often weaponized to paint a civilizational conflict. This religious intolerance manifests in the systematic cultural destruction witnessed across territories under Azerbaijani control. Millennia-old Armenian churches, crossstones, and monuments are subjected to vandalism and erasure simply because our history contradicts the narrative of a religiously homogeneous land. We must look beyond an armed conflict and confront the underlying venom, the systematic state-sponsored ideology of anti-Armenian racism and xenophobia that fuels it. Hate speech and discrimination are the foundation upon which this aggression and war were built. The international community must rise against the weaponization of hatred, promotion of xenophobia, religious intolerance, and discrimination before it consumes the very fabric of peace. History will judge us by what we protect. I thank you.
Thank you. Next on my list is Baha'i International Community, followed by the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, and colleagues. My name is Alessandro Benedetti, representing the Baha'i International Community Brussels office. The Baha'i International Community believes that to further advance the objectives identified by the member states in countering racism, intolerance, and other forms of discrimination, this issue must be addressed within a broader context. The main challenge is to transcend a tendency to define human identity through a limited lens. What this means is that while our cultural, social, belief and even physical differences are vital expressions of the beauty of human diversity, they must be understood within a unifying framework. Secondary elements of our identities should be grounded in the recognition that enough commonalities exist of experiences and aspirations to recognize the existence of one shared overarching identity, our oneness as human beings, a broader shared of identity that transcends and embraces within it our other identities. This understanding must be the centerpiece of any policy hoping to effect a transformation and carries several implications. One is that policies to address racism and discrimination must go beyond punitive measures. While such measures are extremely important and may deter harmful actions, they do not transform individual or collective patterns of behavior, nor do they inspire the deeper change needed at the level of society. To create a lasting impact, they must be accompanied by efforts that foster the understanding of our shared human identity. Another implication is that no strategy to overcome racism can succeed if responsibility of implementation is placed solely on institutions or member states. Every segment of society, every individual and community possesses the capacity and indeed the responsibility to contribute to this process. While acknowledging historical injustices, our efforts must avoid dividing people into categories such as those informed and the uninformed, or promoting any narrative of otherization, as this would prevent further engagement. Any such dynamic must be supplanted by a mode of action that uplifts every human being and inspires them to dedicate their energy to societal unity. The change required is therefore not merely political. It is a moral field that requires engagement of all communities, individuals, and institutions. The Baha'i international community encourages OSCE member states to consider how this understanding of human oneness can be reinforced across all levels of policy and initiatives for capacity building. Thank you.
I thank you. Next on my list, United Kingdom. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is David Smith, and I'm very pleased to be here as the UK Special Envoy for Freedom of Religion or Belief. The United Kingdom remains steadfast in our commitment to promoting and protecting human rights and fundamental freedoms for all. These rights are not isolated. When one is denied, others are weakened. Freedom of religion or belief is a cornerstone of this framework, and its protection is essential to building peaceful, inclusive societies. But sadly, we must also confront the reality of rising intolerance. The surge in anti-Semitism and anti-Muslim hate since October 2023 is deeply concerning. The recent horrific terrorist attack outside a synagogue in Manchester on Yom Kippur, the holiest day of the Jewish calendar, is a harrowing reminder that hatred knows no borders. Domestically, the UK is working to address hatred and intolerance at the roots. Anti-Semitism has no place in our or any society, and we have committed £72 million until 2028 to enhance security at Jewish schools, synagogues and community sites, extending our funding to the Community Security Trust. We also work closely with our independent advisor on anti-Semitism on the most effective methods to combat anti-Semitism and advocate for British Jewish communities. The UK strongly supports the global guidelines for countering anti-Semitism, and we urge OSCE states to adopt and implement them. In the UK, we also continue to support the Protective Security for Mosques scheme with an annual grant of £29.4 million for security at mosques and faith schools. These measures reflect our unwavering commitment to confronting hatred and to upholding the right of every individual to practice their faith freely and without fear. Around the world, persecution on the basis of religion or belief is on the rise. According to the charity Open Doors, 380 million Christians alone are persecuted worldwide because of their faith. And as Humanist International's Freedom of Thought report underlines, the risks humanists and atheists face globally are significant. In July, I launched the UK's new strategy on FORB with the overarching goal of reducing the number of countries where FORB is curtailed around the world. We will do this through 5 core strands of work: multilateral advocacy, targeted bilateral engagement, strengthening coalitions for collective action, mainstreaming across our foreign policy, and increasing civil society engagement. This ambitious strategy reflects our belief that FORB is central to global stability. Finally, the UK proudly supports the vital work of the OSCE Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights in confronting discrimination in all its forms. Thank you, Moderator.
I thank you. Next on my list is Armenian National Committee of America Western Region. The floor is yours. There is no representative from Armenian National Committee of America. With this, then I will move to the NGO for Equal Rights Educational Center.
Thank you, Ms. Moderator, distinguished moderator. I'm Gania Abrahamian, head of the For Equal Rights organization. Today we address racism and xenophobia, which are the main root cause of horrific war crimes. Armenia has long upheld all international legal frameworks to combat and prevent such crimes domestically and globally. Yet for our country and society, the most horrifying and tragic manifestations of xenophobia is the state-level policy of hatred carried out by Azerbaijan that has culminated in war crimes, ethnic cleansing, and the forced deportation of over 100,000 people from Nagorno-Karabakh. We cannot ignore this state-sponsored hatred, especially now when we have pre-signed peace agreement. Consider the case of Ramil Safarov, who murdered a sleeping Armenian officer with an axe during their NATO training. Instead of being punished, he was glorified and now is a national hero. Think of Kamil Zeynali, who participated in the beheading of an elderly Armenian civilian, then was awarded a medal by Azerbaijani government and later publicly called for the sleeping of Armenian blood, declaring, direct quote, "President Aliyev is with us, and even if convicted, you would return as heroes," end of the quote. Or in another case, a fake eco-activist who threatened to kill Armenians on camera, saying, "We will soon slaughter an Armenian for Nowruz here and will add his blood on the kebab." All these activists were glorified and encouraged by their government. Even here, at this very conference, I do not feel safe. I wouldn't be surprised if next year one of those activists registers and comes to this conference to deliver speeches on peace and human rights. Unfortunately, this state policy of hatred continues even now, when the peace agreement has already pre-signed, and now it's of crucial importance to build trust between societies. But that will only be possible if such crimes are punished, nor not encouraged. Genuine, lasting, and sustainable peace will be possible if Azerbaijan stops promoting hatred as a state policy and stops threats against Armenia's territorial integrity. I thank you.
Thank you. Next on my list is Constantinopolitan Society, followed by NGO Central Asian Progress and Integration Forum.
Thank you. My name is Kleanthi Perifanu, and I represent the Constantinopolitan Society, a civil society organization established in 1928 in Greece by forcibly expatriated members of the Greek minority of Istanbul. The Turkish government has not so far alleviated serious restriction on freedom of religion, including state policies and suffocating regulation that deny legal personality and status to the ecumenical patriarchate, its right to own, maintain and manage property, train religious clergy, and offer religious education. Due to systematic and ongoing violation of religion freedom, the Turkish government is called upon to bring its laws and practices into compliance with international standards on freedom of religion or belief. Specifically, grant full legal personality to the Ecumenical Patriarchate so that the latter may enjoy ownership rights and exercise property ownership, administration, and management. And Turkish citizenship requirements for the Ecumenical Patriarch and the Holy Synod of the Greek Orthodox Church and permit them to select and appoint their leadership and members in accordance with their internal guidelines and beliefs. Allow the reopening of the Theological School of Halki, which had been operating since 1844, but remains closed since 1971, for the sake of the community's survival, as well as for the survival of the Ecumenical Patriarchate itself. The full text of a Constantinopolitan Society statement and recommendation is already submitted for distribution. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. NGO Central Asian Progress and Integration Forum.
Здравствуйте. Бахром Боймородов, узбекский НН.
Hello, Central Asian Progress and Integration Forum. Dear friends, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, in Kazakhstan is a multinational country. Usually bases its functioning as the country that regulates the legislative forces to empower people with necessary rights. And Kazakhstan is actually considered one of the most peaceful regions in the Uzbekistan, which is considered to be an example of cultural and spiritual diversity. In modern Uzbekistan, we're in mutual agreement. More than 20 nationalities live in harmony, but unfortunately, in modern world, there are those who try to disrupt the harmony in my country. Recently, Russia, specifically at this conference, has been criticized for its activities towards Ukraine. But there are some people who ask Putin to implement aggression against my country. It's the person who, since 2017, urges Putin to make Kazakhstan join Russia, and everything is publicized on the internet. You can get familiarized in case you wish to. He and his followers in this assembly hall openly support the Russian policy, and they do not hide the pro-Russian tendency. My question to organizers: how, after such heavy criticism towards Russia, you allow for the pro-Russian policy and call for aggression in other countries? Don't you think it might contradict the regulations and values of OSCE? I call the organizers not to allow people who go for violation of humanitarian international law and use these platform in their interest. Thank you for attention.
Thank you. Next on my list is Institute for Samhalsanalis, INSAN. I hope I pronounced properly.
Thank you. My name is Zaman Jaziz, and I'm from the organization INSAN in Sweden. The most lethal weapon in the hands of the oppressor today is not forged from steel or gunpowder. It is crafted from words. It is the ability to frame people, movements, and truths, and to label those who fight for dignity and justice as dangerous, the oppressed as violent, the dissenter as extremists, and the genocidal Zionist entity of Israel as innocent. And then to repeat those lies until they no longer sound like lies, but like common sense. It is really scandalous that we have speakers today who openly praise the racist state of Israel and it's a shame that nobody in the room has yet to condemn the genocide of Palestinians. In Sweden, counterterrorism and honor violence have been weaponized into a grammar of oppression, a language designed to criminalize the entire Muslim community. Since 2010, over 40 Muslim schools have been shut down. Since 2019, the Act on Special Control of Aliens have been used to detain and deport imams and community leaders, the only offense of these men being Muslim and having influence. Recently, the investigative journalism program Uppdrag Granskning revealed that one of these imams had been sent to fight in Ukraine in exchange for a residence permit. Swedish Muslim children grow up in a society that renders them and their families as suspects and their identities as threats. This isn't security. It's state-sanctioned persecution masquerading as policy. In today's Sweden, being a conscious Muslim makes you a target, and speaking of justice marks you as an extremist. These are just a few examples of the state-led Islamophobia in Sweden. This infrastructure of Islamophobia is now institutionalized and used against those who protest against the genocide in Palestine. In the eyes of the Swedish state, as across so many OSCE nations, a protest against genocide is not an act of conscience, it is an act of suspicion. To hold the Palestinian flag is to put a mark on your back, but to wave the banner of the Israeli state, a symbol of genocide, Zionism, and colonialism, is seen to perform an act of patriotic conformity. Those who speak truth to the genocidal colonial power of Israel find themselves systematically targeted, their reputations shredded by media smear campaigns, their livelihoods attacked, their very voices cast as threat to public order. The machinery crafted to criminalize us as Muslims is now being used to silence our solidarity. We therefore demand that Sweden commit to the right of protest, to acknowledge and condemn the genocide in Gaza, and finally to commit to ending state persecution of Swedish Muslims. Thank you.
I thank you. Next on my list is Public Union for Gender Equality and Women Initiatives, followed by the Observatory for Religious Freedom.
Distinguished Chair, esteemed delegates, my name is Ulkar Jabarli. I would like to draw attention to the ongoing challenges faced by Azerbaijani women and children as a result of the war initiated by Armenia. Although active hostilities ended in 2020, the consequences of that conflict continue to affect the lives of families returning to their native territories. First, the most urgent danger is landmines. Since the 2020 war, Armenian-laid mines have caused the deaths or serious injuries of 382 civilians, including women and children. While Azerbaijan has cleared over 220,000 hectares and neutralized more than 204,000 explosive devices, thousands of hectares remain unsafe. This ongoing threat places immense daily pressure on women who must protect their children while simply moving around their communities. Second, education and childcare infrastructure are still recovering. Hundreds of schools and kindergartens were destroyed during the occupation. Currently, only around 1,500 children can attend school in the liberated territories under the Great Return program, while thousands of others continue to study far from home. Third, women and children face significant psychological and social adaptation challenges. Years of displacement, trauma, and the destruction of homes mean that returning families must rebuild their lives from scratch. While psychosocial support programs exist, they remain limited, slowing the recovery of communications and social cohesion. Distinguished delegates, Azerbaijani women and children do not seek sympathy. They seek safety, dignity, and the opportunity to rebuild their lives. We call on the international community to firstly condemn the continued humanitarian consequences of Armenia's actions, and secondly, strengthen gender-sensitive reconstruction, education, and the psychosocial programs for women and children in the liberated territories. True tolerance and non-discrimination begin when every woman and child can live safely, freely, and with dignity in their own land. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Maria Garcia, and I'm the president of the Observatory for Religious Freedom in Spain. First of all, we would like to ask the OSCE to appoint a special envoy on combating Christianophobia only, just as there are special envoys on anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. The presentation of the Guide on Hate Crimes Against Christians this evening is a very important step, but a further step must be taken. In Spain, over the past 2 years, 2 Catholics have been murdered. In January 2023, a sacristan in Algeciras, Cádiz, was murdered by a jihadist. The terrorist first wounded a priest in one parish and then went to another church. He mistook the sacristan, Diego Valencia, for a priest and chased him down, killing him from behind with a large machete. The trial began in Spain last week and will continue next week. In November 2024, a person entered a convent in Gilet, Valencia, with a stick shouting, "I'm going to kill priest." He injured 6 Franciscans and killed 1. 3 weeks ago, we presented in Madrid the report on attacks on religious freedom in Spain. According to our report, attacks on religious freedom have increased by 25% in our country, rising from 195 recorded cases to 2,043. Attacks on places of worship and religious symbols have also grown. 2 out of every 3 attacks are against Christians. The Christians remain the most affected. 168 attacks, of which 136 were directed against Catholics. Given these figures in Spain, we believe it is essential for the OSCE to appoint a special report to combat Christianophobia only. Anti-Semitism also grew alarmingly, with 29 cases representing an 867% rise since 2022. Thank you.
I thank you. Next on my list is ADF International, followed by Belgium.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Lydia Reeder. I represent ADF International. The 2002 Porto Ministerial Council decision recognized the positive role of multicultural and interreligious dialogue in creating better understanding among nations and peoples, while committing to tolerance to promote peace and security across the OSCE region. Despite many positive steps, more than 2 decades later, the status quo reveals a troubling gap between these commitments and their implementation. Allow me to draw your attention to a case currently before the European Court of Human Rights that exemplifies this situation, West versus Turkey, published in 2024, with a judgment expected in the upcoming months. Mr. West, a US citizen and a Christian who had been legally residing in Turkey for over 30 years, was effectively banned from entering or residing there on alleged national security grounds. As in many similar cases, no concrete evidence was provided to substantiate the claim that he posed a genuine threat. While official figures remain unavailable, it is estimated that since 2020, over 200 foreign Christian workers and their families, affecting approximately 350 individuals, have been expelled from Turkey. Following a period of calm around 2023, a new wave of restrictions emerged at the end of last year. Between mid-December 2024 and mid-January 2025 alone, around 35 new security codes were reportedly issued against foreign Christian residents. As a result, many Protestant congregations in Turkey have been left without spiritual leadership. The pattern is clear. There is one common feature in all these cases. The expulsion of these people was triggered by the expression of their Christian faith. The West case, being the first one communicated by the European Court, serves as a litmus test for both adherence to OSCE and other international commitments on tolerance and non-discrimination, as well as for the effectiveness of international oversight mechanisms in correcting state overreach. The upcoming decision is of high importance not only to the individual applicant, but also to many others whose legal status depends on its outcome. In view of the above, ADF International respectfully offers the following recommendations. Lift discriminatory administrative restrictions such as codes and bans that hinder individuals and communities from manifesting their faith freely and peacefully. Guarantee transparency, accountability, and access to information and meaningful remedies at the national level. And ensure full application of anti-discrimination and tolerance commitments to religious or belief minorities, including in cross-border and migration contexts. Full speech has been distributed for distribution. Thank you very much.
I thank you. Belgium, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm taking the floor today on behalf of the EU. Albania, Andorra, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Iceland, Liechtenstein, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Norway, the Republic of Moldova, and Ukraine have aligned themselves with this statement. Racism, xenophobia, intolerance, anti-Semitism, or discrimination with specific attention to multiple and intersecting forms of discrimination, including on grounds of sex, race, ethnic or social origin, religion or belief, political or any other opinion, disability, age, sexual orientation, and gender identity, run counter to the values of the EU and to OSCE commitments and human rights obligations. Discriminating of or attacking a person for who they are, what they look like, what they believe, or whom they love are criminal offenses and punishable by law in the EU. The EU reiterates its commitment to equality and non-discrimination, to the entitlement of all persons to enjoy the full range of human rights and fundamental freedoms, and to the protection of those who are in disadvantaged, vulnerable, and marginalized situations. In combating all forms of intolerance, the EU promotes a comprehensive approach such as acknowledged by the participating states in 2007 in Madrid. A selective and fragmented approach would be in contradiction to the universality of human rights. The EU is strongly committed to the promotion of equality and tolerance and to the fight against hate crimes, hate speech, and all forms of discrimination, as shown by the comprehensive text and measures on this matter, both at the EU and national levels, including the EU Anti-Racism Action Plan, the Gender Action Plan 3, the EC LGBTIQ Equality Strategy, the European Disability Strategy, the Roma Strategic Framework, and the European Anti-Semitism Strategy. The Digital Services Act also contributes to better address intolerance and discrimination, especially online. We remain gravely concerned about the impact of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, including in the temporarily and illegally occupied territories. Persons belonging to minorities face repression, violence, and discrimination, including while in detention. Intense fighting in regions with high minority populations threatens their culture and language. In these territories, Russia's practice of forcing civilians to acquire Russian citizenship and collaborate with the occupying authorities, and of subjecting children to Russian patriotic military education, as well as indoctrination, constitutes a flagrant violation of international law and undermines the sovereignty of Ukraine. The EU condemns the deliberate manipulations of information aimed at exploiting tensions between religious communities. Such actions are unacceptable as they seek to sow division, incite tolerance, and undermine social cohesion. The EU reaffirms its commitment to promoting dialogue, mutual understanding, and respect for freedom of religion or belief. Maintaining peace, tolerance, and trust between communities is essential for the stability, security, and prosperity of societies across Europe. A list of recommendations will be distributed.
Thank you. Next on my list is Noila Center for Social Support, Legal Promotion and Monitoring in Uzbekistan, followed by Think Out.
Dear participants of the conference, I'm the manager of the Noila Center for Social Support, Legal Promotion and Monitoring in Uzbekistan. The topic you have raised during the meeting are relevant. If we pay attention to the effective mechanism and toolkit for cooperation between the civil institutions and the governmental institutions, of course, it would bring to harmonization of the processes. Actually, in Uzbekistan, here there reside almost 120 nations and national minorities, and our country fully upholds the principle of harmonization and given these people the freedom of religion and thought. We do respect the nations that reside in our country, and our country has always presented itself as the open authority organ, but during, for example, some cases, for example, Mrs. Murinbetova tries to disrupt the positive practices, but during the international conferences, specifically under the leadership of OSCE, gives us a unique chance to have a word and be able to form a fruitful dialogue. And with regard to some kind of misconduct among other supporters of our nations, I guess it would be a good deed to pay attention to, for example, Aslan Harmanov, who systematically disrupts the code of conduct and considers his report with regard to the moderators who usually warn him of the misuse of the microphone. Thank you.
The list is Think Out.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Eda Öztürk, and on behalf of the Belgian non-governmental organization Think Out, it's an honor and responsibility to address a very important issue, the alarming rise of Islamophobia across our continent. In Europe, more and more Muslims are facing hate speech and discrimination, not because of who they are, but because of what they believe. In France, mosques have been vandalized. In the Netherlands and Germany, far-right parties have built their political campaigns around fear of Islam, portraying Muslims as outsiders rather than as integral members of our societies. In these and many other European countries, Muslim women, particularly those wearing the hijab, continue to face obstacles in employment, public life, and education. A recent example from Belgium illustrates this reality. Earlier this year, the Provincial Council of East Flanders decided to introduce a ban on headscarves and other religious symbols in all provincial secondary schools. This decision caused a lot of public outcry and protests from students, parents, and civil society organizations. Critics argued that it violates the fundamental right to freedom of religion and disproportionately affects Muslim girls and forces them to choose, continue their education or stay true to their faith. Eventually, after public pressure and a formal complaint, the Flemish government suspended the measure not for violating fundamental freedoms, but due to procedural irregularities. This case illustrates how intolerance can become institutionalized, how discrimination can quietly find its way into our institutions, even when we believe we are protecting neutrality. This is not just a challenge for Muslim communities, it's a challenge to the values that Europe claims to stand for, such as freedom, equality, and human dignity. Therefore, Think Out calls upon the participating states to take concrete actions, such as develop national strategies to combat Islamophobia, ensuring proper monitoring and accountability, combating hostile stereotyping that paints all Muslims as extremists, invest in education and intercultural dialogue to promote understanding rather than division, and to foster responsible political discourse that prioritizes cohesion over polarization. We need stronger policies that protect religious freedom and actively promote interfaith understanding. Don't forget that Europe was built on the idea, unity in diversity. If Europe truly wishes to lead by example, then it must show that tolerance is not just an ideal, it's a responsibility. I look forward to working together for a more inclusive and united Europe. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, but also let me remind that filming in the plenary hall is prohibited for the public distribution, and participants may film only for personal use if agreed in advance with the person taking the floor. So. Next on my list is United Church of Christians of Evangelical Faith in Republic of Belarus.
Thank you, moderator. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, My name is Sergei Podnyuk. I am the first Deputy Bishop of the United Church of Christians of Evangelical Faith in Belarus. This is the largest evangelical denomination in our country. In total, 25 denominations and religious movements are currently registered in Belarus. In describing the relations between various religious organizations and government, I can say that we have interdenominational peace in Belarus. The new version of the law on freedom of conscience and religious organization started to work in Belarus on July 6, 2024. All religious organizations were required to register it within 1 year. Among the innovation, this law described rules of missionary activity in the state. Religious organizations received rights to create legal entities to provide social service. But this law prohibits religious organizations from being involved in political activity. When this law was enacted, there were concerns that it would restrict or limit religious activity, and it would be a problem for some religious organizations to be re-registered. But re-registration process proceeded without significant complications, and the Belarusian government did not do any restriction on religious services or religious activity. But this religious law has articles that the state develops cooperation with historically traditional confession. So, in 2003, a cooperation agreement was signed between the Republic of Belarus and the Belarusian Orthodox Church, which allows them to participate in area of education, science, culture, and social work. Evangelical Christian denominations are currently not recognized as a historical tradition in Belarus, and therefore we appeal to our government to consider this issue and to establish a similar agreement for participation of Evangelical Christian denomination in the life of the country, as the Belarusian Orthodox Church has. To show the history of evangelical denomination and to promote this recognition, our confession as a traditional in Belarus, we hold special conferences on this subject. We invite historians and scholars to participate in it. Therefore, if any of you are interested in this area and do historical research, we would be glad to hear from you. By the way, the first Protestant churches in Belarus appeared in the 16th century. Many noble people of that time were Protestant. For example, the construction of Calvinist church in Kukhtichi, it's a small village near Minsk, our capital, prove it. It is currently the oldest surviving Protestant church building in the world, which was built between 1560 and 1570s. This building has remained unused for the past 50 years, but in 2022, our denomination acquired this building and started recognition work. I would like to invite you to visit Belarus so you can see this unique building and also to see the denominational peace in our country. Thank you for your attention.
I thank you. Next on my list is Institute for Human Rights, followed by Italy.
Thank you, Chair. The long-lasting conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan has left deep scars on both nations, fueling mistrust, xenophobia, and intolerance across societies. While both sides have endured immense suffering, cycles of discrimination and hostility continue to shape public perception and hinder genuine reconciliation. In the light of the peaceful framework signed on August 8, 2025 in Washington, D.C., the Institute for Human Rights commends the courageous steps taken by the governments of Azerbaijan and Armenia to cease hostilities and engage in constructive dialogue. The political will demonstrated by both leaders represents an important milestone towards sustainable peace. However, true peace must extend beyond political agreements and be cultivated within communities. Armenian and Azerbaijani society should work jointly to foster dialogue, tolerance, and mutual understanding. Civil society organizations and media in both countries, in particular Azerbaijan, must be able to operate freely and independently to promote transparency and reconciliation. Recent U.S. funding cuts have significantly weakened the capacity of civil societies. Given the U.S. role in brokering the joint declaration, we urge Washington to continue supporting peace-building and institutional strengthening of civil society in Armenia and Azerbaijan as a cornerstone of lasting peace. Therefore, on behalf of the Institute for Human Rights, we would like to invite you to a side event taking place today at 1:30 p.m. in Kralevsky Room on the topic Ensuring Tolerance, Non-Discrimination and Respect for Human Rights in the context of Armenia-Azerbaijan Peace Agreement. We truly believe that through continued international engagement, open dialogue and unwavering commitment to human rights, Armenia and Azerbaijan can transform this moment of opportunity into a lasting foundation for peace, justice, and mutual respect. Thank you.
I thank you. Italy, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Pietro Barbuti. I represent the OSCE Office of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Italy. Madam Chair, dear colleagues, Your Excellencies, Italy aligns with the statement delivered by the European Union. I would like to add some additional remark in its national capacity. The prevention and the fight against anti-Semitism are an absolute priority for the Italian government. Our country strongly condemns all forms of discrimination and violence against Jewish communities and has always been committed to promoting a culture of respect and peaceful coexistence through education, remembrance, and the firm defense of human rights. At the national level, in light of the recent worrying resurgence in anti-Semitism worldwide, Italy has adopted a new national strategy covering the next 5 years from 2025 to 2029 and divided into 5 lines of action: research and data collection, training at all levels, including public and private employees, schools and universities, the promotion of the culture of memory and Jewish cultural heritage, the security of Jewish communities, the digital dimension, in particular the fight against anti-Semitic hate speech and discriminatory messages online. Madam Chair, tolerance and non-discrimination are the backbone of inclusive societies. Italy strongly supports ODIHR's work in this area. I would like to recall that Italy has supported the publication of the new practical guide on hate crimes against Christians, which will be officially presented in a side event today. The guide aims to improve understanding of anti-Christian hate crimes and promote practical actions to protect the security needs of Christian communities based on recommendations and case studies. Alongside ODIHR's other publication, Anti-Semitism, Anti-Muslim Hate, and Against Roma and Sinti, this new guide will contribute to a more effective response to the security needs of all communities at risk. I thank you.
Thank you. Ukraine, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Andriy Chesnokov, the delegation of Ukraine to the OSCE. Distinguished participants, freedom of religion or belief, respect for diversity, and the right to live according to one's consciousness are among the fundamental values of democratic and peaceful societies, the essence of what the OSCE stands for. Yet in the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine, these fundamental principles have been brutally dismantled. Russia systematically destroys religious life and replaces it with fear and ideological control. This is the case for the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and city of Sevastopol, as well parts of Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, Zaporizhia regions of Ukraine temporarily occupied by Russia. The occupation authorities have banned the activities of the Orthodox Church of Ukraine, the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, Protestant communities, many Muslim groups, and Jehovah's Witnesses. Churches and mosques are raided, property confiscated, clergy detained and tortured. More than 640 religious buildings, churches, mosques, and synagogues have been destroyed or desecrated since the beginning of Russia's full-scale invasion. At least 70 priests of different denominations have been killed, many under torture, for remaining loyal to their faith and to Ukraine. These are not isolated incidents, but part of deliberate policy aimed at raising Ukraine's religious and cultural diversity. Russia's so-called spiritual policy replaces freedom of faith with control and submission. The Russian Orthodox Church has been turned into an instrument of state propaganda, blessing aggression, glorifying war crimes, and spreading hatred under the mask of so-called traditional values. This manipulation of religion is one of the most cynical tools of Russia's hybrid warfare. The same approach extends to education. Ukrainian children in the occupied territories are deprived of their language, culture, and the right to learn freely. Schools are become instruments of indoctrination, teaching loyalty to the occupier and contempt for democratic values. This is not education, it is repression, aimed at silencing minds and erasing identity. Distinguished participant, Russia's assault on Ukraine's culture aims to erase the very diversity that defines Ukraine as a free and pluralistic nation. As Ukraine's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Andriy Sybiha, has noted, the path for Russian soldiers' boots is paved by the pointe shows of Russian ballerinas. While promoting its own culture worldwide, Russia simultaneously devastates Ukraine's, destroying museums, looting libraries, suppressing and killing our artists. Madam Moderator, faith and culture must never be used as weapons. They are voices of humanity, not instruments of domination. We call on the OSCE institutions and participating states to continue documenting the crimes of Russia, supporting victims, ensuring accountability, and raising awareness, raising international awareness of Russia's systematic violation. I thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you. Next on my list is Institute Statistic Kociola Katoliciego.
Yes, thank you. My name is Karol Leszczyński. I represent Institute for the Catholic Church Statistics, an institution that for more than 50 years has been conducting research on transformation within Catholicism and on the attitudes of believers in Poland. In recent years, we also have been studying the phenomenon of aggression against Christians and hate crimes. I would like to draw your attention to the problem of aggression directed against Catholic priests in Poland, a country where approximately 90% of citizens declare themselves to be Catholic. Although Poland does not experience terrorist attacks or systematic violence based on religion, and Christians constitute an overwhelming majority of society, our research reveals a disturbingly high level of hostility towards Catholic clergy. In our nationwide survey conducted among almost 1,000 priests, almost half of them reported having experienced some form of aggression within past 12 months. 41% encountered verbal abuse, while 33% faced online aggression. Unfortunately, almost 80% of the victims do not report such incidents, most often because they fear of bureaucratic procedures or lack trust in state institutions. According to the priests themselves, the main causes of aggressions are negative media image of the clergy, escalating ideological and political conflicts within Polish society, and isolated cases of misconduct that affect the perception of the entire group. Our findings indicate that this issue remains largely overlooked in public debate and requires greater social and political awareness. This phenomenon is happening not in a country far, far away, but here and now, in the center of Europe. In the past 12 months alone, 2 Catholic priests in Poland was murdered. 6 years ago, just a few blocks from here, in St. Augustine's parish, a parishioner was killed when he stood in defense of a priest, and another priest was severely beaten. We therefore appeal for the problem of aggression against Christians and members of clergy in Europe to become a regular topic of discussion with this esteemed body. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Perspective Musulman.
Elias Zimzalen for Perspective Musulman. 2 years of organized genocide on famine, on everyone here can be satisfied. Satisfied to have covered for and supported the genocidal Israeli army. Satisfied to have carried out a fierce repression against all those who denounce the genocide. The USA, Germany, England, and France can be satisfied with what they have done. They can be proud to their collaboration with child killers. Oh, sorry, you got a ceasefire. Oh no, you wish together with Tony Blair to colonize after colonization. I have a good news for you. The Palestinian people will defeat Israeli colonization, on your colonization as well. All Palestine will be free from the river to the sea. The genocide in Gaza is a culmination of Islamophobia. It takes root in statements on Islamophobic laws propelled with Western governments. 3 days ago, a mosque was set on fire. Several people were killed for being Muslims this year in France. On what does the government do? Nothing, nothing. Oh, of course, I beg your pardon. It targets those who denounce Islamophobia. But do as you please. We remain proud to be Muslim, and Palestine will be free and liberated, inshallah.
Next on my list is Human Rights Movement, Bir Duyno, Kyrgyzstan. Floor is yours.
Adil Trudukulov, Kyrgyzstan.
I'm from Kyrgyzstan. Today we face challenging reality. Many our nationals have participated in the Russian war against Ukraine. Many people died, many people were captured, some are missing in action. This is the result of propaganda, economic pressure, and passive attitude of Central Asian states. Russian machinery conscripts migrants even within our countries. They are promised money, easy way to get citizenship. They are threatened with criminal cases and deportation. Their families even do not know where their children are, whether they are alive. Why is it critical for our countries? Preserving the lives of people is the constitutional obligation of our authorities in line with international obligations. A neutral status of the region is undermined by the participation of our citizens in the war. It actually harms our bilateral ties and relationships with Ukraine. Human rights activists and journalists have attracted attention to the issue. We interview prisoners of war on the territory of Ukraine. Ukraine follows Geneva standards. POV get medical assistance. They can go back home via the official channels. Many of them condemn their participation in the war and ask others not to repeat their mistakes. But our work is only part of required efforts. Much more should be done today. We appeal to the Central Asian states, OSCE participants, to condemn official participation of their citizens in the war, stating the violation of international law, to disseminate information about among migrants in other countries, to actually bring bodies of people back to their families, to observe and monitor conscripting of foreign nationals into the Russian army, to provide channels for returning former soldiers back to their countries, to document cases and counter disinformation. We should not only sympathize, we should express solidarity and act. Every saved person is the step towards peace that should be actually defended by OSCE.
Center for Law and Justice, to be followed by Institute for Reporters' Freedom and Safety.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Thibaut van den Bosch, and I represent the European Center for Law and Justice. I would like to draw attention to a form of intolerance and discrimination that remains largely underestimated at the institutional level: anti-Christian hatred in Europe. This issue is often ignored precisely because it takes place on a continent with very cultural and moral foundations are Christian. Fortunately, the OSCE, with the support of Hungary, Italy, and Poland, has published a valuable guide on hate crimes against Christians to help states and civil society understand and address this issue. This is an excellent first step, one that few states and European institutions have yet taken, while the fight against anti-Semitism and anti-Muslim hatred is already well established. Yet every year, thousands of incidents targeting Christians and churches are documented across the continent. Arsons, desecrations, physical assaults, and acts of vandalism against places of worship. More than 2,400 anti-Christian acts were recorded in Europe in 2023 alone, including over 230 cases of physical violence. Christians from Muslim backgrounds are particularly targeted by radical Muslims. France, the United Kingdom, and Germany are among the most affected countries. Beyond these direct attacks, we also observe what Pope Francis calls a polite persecution, a cultural and legal marginalization of Christian beliefs in the name of modernity, progress, or neutrality. Such hostility often comes from militant secularists or far-left groups determined to eradicate what remains of the Christian moral influence in public life. This includes the restriction of conscientious objection and limits on the expression of faith in the workplace or public sphere. At the ECLJ, we advocate before European and international institutions for stronger recognition and protection. Our recent report, Christianophobia and Anti-Christian Hatred in Europe, highlights both the scale of the problem and the lack of awareness among policymakers. We therefore urge participating states to acknowledge anti-Christian hatred as a distinct and serious form of intolerance, improve data collection and reporting mechanism on religiously motivated hate crimes, ensure equal protection for all believers, including Christians, in law and in practice. Protecting Christians from intolerance and discrimination means safeguarding their freedom of religion, assembly, expression, and all related fundamental rights. Such protection cannot be selective. Thank you very much.
I thank you. Institute for Reporters, Freedom and Safety, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Emin Husseinov. I'm representing the Institute for Reporters, Freedom and Safety. The Institute for Reporters, Freedom and Safety welcomes the joint declaration signed between Armenia, Azerbaijan and the United States in August 2025, marking an important step toward reconciliation and sustainable peace in South Caucasus. However, significant work remains to overcome the legacies of racism, xenophobia, and intolerance that continue to divide communities in both countries. IRFS calls on like-minded OSCE member states to improve their engagement and provide consistent support to civil society organizations in Armenia and Azerbaijan. The continuation and expansion of existing EU initiatives on human rights protections are vital to empowering media, fostering public dialogue, and promoting inclusive peace building and reconciliations. Equally, considering the role of the United States in the peace building process between two countries, we believe that donors such as State Department, National Endowment for Democracy shall continue to provide meaningful support for the development of the free civil societies and independent media in Armenia and Azerbaijan, ensuring the peace process is inclusive, resilient, and grounded in democratic values. As Armenia and Azerbaijan prepare to host upcoming European Political Community Summits, EPC member states must uphold their responsibility to safeguard the free and safe operation of journalists and human rights defenders. IRFS looks forward to continuous comprehensive peace agreement between the two countries and to the full implementation of the Trump Road for International Peace and Prosperity, which represents a promising framework for regional cooperation, development, and mutual understanding. On the same time, IRFS calls on the government of Azerbaijan to immediately release two young researchers and peace activists, Bahru Samadov and Iqbal Abilov, who are detained on politically motivated charges of espionage and treason. Their freedom is essential for building trust and ensuring genuine peace. And at the same time, we call to the government of Azerbaijan release all imprisoned journalists, human rights defenders, and others critics, because we strongly believe without strong respect for the rule of law and human rights, it's impossible to build meaningful and sustainable peace in our country. I thank you.
Thank you. Next on my list is Holy See, followed by Hungary. Holy See, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. The Holy See is particularly alarmed by the increasing number of attacks targeting synagogues, mosques, churches, other places of worship, cemeteries, and religious sites. The ODIHR's latest findings on hate crimes show that incidents and threats against individuals and communities based on religion or belief account for the majority of all the hate crimes reported in the OSCE region. In light of these worrying trends, my delegation welcomes the specific attention given in the agenda of this conference to anti-Semitism, as well as to intolerance and discrimination against Christians, Muslims, and members of other religions. While the gravest consequences are borne by the targeted communities, it is incumbent upon all of us to confront these challenges, because violence based on religion or belief is a threat to social cohesion, peaceful coexistence, and the security of our societies. Against this backdrop, the Holy See welcomes the recently published ODIHR's Guide on Understanding Anti-Christian Hate Crimes and Addressing the Security Needs of Christian Communities, which complements analogous guides addressing the security of Jewish and Muslim communities, thereby attesting an approach that acknowledges the specificity of different forms of intolerance, while at the same time recognize the importance of taking a comprehensive approach. Consequently, my delegation calls on the executive structures of the OSCE and participating states to address all forms of intolerance and discrimination against Christians, Jewish, Muslims, and members of other religions, giving them equal attention and avoiding partial or selective approaches. Ultimately, the Holy See remains convinced that the appointment of the 3 personal representatives of the CIO constitutes an important means to support overall efforts of the OSCE to combat intolerance and discrimination, and wishes to thank once again Rabbi Baker, Ambassador Dagdalena Kun, and Professor Dr. Palaver for their dedicated efforts in this respect. My delegation urges the incoming Swiss CIO to continue this practice, which sends out a positive and strong signal of the OSCE's commitment to promoting tolerance and non-discrimination. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
I thank you. Hungary, floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Moderator. In the spirit of our discussion on tolerance and non-discrimination, I would like to highlight the significant achievement of the ODIHR in this field. Hungary welcomes the creation of the guide Understanding Anti-Christian Hate Crimes and Addressing the Security Needs of Christian Communities, and considers it a milestone in the international struggle for religious freedom. Following the guidelines against anti-Semitic and anti-Muslim hate crimes, the creation of this document is also a response to a very real problem. The peaceful coexistence of religions is a cornerstone not only of the stability of states, but also of international security. The assurance of religious freedom through the active institutional protection by the state stems from the recognition of human dignity. We believe this document can be of great help to all those committed to upholding respect for human dignity. Christianity is the most persecuted religion in the world. Through the support of its Hungary Helps program, Hungary is promoting this very goal to protect persecuted Christian minorities and to advance their opportunity to exercise their right to religious freedom. We trust that participating states will recognize the reality of anti-Christian hate crimes and commit themselves to the protection of Christian communities. We hope that those participating states with Christian minorities will be able to protect them as special assets of their nations. Furthermore, we hope that the many states whose past is closely intertwined with Christianity will not blame Christianity for the real or perceived sins of their past, and will provide equal and adequate protection for Christian people. Therefore, we encourage fellow participating states to actively use this guide, share best practices, and take concrete steps to protect Christian communities. We believe in this, and we will work with dedication to ensure that this guideline can serve as a model for the entire international community.
I thank you. Next on my list is Binay Beres International.
Madam Moderator, I'm Rabbi Eric Fussfield of B'nai B'rith International. Last week marked the 2-year anniversary of the Hamas terror attack on Israel, the deadliest anti-Semitic pogrom since the Holocaust. What followed that atrocity was an explosion of anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism in urban centers and on university campuses across the OSCE region. While the hostages are mercifully being released today, we know that anti-Semitism will persist as we continue to hear, even in this conference hall, slanderous accusations of genocide that are calculated to foment not just hatred of the Jewish state, but of vulnerable Jewish communities that bear the brunt of such hatred. As the Jewish people observed Yom Kippur, the Jewish Day of Atonement this month, 2 Jews were killed in a car and stabbing attack in Manchester, England. A lethal assault that was met with pro-Palestinian celebrations in London and Glasgow. This only exacerbated the sense of vulnerability Jews have felt as a result of the 2-year surge of anti-Semitism. This solemn time of year has carried particular resonance as we've become more accustomed to seeing synagogues and Jewish centers vandalized or threatened with bombings, Jewish students harassed or assaulted on campuses, Israeli flags burned, and online hatred and conspiracy theories spread. It's been over 2 decades since the OSCE's historic 2004 Berlin Declaration stated, international developments or political issues, including those in Israel or elsewhere in the Middle East, never justify anti-Semitism, which stands as an important rebuff to those who try to justify hate crimes with politics. While much has been done to fight anti-Semitism since then, much work remains. To this end, we must continue to affirm commitments made at the 2004 Berlin Conference and promote the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism and the global guidelines for countering anti-Semitism. We must bolster funding for ODIHR's Tolerance and Non-Discrimination Unit, which has become an integral part of the OSCE's work, and allow them to expand their critical activities like educational programs. We must devote greater resources and attention to addressing online anti-Semitism and fortifying the security of Jewish institutions vulnerable to physical attacks. Member states must fulfill their reporting requirements with respect to hate crimes data. Far too few governments have done so until now. We must fight anti-Semitism with equal seriousness and determination wherever it occurs, regardless of political convenience, on the far right, the far left, and among radical extremist groups. Finally, we must strongly reinforce the crucial principle declared at the 2004 Berlin Conference, that no political position, cause, or grievance can ever justify anti-Semitism, and make clear that the demonization and delegitimization of the Jewish state is often none other than a pretext for the hatred of Jews themselves. Thank you.
I thank you. Next on my list is Jangirik Initiative Group, followed by the Cage Advocacy.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые участники.
Dear conference participants, today I would like to discuss the achievements of Uzbekistan in relations between different confessions. When we regained independence, we created peace and stability as a foundation of successful reforms. In Uzbekistan, over 2,000 religious organizations have been registered, representing 16 confessions. They include the majority of Muslim organizations, as well as Christian, Jewish, Baha'i, and Buddhist confessions. The number of mosques have increased by 20 times, which is a huge success in exercising the right of belief. Religious holidays as Ramadan are official days off, and actually different confessions congratulate each other on their holidays, including the Easter and Hanukkah. This demonstrates interreligious tolerance and mutual understanding. Our traditional Islam is tolerant not towards other religions, but to representatives of different nationalities. Presidential initiatives acknowledge the importance of religious tolerance education. For example, the resolution of General UN Assembly aimed on improved literacy of religious people have been adopted in the country. We have a Center of Islamic Civilization and Imam centers in Bukhara disseminating Islam values and promoting interreligious cohesion. We are proud of our achievements aimed at minimizing the threat of terrorism.
Yours.
After 2 years of genocide against the Palestinian people, I could have begun by appealing to morality or humanity. But what use is that when addressing states and institutions that have neither? The genocide in Palestine is carried out by Israel and by the West. The US, UK, Germany, France, Austria provide the weapons, the cover, the moral pretext, even dismantling their own liberties to silence Muslims and crush Palestinian solidarity. Germany, the second largest arms supplier to the genocidal state, even endorsed the bombing of civilian areas as admitted by former Foreign Minister Baerbock. German police beat up peaceful protesters while pro-Palestinian groups such as Samidun and Palästina Solidarität Duisburg are banned and silenced. Austria has institutionalized the fight against political Islam, an Islamophobic state agenda to erase Muslim identity, its political expression, and criminalize pro-Palestinian solidarity. We see this in the expansion of Austria's prohibition laws, originally established to combat Nazism, now weaponized to penalize Palestinian solidarity and frame it as anti-Semitism. In the illegal raids of Operation Luxor, where over 70 Muslim homes were violently targeted and accused of terrorism-related offenses without a single resulting charge in 5 years. The Documentation Center Political Islam, a state-funded institution to surveil and justify the state repression of Muslims. And the newly approved hijab ban for girls under 14. And the list goes on. Counterterrorism and extremism frameworks are weaponized to securitize Muslims and preserve the monopoly of violence in the hands of Western states. The proscription of the Islamic resistance movement, Hamas, epitomizes this, a policy to protect Western colonization by criminalizing the Palestinians' right to resist and silencing pro-Palestinian solidarity. Even freedom of expression has shown to be nothing but a farce. Slogans like "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free" are being criminalized. Calls to globalize the Intifada conveniently framed as security threats. But it's too late. The Intifada is already global. It has spread from the global south to the north. It is in every major European city. The Intifada is in this very room. If Austria or Germany wish to respond by claiming their unequivocal support to the Zionist occupation, then save yourself the trouble. We already know you are committed to genocide. At this point, it's merely history repeating itself. We demand the abolition of racist counterterrorism laws and policies and the deproscription of Hamas and recognition of the Palestinian people's right to armed resistance under international law. Thank you.
I thank you. Next on my list is Association of Reintegration of Crimea, followed by Romania.
Thank you. My name is Lia Gazem. I'm a Crimean Tatar activist, and I'm here on behalf of the Association for the Reintegration of Crimea. I want to thank you for giving me the floor to speak today, because Crimean Tatars in Crimea don't have this privilege. Since Russia occupied Crimea in 2014, we've been deprived of this right, along with many of our other basic human rights. For simply expressing your opinion, as I am doing right now, you could be abducted from your home, tortured, humiliated, and imprisoned. It often starts with house raids early in the morning, when Russian armed forces surround your home, break in, and treat you like a terrorist. Then you could be abducted and sent to prisons which are located in the most remote regions of Russia. What for? for being a Crimean Tatar, for supporting Ukraine. This is the price of speaking the truth, of opposing the Russian annexation. And this has been the reality for us, for Crimean Tatars, the indigenous people of Crimea, for the past decade. Abbas Kurtamet is one of those prisoners. He is just 23 years old, the same age as me, which makes him the youngest Crimean political prisoner of the Kremlin. But while I stand here before you in freedom, he is enduring torture in a high-security penal colony in the Pskov region of Russia. He was falsely accused of terrorism, but his only crime is being a Crimean Tatar. Even though Crimean Tatars are a minority right now in Crimea, as a result of centuries of oppression, we make up the majority of those arrested. People, to avoid repression, are forced either to stay silent and live in fear, or to leave their only homeland. And this is not a coincidence. It's a deliberate policy to erase the Crimean Tatar population from Crimea and to replace us with the Russian population. In Crimea today, you have no real choice. You are either assimilated, repressed, or exiled. Russia is intentionally creating conditions to force displacement. We call it a form of hybrid or silent deportation. And this is not the first time we face such a tragedy. In 1944, Stalin deported all Crimean Tatar people to Central Asia or to the Urals, and we were forbidden to return to our homeland until the fall of the Soviet Union. Today, history is repeating itself. Like my ancestors, I was too forced to flee Crimea, together with more than 50,000 others. For a small nation that makes up only 10–15% of the population, this is a devastating loss. So today, the issue is not only about the violation of our rights as the indigenous people of Crimea, it's the very survival of our nation itself. Aggressor also violates collective rights of Crimean Tatars, including right to peace, sustainable development, and environmental rights. And a clear example of it are Kakhovka Dam destruction and Volgoneft Black Sea catastrophe. I appeal to the international community. Don't let history repeat itself in silence. Hold Russia accountable for its crimes in Crimea. Stand with the Crimean Tatar people so that one day we could return to our homeland as free citizens of a free Ukraine. Thank you.
I thank you. Next on my list is Romania, to be followed by Western Thrace Minority University Graduate Association. Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, Romania remains firmly committed to combating any form of discrimination and intolerance, including to combating anti-Semitism. Through our active engagement within the IRA, we continue to promote education, research, and remembrance, acts of civic responsibility, and moral courage. Our efforts have earned Romania recognition as a regional model and a credible partner in upholding democratic values. This commitment is reinforced by our second national strategy for preventing and combating anti-Semitism, xenophobia, radicalization, and hate speech. The strategy is actually a renewed commitment, reflecting both experience and adaptation to current realities. It not only consolidates our legislative tools, but also strengthens cooperation among relevant actors like ministries, local authorities, civil society, and the affected communities. A broad partnership that reflects Romania's conviction that the fight against anti-Semitism cannot rest on institutions alone. It must be, and it is, a shared national effort. Education remains at the heart of our approach. The Holocaust in Romania is now studied from middle school onwards, and since 2023, the subject has been compulsory in all high schools and vocational schools. These initiatives are complemented by support for research, teacher training, and youth involvement in remembrance projects. They are our best defense against denial and ignorance, and in the same time, the main tool to ensure that future generations understand the consequences of hatred and the value of tolerance. Moreover, our efforts extend beyond the classroom. Romania's legal and institutional framework for combating anti-Semitism has evolved significantly. We have a robust legal system criminalizing anti-Semitism, Holocaust denial, and hate crimes, and today our focus is on better implementation, ensuring that laws are not only written but enforced. Awareness campaigns by the Romanian police now guide citizens, especially from vulnerable groups, on how to recognize and report hate incidents. We acknowledge that underreporting remains a challenge, but we are addressing it through transparency, training, and closer cooperation with affected communities. Please let me be clear. Romania's stance is unequivocal. Romania's commitment is not in question. Our legal system already provides solid instruments for combating anti-Semitism. What matters now is enforcement, education, and moral clarity. We firmly believe that remembrance is not an act of the past, but a duty for the present and the future. Thank you.
I thank you. Once again, let me remind that the filming in the plenary hall is prohibited for public distribution. Participants may film only for the personal reason and agreed in advance with the person taking the floor. Next on my list is the Western Thrace Minority University Graduate Association. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mrs. Moderator. I am Kerem Abdurrahimoglu, and I am representing the Turkish minority in Western Thrace, Greece, as a member of Western Thrace Minority University Graduate Association. Distinguished participants, the concepts of xenophobia, racism, and discrimination stem from intolerance. Tolerance is the key for promoting peaceful coexistence and addressing potential conflicts. Tolerance functions when political power accepts people with their identities, beliefs, lifestyles, and traditions, and recognize their identity to their right to live in the lands they call home. Unfortunately, Greece falls short of demonstrating these necessary aspects of tolerance towards the Turkish minority in Western Thrace and other distinct identities in the country. Greece fails to recognize the national minorities residing within its borders. Greece claims a homogeneous national identity by denying the ethnic identities of Turks, Macedonians, Vlachs, Albanians, and other distinct identities living in the country. This situation leads to the neglect of the socio-economic and educational demands of these large groups with diverse identities, as well as to violations of their rights, such as freedom of association. Furthermore, Greece recognized the Turkish minority in Western Thrace as a Muslim minority. Nevertheless, it persistently intervenes in the religious institutions of the Turkish minority, whose autonomy is guaranteed under international agreements, seeking to exert control over them. In this context, imams and muftis who are not accepted by the minority are being imposed on its institutions. In this regard, laws concerning the minority's religious affairs are being enacted without consulting the minority. The imams recognized by the Turkish minority, as well as religious leaders elected by the minority, are constantly discredited and humiliated. In Western Thrace, the failure to recognize the Turkish identity of the minority, the closure of minority primary schools, constant interference in minority education, and pressure and control over religious institutions all demonstrate a lack of tolerance in the approach towards the minority. Therefore, as members of the Turkish minority, we call on to OSCE participating states to encourage Greece to reform its minority policies based on tolerance, to recognize the Turkish identity of the minority living in Western Thrace, to respect the autonomy of its educational and religious institutions guaranteed by international treaties, and to show respect towards all national identities within the country. I thank you.
Next on my list is independent human rights protectors, followed by France.
Good afternoon, Madam Moderator, dear participants. My name is Avran Kadyrova. I'm a lawyer from Tajikistan. Currently, I live in one of the European states. Today, I would like to talk about systemic violation of the freedom of religion and belief, violations of human rights and discrimination of Muslims in my country, in particular of the Azerbaijan autonomous region. Over the previous years, the government of Tajikistan were exercising strict policy of control of their own citizens and their religious life, whatever is related with Islam, be it prayer time, wearing hijab, is being treated as terrorism. They are forced to change their customs. Men need to shave their beards. More 2,000 mosques have been closed. They have been turned into restaurants and gyms. women are banned from wearing hijab, and men with beards are being stopped in the streets. In some regions, thousands of people had to change their appearance under the pressure of the police. Hundreds of imams have been detained on charges of extremism. They were just praying. Even children are not allowed to go to mosques, which is against the constitution and the international child rights norms. Pakistan is suffering a lot. Discrimination is linked with ethnic and religious persecutions. My community has been suffered from the Sunni majority. But in one of the protests, the authorities even used weapons against the protesters. Hundreds of people were killed, hundreds detained, many were tortured and disappeared, and many more people had to leave the country. In Badakhshan, people are many times called as extremists or the source of threat to stability, which augments the atmosphere of fear and hatred. Jamaat Khanat is controlling the situation, and the religious leaders are being detained and interrogated. One of the charity organizations has been shut down yesterday. On the 19th of October, the Ismailid Prince Harim Akhan V was celebrating his birthday. But yesterday, the Ismailids all over the world were celebrating his birthday, but not in Tajikistan. In my country, Tajikistan, we are banned from celebrating this holiday, sadly. And this is done under the yoke of the government authorities. I'm a lawyer, and I see that this is discrimination on the grounds of faith and belief. I call on the international community to demand the government of Tajikistan to... Interpreter's remark, no sound. Yes, I'm concluding. I call on to staying vigilant, especially the people you are inviting from Tajikistan. It is important to invite the members of the Tajikistani opposition.
The list, and which is France. France, floor is yours.
Спасибо.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Distinguished participants, first, France subscribed to the EU statement, and I would like to add a few points in my national capacity. First, I want to address special thanks to the OSCE Chairmanship in Office and the Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights for convening for the 4th time this non-standard conference in Warsaw. France remains steadfast in its commitment to combat intolerance, anti-Semitism and racism, and any form of discrimination and hate crime. Fighting intolerance has always been at the heart of our human rights priorities. France denounces all acts of intolerance and discrimination, regardless of their grounds, as well as all forms of hate speech, both online and offline. We've been gravely concerned by the global increase in both anti-Semitic and anti-Muslim attacks since October 7th, 2023, and the French authorities have redoubled efforts to strongly combat these acts. We rejoice, of course, from the release of the hostages today, but we know that we have a lot of things to do and to go on our work. We have continuously strengthened our legislative framework against anti-Semitism and racism, thanks in particular to the work carried out by the Interministerial Delegation for the Fight Against Racism, Anti-Semitism and Anti-LGBT hatred, which is directly submitted to the Prime Minister's authority. We've launched a national plan to fight racism, anti-Semitism and discrimination linked to origin for the time 2023-2026. We gradually developed a criminal law system, which is exemplary at the international level, and an educational, cultural and sports policy that addresses all aspects of the fight against racism and anti-Semitism. In addition, a law in 2022 has increased our capacity to crack down on online hate speech which a specialized network of magistrates can now bring to justice. France has also been active in multilateral efforts to address these challenges. We support the work of the Council of Europe and one of the OSCE through the programs implemented by the Tolerance and Non-Discrimination Unit of ODIHR. I want to report here that this year France invited the 3 representatives of the OSCE chairman in office in charge of combating discrimination based on religion to assess the situation of religious communities in France. We encourage all OSCE countries to do the same. Finally, France considers remembrance to be an essential dimension of its foreign policy, particularly the memory of the Shoah. Thank you, Madam Moderator. The complete statement will be provided on the site.
Thank you. Next on my list is Kazakhstan News Channel, followed by the American Jewish Committee.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые.
Hello, dear friends. My name is Karlibabi Muratov, Kazakhstan Television. I would like to pay attention to the ongoing violations of the human rights with regard to the Kazakhstan nation, in which calls for international attention and consideration. In recent years, we observe a systematic violation and deprivation with regard of the political actions targeted at Kazakhstan population. The governmental institution and function usually faces serious issues in this case. Since June 2022, we have experienced serious conformities with the public authorities when Kazakhstan representatives went on strike to express their disagreement with the governmental institutions and policies, and numerous civilians were killed, some were put in prison, and even some of them are still kept in detention, being accused of separatism or attempt of destroying the statehood of the country. And we think that they are politically motivated cases exclusively. And their civil human rights organizations usually report about regular and systematic tortures, and which people have undergone. And in the Kazakhstan itself, the open talks about the independence and the rights of the region are usually treated as the threat to the statehood of the country. Uzbekistan, as a country participant of the OSCE member, is supposed to keep to its principles and should fight discrimination, and it is accountable for having the responsibility dealing with minorities and independent local authorities, and these tendency and this principle should apply to Kazakhstan people. I call on Uzbekistan to release people who have been put in detention and prison, and stop discrimination of Kazakhstan people who want to participate in political, social, economic life, and start a fruitful dialogue with Kazakhstan local authorities. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next on my list is American Jewish Committee, followed by Turkey. Please.
Thank you. Distinguished delegates, my name is Holly Huffnagel. I'm the Director of Anti-Semitism Policy at American Jewish Committee. I speak today with gratitude for the OSCE's enduring commitment to tolerance and security. But this year is different. It is not business as usual. Following Hamas's terrorist assault on October 7, 2023, anti-Semitic incidents surged more than 1,100%. Jewish communities across the OSCE region are afraid, reconsidering their future, and questioning whether they belong. 20 years ago, the Berlin Declaration pledged that violence against Jews would never be justified by international developments or political events. Yet today, Jews are demonized and attacked because of political events. Anti-Semitism has evolved, and so must we. The question before us is not what we know, but what will we do differently? First, we must collect and report anti-Semitism differently, with transparency and accountability. Data must capture not only police reports, but daily discrimination, being refused a taxi, a table, or a hotel. And governments must publish how many anti-Semitic complaints lead to convictions. Without judicial accountability, victims lose trust and impunity persists. And if the OSCE measures not just incidents, but what interventions are working, it can lead the world in evidence-based policy. Second, we must protect Jewish life differently. Security is not just about guards and walls, it is about dignity. Across Europe, Jews have been refused service or assaulted simply for being Jewish or Israeli. Participating states must enforce equality laws, protect religious freedom, and ensure that Jews can live fully and openly as Jews. Third, we must respond differently to the sources of anti-Semitism. It flows from the far left and far right, from Islamist networks, and from state sponsors like Iran and Russia that weaponize hate. The OSCE must name, expose, and sanction those who export or tolerate anti-Semitism. And because the leading source of anti-Semitism today is online, the OSCE must demand full transparency from social media and AI companies. Fourth, we must educate differently, teach anti-Semitism's full history and its modern mutations. When teaching the Holocaust, bring back the particular, teach who Jews are, and connect students with living Jewish communities. Importantly, hold states accountable for implementing anti-Semitism education, not just publishing it. Finally, we must engage society differently. Anti-Semitism is not a Jewish problem, it is a societal toxin. We need whole-of-society strategies that strengthen trust, critical thinking, digital literacy, and resilience, especially against manipulation by Russia, Iran, and extremist movements. Colleagues, this is a test of credibility. The OSCE was founded on the truth that security, human rights, and dignity are inseparable. Let history record that this time we responded differently, and this time we got it right. Thank you.
I thank you. Next on my list is Turkey, followed by Order of St. Andrew. Turkey, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. We thank you for dedicating this meeting to the very relevant topic of tolerance and non-discrimination. We also extend our appreciation to the personal representatives of the Chairperson Office for their valuable contributions in promoting mutual understanding and combating intolerance across the OSCE region. As confirmed by numerous reports of international organizations and civil society actors, intolerance and discrimination against Muslims, Jews, Christians, and members of other religions are on the rise in the OSCE area and beyond. These manifestations of hate are not confined to physical attacks. We witness with concern that with the rise of populist and far-right political movements, discriminatory rhetoric has increasingly found its way into mainstream public discourse. Social media platforms have also become, unfortunately, instrumental. Madam Moderator, as numbers speak for themselves, I would like to draw attention to the findings of the European Union Agency for Fundamental Rights 2024 report, which stated that 47% of Muslims in the EU have experienced discrimination. This figure alone is alarming and demands urgent collective action. The situation regarding other religions is not much different. At the same time, anti-Semitism and anti-Christian hate crimes remain troubling trends across the OSCE area. The atrocities in Gaza and the spiral of violence in the Middle East have further aggravated these dynamics, feeding prejudice and polarization within and beyond our region. We also deem it important to underscore that in the Porto Ministerial Council Decision No. 6, participating states have firmly rejected the identification of terrorism and extremism within a religion or culture. We believe that this is the key for tolerance and non-discrimination. Madam Moderator, Turkey has consistently supported and spearheaded international efforts to promote tolerance and non-discrimination. We continue to support the OSCE's contributions to its Ministerial Council decisions, the work of ODIHR's Tolerance and Non-Discrimination Unit, and the active engagement of the personal representatives of the Chairperson Office. The appointment of a Turkish ambassador, namely Mrs. Evren Akgün, as one of the three personal representatives is the testimony of Turkey's efforts in this regard. These mechanisms provide valuable platforms for raising awareness, documenting incidents, and developing practical recommendations to strengthen participating states' responses. Let me take this opportunity to underline the significance of the United Nations Alliance of Civilizations, which marks its 20th anniversary this year. This initiative launched by Turkey and Spain has become one of the most important peace initiatives today. As we continue to witness developments which constitute important setbacks for the global efforts in advancing mutual understanding and peaceful coexistence, the voices of victims must be heard, and their experiences must inform our collective policies. Civil society has a vital role to play in this regard, and their contributions to our deliberations are indispensable. Combating hatred is not merely a legal or political obligation, it is also a moral imperative. The dignity, safety, and fundamental freedoms of all citizens, regardless of their differences, must be fully respected and protected. We have to continue our unrelenting pursuit of peace, tolerance, and mutual respect. Only through cooperation and solidarity and a genuine commitment to equality can we hope to build inclusive and resilient societies across the OSCE region. Thank you.
I thank you. Next on my list is Order of Saint Andrew. Floor is yours.
Орден Святого Андрея приглашаем. Дорогие коллеги,
standing by, witnessing the elimination of the Christian population in Turkey. This has been a long-standing effort. In the middle of the 19th century, the Christian population in that city that was then still known as Constantinople was around 50%. Today, after a century and a half of Ottoman and Turkish hostility against religious minorities, the Christians of Istanbul do not exist in sufficient numbers even to be included in census data. Accompanying this near total eradication of the Greek Orthodox community of Turkey has been a consistent record of legal and institutional discrimination against the ecumenical patriarchate of Constantinople, the spiritual center of the world's 300 million Christians. One of the most harmful policies of the Turkish government is the fact that the ecumenical patriarchate has no legal identity or actual legal personality in Turkey. This means that in terms of Turkish law, it simply does not exist. An entity that does not exist cannot own property, not even its own churches or the sacred icons, including significant historical works of art and holy relics that are housed in those churches. Turkish authorities also forced the closure of the Theological School of Halki, the primary source of new clergy for the ecumenical patriarchate. In a meeting at the White House in September, Turkish President Erdogan spoke of reopening the school, telling U.S. President Donald Trump, "We will do our part. I will discuss the issue when I return with Bartholomew." The Turkish government's goal is clear. It is trying to squeeze the life out of the ecumenical patriarchate and completely eliminate the indigenous people of Asia Minor, the Hellenic community which has been present there for millennia, long preceding the Turkish presence. Yet, as it pursues these harmful policies against remaining Christians of Turkey, the Turkish government is still promoting Christian religious sites for tourism. This displays a cynicism that rivals that of Russia. The Russian government is positioning itself to be a principal beneficiary of the Turkish actions against the ecumenical patriarchate. The Patriarchate of Russia has long decided to supplant the ecumenical patriarchate as the principal leader of the World Orthodox Church. Speaking to the Council of Foreign Relations in New York just this September, His All Holiness Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew stated that the tragedy of Russia's war against Ukraine also has a spiritual dimension. The Orthodox Church of Russia has given its ringing endorsement to the invasion of Ukraine and the murder of fellow Orthodox Christians by the Putin regime. The goal is not just to subjugate Ukraine. The Moscow Patriarch's involvement shows that Russia positions its war in Ukraine to be a holy war, one which will bring it hegemony over the Orthodox Church as well as over Ukraine. The Turkish government's action against the ecumenical patriarch aid and enable that goal. In closing, we ask that the members of the OCSC to take 3 specific actions. First, advocate for the legal recognition of the ecumenical patriarchate. Second, to reopen the Theological School of Halki. Finally, call for the ending of discrimination against the ecumenical patriarchate and religious minorities in Turkey. Thank you.
I thank you. And on my list is Israel. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Moderator. I'm Itai Tavor, the Deputy Permanent Representative of Israel to the OSCE. I'm here today to talk about the oldest, most pernicious form of hatred and discrimination, anti-Semitism. Because it must be said, what was old is new again in the streets of the OSCE area nations. And apparently, after today, in ODIHR conferences. Last week, we marked the 2nd anniversary of October 7th, which was not only an attack on Israel, but an attack on humanity. We always say that October 7th was the worst day for Jews since the Holocaust, but what we must admit now is that it also created the worst and most vicious environment for anti-Semitism since the 1930s. The horrific images Hamas published on October 7th achieved their goal to glorify terror and have emboldened those who justify it, turning hatred of Jews into a fashionable cause in some circles. The desecration of Holocaust memory, the chants calling for the destruction of Israel, and the attacks on Jewish communities across continents, these are no longer isolated outbursts. These have re-entered the mainstream discourse. We also know that for the anti-Semites, this is not about the defensive war that followed the massacre of October 7th. They say that themselves. They say it didn't start on October 7th. And we know it because their so-called demonstrations began already on October 8th, when the bodies of the murdered had not yet been identified and terrorists still roamed the kibbutzim of southern Israel. Sitting here today, gathering diplomats, experts, policymakers, and civil society, it is time for renewed coordination on international action to counter anti-Semitism. I therefore renew our call on all OSCE participating states and on the OSCE itself as an institution to adopt and implement the IRA definition of anti-Semitism and the global guidelines by the United States. These frameworks should be adopted across governments, law enforcement, education, and civil society, of which so many of you are represented here today. This is the time. This is the time not least because of the vile, shocking, violent, blood libelous, and in fact genocidal words that were heard in this room today, just a few minutes ago, by so-called NGOs or civil society organizations who call for the violence against Israelis. There is a glimmer of hope today, actually. As we speak, hostages are returning to Israel. After more than 2 years of unbearable suffering. And there is hope that Hamas will finally be dismantled and be unable to harm Israelis and Gazans. I would call on all participants and the moderator and Odir to denounce the words heard here earlier and for Odir to act on these so-called civil society organizations accordingly. But today, with hopeful and positive developments for peace, from Indonesia to Sharm el-Sheikh, I will end positively, leaving these violent words by these so-called NGOs to the dustbin of history and move forward, looking forward to peace. Thank you.
Thank you, dear colleagues. Due to your concise comments and remarks, we have exhausted the primary speakers list, so we now can move to the reserve. For your information, looking at the clock now, I think that we will be in a position to give a floor to 6-7 more speakers, because at the end of the session we would like also to wrap up by our special representatives of the chairperson in office and also provide a very brief technical information. So with this, I would like to give the floor now to the political movement, Group 24. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear moderator, ladies and gentlemen. I represent Group 24. On behalf of Group 24, I would like to attract your attention to the tragic situation of the Pamir minority in Tajikistan. They've been systemically repressed by the regime of Rakhmonov. During last month, we had information about 5 prisoners who died in the prison because there was no access to medical health care and harsh conditions. Also, another political prisoner who was not receiving medical treatment died. This is not an accident. This is part of systemic policy aimed at silencing any dissent and opposition. Pamir people have also experienced culture genocide. Their ethnic languages and Pamir dialects have been disappearing because teaching in those language is forbidden. The language and cultural policy of the regime is aimed at total assimilation of the Pamir people and getting rid of their cultural heritage. The ruling regime is not only oppressive, they've been systemically killing people and depriving them of their culture and language, the freedom of belief and expression. The Pamir minority is considered to be part of the Tajik identity, but in reality they've been extinguished. The Pamir people don't ask for any privileges. We want our life, language and culture to be respected. If we forget the history, it means we should betray the memory and will deprive the future of our people.
Participants must adhere to the code of conduct, which includes, of course, refraining any action that may condone terrorism or the use of violence, amongst others. Next on my list is Office of Civil Freedoms. Floor is yours.
Спасибо. Здравствуйте.
Thank you, dear participants, dear delegates, and dear members of OSCE. Today we are discussing one of the most sensitive and vulnerable issues of the modern world, nationalism and xenophobia. Unfortunately, in Tajikistan, besides Tajik nation, there are 10 people living here, and even Karluch, it's kind of the community that occupies the territory of the village. And even nowadays, these nation is not recognized. They actually are deprived from international education. Their children cannot get proper education. The racism is not only a sign of it's difficult for me to read in Russian. Karluch people does not only occupy our territory. They are, I would say, distributed along other nearby countries, and we fight for our language and culture be recognized and acknowledged. Actually, these countries, neighboring countries, have, let's put it openly, they have grabbed us of our cultural heritage, and the ability to recognize minority and to protect their rights. We cannot speak about our nationality, identity. If, for example, we speak about identity, in Tajikistan it's prosecuted. We are usually accused of extremism, terrorism, and we, for example, are usually accused of something actually we haven't done. Thank you.
Tatar Resource Center.
Distinguished participants, good day. I'm Boris Babin, and I represent now Crimean Tatar Resource Center. And I want to remind all of you the attacks, criminal attacks against Holy Quran that were committed in Europe in different countries during last years. And all these attacks committed by allegedly independent far left-wing or far right-wing extremists were de facto coordinated and ruled by Russian intelligence. Ukrainian civil society, including Crimean organization, stressed their concerns on these illegal actions that are have the legal text to undermine the interreligious peace in Europe and other places. And the relevant statements were addressed us by our center, so by Mejlis of Crimean Tatar People, Association of Reconciliation of Crimea, and religious councils, to more than 400 organizations of the world, religious organizations of the world, with certain concrete proofs that these are actions of Russian intelligence services. And after this, by strange coincidence, all these attacks were stopped against Holy Quran, but the same persons in European countries started other attacks, including the same people committed attacks as anti-Semitic character, as anti-Christian character, and now, alas, we see new wave of extremism and hate speech against Ukrainians, including NGOs, including internal displaced persons in different European countries, alas, including Poland, as we see in last days, and as we do see the networks in social media that disseminate this hate speech against Ukrainians, including Crimean Tatars, and the talking heads of this hate speech are the same who before were included by Russian intelligence into the anti-Semitic statements, into attacks against Holy Quran. So we see that real criminals in this area are not the civil society, are not some certain independent extremists, but it is a direct planned structure that attacks all civilized nations. And of course, attacking religious peace in Europe and other places, Russian extremists that are the Russian punitive structures and Russian aggressive state bodies also committed on Russia-occupied territories. The examples of discrimination of Crimean Tatars as Sunni Muslims and Ukrainian Orthodox Church are well known. But for example, also, we may stress that repressions cover some other groups. For example, for last 2 years, anti-Romanism was noticed as the permanent activity of Russian propaganda and so-called authorities in the occupied Crimea. Also attacks on the churches of Roma Catholics in last 2 years. So we call OSCEs participate in states and OSCE participate in bodies to pay more attention on Russian destructive hybrid war that use anti-Semitism, anti-Islamism and anti-Christianism as the tools of the war.
Thank you. Next on my list is Ecumenical Federation of Constantinopolitans. As I see, we don't have a representative. So next on my list is the Human Rights Promotion Center Public Union, to be followed by two last speakers, Federation of Western Thrace, Turks, and Serbia, for this plenary session. Human Rights Promotion Center, floor is yours. As I don't see representative, then Federation of Western Thrace Turks in Europe. As I don't see the representative, Serbia, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My name is Bojana Anđelković, and I'm Assistant Director of the Office for Kosovo and Metohija, Government of the Republic of Serbia. Local elections in Kosovo and Metohija were held yesterday. However, not without regime's attempts to limit electoral choices of Serbs. Not an isolated episode. Kurti's regime ushered in a steady suppression of political rights of Serbs living in and those internally displaced from the province. Its first move was to break the decades-long practice whereby Serbs took part in the elections of Republic of Serbia with support of the OSCE mission, before Serbian parliamentary and presidential elections in April 2022. International calls to uphold the voting rights of Serbs fell on deaf ears. Emboldened prior to the January 2025 parliamentary and local elections in Kosovo and Metohija, this regime employed following. Its Central Election Commission tried to prevent the Serb list from registering for the elections. But that time, the regime had to bow to the international pressure to accept the decision of its own Supreme Court allowing the Serb list to participate. Yet, the regime ensured getting their Serbian politician of choice be elected by votes in settlements without a single Serbian voter. Now, How legitimate and ethical is that a mandate reserved for Serbs is ensured by votes of non-Serbs? And whose interests will this politician advocate and uphold? In the run-up to yesterday's local elections, the Central Election Commission again refused to register the Serb list, although even relevant actors in Pristina, including its own Supreme Court, confirmed the absence of any exclusion grounds concerning Serb list. Again, prevailed the firm position of international stakeholders that voters must be guaranteed the right to freely choose their own representatives. This reveals the Kurti's regime strategy of dealing with Serbs. By weaponizing legal acts to target the Serbs still not ready to give up and go, strategy is twofold. Make their life miserable to the extent the majority leave, and make sure to assimilate the few remaining ones. The latter is about to start by the new package of administrative measures that cut all ties with Serbia. Many international actors have endorsed simplified and romanticized narrative of Kosovo experiment as modern times melting pot that will produce a new, all beneficial quality. It will not. It has already produced hundreds of settlements devoid of its former Serbian inhabitants. There is still time for you, all the international community in general, to see developments in Kosovo and Metohija for what they are, and to rise to your duty to protect human rights. Failing this, the perspective imminently awaiting Serbs is terrifying. Thank you for your attention.
I thank you. So, because certain representatives were not...
Потому как некоторые представители не появились, мы... Баркало Хайот, пожалуйста, Sustainable Life.
Madam Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participants, allow me to express my deep gratitude to the OSCE chairpersonship and Finnish chairpersonship and the ODHR for organizing this inclusive platform for open and constructive dialogue. Uzbekistan, at its new stage of development, is implementing wide-ranging reforms to promote religious tolerance. Today, representatives of more than 130 nationalities live peacefully in our country. Over 155 national cultural centers and more than 2,300 religious organizations presenting 16 confessions operate freely. This reflects an atmosphere of trust, respect, and cultural diversity.
With the huge apologies for interrupting, you represent Barkaror Hayot?
National Human Rights Center of Uzbekistan. It was misunderstanding. It was a mistake when we...
Please continue.
I'm sorry,
please,
yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. In February 2025, Uzbekistan adopted the concept of ensuring freedom of conscience and state policy in the religious sphere, defining strategic goals such as ensuring genuine freedom of religions, developing interfaith dialogue. To oversee its implementation, a special parliamentary commission was established. In April 2025, the program of measures to support religious and educational activities was approved, which marked a new stage in state policy. The program aims to strengthen tolerance, study spiritual heritage, and train specialists in religious studies. Uzbekistan is introducing a new system of cooperation between state and civil institutions under the principle a tolerant society, a stable state. This system unites the efforts of government bodies, civil society organizations, mahallas, and youth organizations to ensure freedom of conscience, equal rights, and prevention of all of this form of discrimination. Consistently pursuing the principle enlightenment against ignorance, Uzbekistan promotes the ideas of enlightening Islam based on justice and respect of human dignity, in line with the OSCE Toledo guiding principles on teaching about religions and benefits. Soon, the Center for Islamic Civilization will open in Tashkent a platform for dialogue among cultures and religions. Distinguished colleagues, Uzbekistan regards religious tolerance, enlightenment, and mutual respect as a foundation of sustainable development. We remain ready to continue close cooperation with the OSCE participating states, institutions, and civil society in strengthening of mutual trust and stability. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And the last speaker from the Reserve Public Foundation, National Endowment for Prosperity.
Thank you, Ms. Moderator. The Constitution of the Republic of Kazakhstan guarantees equal rights regardless of race, ethnicity, religion, or membership in the social groups and public associations. Criminal and administrative liability is established for discrimination and violation of equality. Human rights compliance is monitored and ensured by the Constitutional Court, the Commission for Human Rights and regional ombudspersons, as well as the Commission on Human Rights under the President. A working group under the Minister of Culture has been established to improve anti-discrimination legislation. Kazakhstan has no legal prohibitions based on sexual orientation or gender identity. Members of the LGBTI community enjoy all fundamental rights and freedoms enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The petition reflects a democratic mechanism for expressing public opinion. It collected the required number of signatures, and the procedure for its submission fully complies with national law and international standards. Importantly, the petition did not result in any ban on LGBT activities. A decision was made to conduct during 2024-25 a study on the social, psychological, medical, and other impacts of the LGBT movement on minors. The study is currently ongoing. The petition review process took into account the views of all stakeholders, including human rights defenders and representatives of the LGBT community. The procedure for establishing regional religious associations has been simplified. It now requires the initiative of at least 2 local religious associations from one region, with a combined membership of at least 500 citizens. Kazakhstan is home for more than 3,900 religious associations, representing 18 denominations coexisting peacefully. Kazakhstan has set an example for the international community through the Congress of Leaders of World and Traditional Religions, held in Kazakhstan every 3 years since 2003. The most recent 8th Congress took place in Astana on the 17th, 18th September this year, with a delegation from 60 countries participating in it. Thank you.
I thank you. And dear colleagues, now it's time to start wrapping up, and I will, in reverse order, give the first floor to Dr. Palafer to summarize our today's discussion. Thank you.
Okay, first of all, I would like to express my gratitude that a lot of speakers appreciated the newly released guide against hatred of Christians, discrimination of Christians. I think that's a positive step in that direction, and I'm glad that some of you expressed it. The second thing I would like to address is that the Observatory for Religious Freedom from Spain, they made the claim there should be a personal representative for Christianity only. I don't think that's a very good idea, for the reason that the main problem in discrimination is the relation between majority and minority. And because most of the OSCE countries are historically predominantly Christian, I think it's not the same to talk about discrimination of Christians or anti-Semitism or discrimination of Muslims. That does not mean that we should report and combat all kinds of anti-Christian discrimination. It just should be aware about what is majority and what is minority. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. With this, I would like to give the floor to the Ambassador Hagun for her final remarks for this session.
Thank you. So thank you everyone for sharing your views with us. I want to, well, what of course came through one more time is that these issues are very complex, and they are a mix of economic, psychosocial, political, historical reasons. It's a very complex web. What I would like to highlight is that there is a psychological view that talks about confirmation bias, where we look for information, negative information, to reinforce our pre-existing beliefs. And then there's something else that's called, I believe, backlash effect, where the more we are faced with information that contradicts our beliefs, the more we tend to hold on to our existing beliefs and actually refuse to change our minds. Obviously, these are topics of neuroscience, but there may be elements of truth in our work as well of such human conditions. So dialogue, intercultural, interfaith dialogue, responsible leadership, definitely responsible leadership, are key to our work. I would again make then, moving from this, renew my call for your support for organizing a conference on fighting anti-Muslim discrimination and intolerance. We have had examples of these types of conferences, but not one for a very, very long time, rather for our purposes, long time. So I would renew my call for that. And in closing, I believe also my colleagues, we would like to extend our appreciation to France for extending the invitation to us, which proved to be a very fruitful visit. So I hope that more countries, like Ambassador Postel pointed out, would be willing and interested to work in this area with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I would like now to pass the floor to Rabbi Andrew Baker for his concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what we've seen today also is a reflection of, in many ways, the uniqueness of the OSCE. We have civil society and participating states sitting together around the table. Sometimes the interventions seem disconnected. They may well be disconnected, but it provides opportunities for both governments to speak to what they're doing in the general area, in some cases the specific areas we discuss regarding fighting intolerance and discrimination, and voices from civil society in many cases that take issue with the situations that they see in their own countries. This has always been, I think, a hallmark of the OSCE, and it continues, and I very much appreciate the Finnish chair, which had to shoulder this Human Dimension conference in ways that were not the case in some previous years, and of course, all the work that falls on ODIHR to implement this. For many of us today, even as we were meeting here, we had our own split screen watching events going on in the Middle East. The full release now of 20 Israeli hostages held prisoner for 2 years, transfer of many hundreds of Palestinian prisoners in return. We've seen the return of Gazans to their homes or to what remains. So much work remains to be done. It is a momentous day, and yet I think we understand, and certainly those of us concerned about the surge of anti-Semitism that has taken place in these last 2 years is still very much with us, and sadly even reflected in the voices of some who spoke today around this very large table. But again, I want to close with thanks and appreciation to the participating states who've been supporting our work, to the current chair in office, and always to ODIHR, which has to so much in so many ways implement the goals that are discussed and the commitments that are made by the participating states. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I will also like to express my appreciation and thanks to your introductory remarks and the valuable insights brought, and of course, to the participants, interpreters, and the chairperson in office. Let me also inform you that during this session, The delegations of Belgium, Austria, and Greece submitted a right of reply, which will be accessible online. And I would like, before the closure, would like to invite you to the next session today, and of course also to the side events that for today starts at 1:30. Thank you, colleagues, and have a fruitful day ahead. Thank you.
I would kindly ask you to take your seats as we're going to start the session. Good afternoon. I'm Cristi Mihalake. I'm the chief of the contact point on Roma and Sinti issues in ODIHR, and I will be moderating this afternoon session. Let me first introduce our topic, which is for this plenary session 7, Tolerance and Non-Discrimination 2, including the rights of persons belonging to national minorities and the Roma and Sinti issues. Let me say that the OSCE participating states committed in the Copenhagen 1990 document to intensifying efforts to combat racial and ethnic hatred, xenophobia, and discrimination against all individuals, including members of national minorities and Roma and Sinti communities. However, racism, exclusion, and hate speech are rising across the OSCE region, marginalizing minority communities and fueling interethnic tensions. These developments risk deepening social divides, eroding trust in institutions, and undermining long-term peace and security. This session will assess progress and remaining challenges related to tolerance and non-discrimination, with a focus on national minorities and Roma and Sinti. Participants may also explore implementation of OSCE commitments and exchange good practices. And now it is my pleasure to introduce our speakers and give them the floor. And we will start with Ambassador Christoph Kamp, the OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities. Ambassador Kamp, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Excellencies, colleagues, participants, it's an honor to open this session on tolerance, non-discrimination today as part of the Warsaw Human Dimension Conference. As we reflect on the implementation of our OSCE Human Dimension commitments with regard to the rights of persons belonging to national minorities, including those from Roma and Sinti communities, we are reminded that the protection and inclusion of these groups were not merely an addendum to the Helsinki process, but fundamental elements of its vision of comprehensive security. Finland's chairpersonship theme, Resilience Together, resonates deeply with my mandate, which describes the position of a High Commissioner on National Minorities as an instrument of early warning and early action, to prevent today's divisions from becoming tomorrow's conflicts. In practical terms, this means I help states manage diversity in ways that promote inclusion, prevent conflict, and uphold our shared commitments. True resilience, the kind that enables societies to withstand crises and emerge stronger, requires the full participation and integration of all communities, including national minorities. Today's security landscape presents great challenges to societies across the OSCE area. In times of rising nationalism and divisive rhetoric, political leaders must refrain from instrumentalizing national minority issues for short-term political gain, whether that entails targeting minorities within their own borders or exploiting situations in neighboring states. The Copenhagen document of 1990 built upon the foundation of the Helsinki process with groundbreaking commitments that remain the cornerstone of minority rights protection in the OSCE area. The document's core assertion was clear: minority issues can only be satisfactorily resolved in a democratic political framework based on the rule of law. Critically, the Copenhagen document declared that respect for minority rights as part of universally recognized human rights is essential for peace, justice, stability and democracy. That word choice was deliberate. Essential, meaning foundational and indispensable. 3 decades of experience have validated this principle. Where participating states have implemented Copenhagen's commitment seriously, societies have become more resilient. The OSCE's human dimension commitments are deeply rooted in the comprehensive security framework, which aligns with my institution's approach to conflict prevention. Over 30 years, we have developed 10 sets of thematic recommendations and guidelines. These are practical tools that translate OSCE commitments into actionable guidance on education, language rights, public participation, policing, interstate relations, socio-economic inclusion, and more. These publications demonstrate that we can address today's challenges by building the strength of our diverse societies. Women from minority communities face multiple intersecting forms of discrimination. They are often marginalized, both as women and as members of minorities. Yet they are often the first to see tensions emerging and the last to be consulted on solutions. My office is developing targeted recommendations to enhance minority women's meaningful participation in conflict prevention and peace-building processes, ensuring their voices are not just heard, but they have opportunities to actively shape the outcomes. Similarly, engaging minority youth is essential. Young people from minority communities can be agents of positive change, but only if they have genuine opportunities to participate in social, economic, and political life. The Finnish chairpersonship's recognition of civil society's vital role reflects my experience that sustainable solutions to minority issues require genuine partnership with civil society organizations. These organizations often serve as early warning systems for emerging tensions and as bridges between communities and governments, a role that becomes even more critical in challenging political environments. Dear participants, 50 years of Helsinki, and here's what half a century has taught us. Diversity is not a problem to manage, it is a resource to harness. Look at where innovation happens, where economies grow, where communities weather crises. It is in societies that embrace their full diversity, not despite it, but because of it. Respect the principles, respond today, prepare for the future. The chairpersonship's priorities are our roadmap. Respect implies having every community at the table. Response means action, not rhetoric. And preparation entails investing in minorities' potential. I thank you for your attention and I look forward to a productive discussion.
Thank you, Ambassador Camp, for your valuable introductory remarks, including recalling on your mandate on early warning and prevention of interethnic conflicts, having reflections related to the current challenges that minorities are experiencing, also reminding all of us about the tools that your office has developed through the years, including related to education, the rights related to minority languages, socioeconomic inclusion, and notably participation, including of groups such as youth. And now I will give the floor to our second introducer, Dr. Jennifer Jackson-Priest, who is Associate Professor of Nationalism at the European Institute and Department of International Relations at the London School of Economics and Political Science. Dr. Jackson Priest is associate professor in nationalism in Europe at the mentioned university. She is the author of 2 books on minority rights, national minorities and the European nation-state system, and minority rights between diversity and community, as well as numerous article and edited book contributions. In addition to her academic research, Dr. Jackson Priest acts as a consultant for various international and non-governmental organizations in the area of human and minority rights protection and ethnic conflict regulation. Dr. Jackson Priest, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, colleagues, participants, it's an honor to join in this conversation on tolerance and non-discrimination, including the rights of persons belonging to national minorities, Roma and Sinti. As an academic who spent my career studying minority issues, I have long argued that conflict prevention lies at the heart of the OSCE's human dimension. When the participating states adopted the Copenhagen document of 1990, they affirmed that full respect for human and minority rights, democracy, and the rule of law are the foundation of peace, justice, and cooperation in the OSCE area. 35 years later, that conviction has not lost its urgency. If anything, the events shaping our region now remind us that peace cannot be taken for granted. It must be built every day through inclusion, dialogue, respect, and trust. In my remarks, I want to consider how conflict prevention depends not only on diplomacy or security measures, but on the everyday inclusion of people belonging to minorities, Roma and Sinti, in the life of their societies. I'll begin by revisiting the OSCE's long-standing understanding of inclusion as the essence of prevention. I'll then turn to some of the challenges confronting us today, from the war against Ukraine and the erosion of civic space to the spread of hate speech and disinformation. Finally, I will highlight the conflict prevention potential of participation, especially the role of minority women and youth, including Roma and Sinti, whose empowerment strengthens our economies, societies, and our collective security. The High Commissioner on National Minorities has reminded us that conflict prevention begins long before violence occurs. It starts with everyday policies and practices aimed at promoting the integration of diverse societies. The Ljubljana Guidelines on the Integration of Diverse Societies underscore that diversity per se is not the problem. Exclusion is the real threat. The consequences of exclusion harm not only individuals, but also the deeper fabric of our societies. When people belonging to national minorities, Roma and Sinti and other communities can learn, work, and participate as equals, societies become more cohesive and resilient. This is the daily work of conflict prevention, work that demands our active support because where inclusion falters, mistrust and grievance may take root. Across the OSCE area, the warning signs of exclusion are evident. The ongoing war against Ukraine continues to cause immense human suffering and disrupt the lives of many, including those belonging to national minorities, Roma and Sinti. Reports of Ukrainian children removed from their families in territories occupied by Russian forces reminds us how the right to identity lies at the core of peace itself. The HCNM UNHCR ODIHR report on the prevention of childhood statelessness, out this year and worth reading, makes this plain. When a child lacks legal identity, they are not only rightless, they are voiceless. Statelessness is therefore not only a human rights issue, it is a structural risk to stability. Elsewhere in the OSCE region, we see an erosion of civic space. In some participating states, recent legislation affecting civil society, including so-called foreign agent laws, has had a chilling effect on the work of human and minority rights defenders. This narrowing of participation and freedom of expression undermines democratic trust. As the OSCE HCNM recommendations on the effective participation of national minorities in social and economic life underline, participation is not optional. It is the means by which societies prevent and address grievances before they escalate. When civic space shrinks, the public conversation often shifts to less constructive arenas, where open, respectful dialogue is replaced by disinformation and hate speech. Here, the HCNM's Tallinn guidelines on national minorities and the media in the digital age are particularly instructive, and they warn us that our communication technologies can either strengthen dialogue or, unfortunately, spread division. Across our region, hate speech and disinformation continue to target minorities, Roma and Sinti, online and offline. And such rhetoric legitimizes prejudice, it fuels violence, and it corrodes our social cohesion. Countering hate speech requires a whole-of-society response. Proportionate legal safeguards, cooperation with media and technology platforms, and education that builds empathy and critical thinking. In our digital age, media literacy is itself another form of conflict prevention. And this is, of course, because conflict prevention is not only about addressing threats. It is also about unlocking human potential in education and in other opportunities. And again, that is why the Office of the High Commissioner on National Minorities has consistently emphasized education and contribution, and in particular, of course, how both of those are important elements of women and youth belonging to minorities being able to contribute to societies and becoming a source of our infrastructure for security. Women from minority, Roma, and Sinti communities often face multiple and intersecting barriers, linguistic, socioeconomic, and cultural, that limit their political, social, and economic participation. Yet when these women are supported and encouraged to participate fully in society, the dividends extend far beyond gender equality. Both academic research and OSCE experience in conflict prevention show that women's full participation in public, social, and economic life correlates with improved educational and economic outcomes for minority, Roma, and Sinti communities, more inclusive local governance, and earlier and peaceful resolution of disputes. This is why gender mainstreaming, and particularly the socioeconomic empowerment of minority, Roma, and Sinti women, is central to prosperity, stability, and peace. Minority, Roma, and Sinti women matter not only as beneficiaries of economic growth, but as creators of prosperity. By investing in their education, entrepreneurship, and civic leadership, states tap into a reservoir of skills and experience that might otherwise remain unused. And in so doing, the achievement of minority, Roma, and Sinti women uplifts their families and communities as well as the wider society. Policies that support the economic and social participation of minority women are therefore effective strategies for growth, competitiveness, cohesion, and conflict prevention. The same applies to youth belonging to national minorities, Roma and Sinti. Many face barriers to education, vocational training, and employment. Others lack mentors, networks, or civic spaces to make their voices heard. Targeted scholarships, internships, and multilingual education programs can transform these realities. Empowering minority, Roma, and Sinti youth through education and training not only opens doors for them personally, it creates a more diverse and skilled workforce that strengthens social cohesion and economic growth. The participation of young people in public life fosters trust and belonging, the building blocks of resilient and cohesive societies. When minority, Roma, and Sinti youth meet across lines of identity in schools, workplaces, or civic projects, they act as bridge builders between minority and majority communities. They learn to navigate diversity with respect, empathy, and shared purpose. And this is where prevention truly takes shape, in the lived experience of cooperation and mutual accommodation. Conflict prevention is therefore not just a diplomatic exercise. It happens whenever a teacher includes both state and minority languages in the classroom, whenever local councils invite minority, Roma, and Sinti women to shape development plans, and whenever youth from different backgrounds work together rather than compete for opportunity. It is these everyday acts of respect for diversity, equity, and inclusion that are the strongest defense we have against conflict. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jackson-Priest, for sharing this valuable introductory remarks, including reminding us of the challenges that human rights defenders are facing, also the challenges related to certain hate rhetoric across our societies. At the same time, stressing the valuable contribution that minority women and youth can bring to societies and how valuable their full participation is. And just also reminding us how broad elements of action and policy can contribute to conflict prevention. And now I will give the floor to our third speaker, George Jovanovic, the president of the European Roma Rights Center, who works with the organization from back in 2001, and whose family instilled in him an abiding aversion to fascism, racism, and other forms of injustice, motivated by his relatives' experiences of torture, forced labor, and in some cases extermination in the Nazi concentration and death camps. Jovanovic has dedicated his professional life to working for the emancipation of his fellow Roma. Jovanovic is also openly gay and is particularly interested in the intersectional forms of discrimination many Roma face. George, you have the floor.
Thank you on behalf of European Roma Rights Center for inviting me here to speak today. Indeed, as we heard, a space for human rights defenders is shrinking, and these are indeed dark times for us. Across our continent, more and more political leaders have chosen to ignore their human rights obligations. Some dismiss our international standards and subvert the rule of law when it does not suit them. Harsh political rhetoric targeting minorities has become more commonplace. It is deeply disturbing to see racism becoming mainstreamed again and to observe that too often. Rights abusers are committed with seemingly impunity. In some states, repressive decrees and laws have been passed which seems designed to create an increasingly hostile environment for national and ethnic minorities. Looking back over the past 2 decades, I can't recall a time when the work of human rights defenders has been more vital and more necessary. And I can't recall a time when our work to defend the rights of the most vulnerable and excluded has came under such a sustained threat. We in European Roma Rights Center are asking you all to acknowledge that this is new reality and that this new reality amounts to a crisis for minority rights. More than 20 years after the adoption of the OSCE Action Plan on improving the situation of Roma and Sinti, the situation of Europe's largest ethnic minority continues to worsen. In the words of Council of Europe Commissioner for Human Rights, Michael O'Flaherty, recently described the persisting massive scale of racism and discrimination against Roma and Sinti as a stark exposure of our shared failure. At the time when human rights defenders most need support, our work is threatened by restrictive legislation, crackdowns, harassment, and severe funding issues crisis. This triple combination threatens the very existence of the rights organizations, but worse still, leaves the most vulnerable groups in our societies more exposed to discrimination and abuses, and lets more abusers run free. We insist that the rights-based approach to social inclusion needs to be defended as never before. Already the funding crisis has forced organizations to cut back and in many cases to shut down. No surprise that the worst hit are human rights defenders and civil society organizations who are critical voices, who challenge unjust government policies, expose corruption, and defend our hard-won freedoms. In 2026, our organization will mark its 30 years of legal representation and strategic litigation defending the fundamental rights of Roma. For 30 years, the ERC has taken cases of serious rights violations such as school segregation, coercive sterilization, obstetric violence, forced evictions and environmental injustice, police violence, and mistreatment of detainees. Next year, we will enter 2026 with almost no funding to continue this litigation work. That means that hundreds of cases where extremely courageous Romani women, men, and children are litigating their states for not upholding human rights standards will be effectively denied the opportunity to pursue justice. We must find a way to continue this work. Back in 1990s, the Velvet Revolution, Václav Havel, described how Roma are treated as being the litmus test of civil society. Today, many of our societies have become notoriously more uncivil when it comes to Roma and Sinti rights. The continued exclusion and discrimination faced by Roma and Sinti and other racialized minorities stands as betrayal of European values. In times of resurgent fascism and growing nativism, we need to remind some of our political leaders that those European values include human dignity, equality, the rule of law, and respect for human rights. As a human rights defenders, we will continue to fight for this vision of the society. We might be cursed to live in an interesting time, but as a human rights defenders, we have a duty and obligation to keep hope alive. At ERC, come what may, we will never give up the fight for Roma rights. Governments that truly commit to justice and equality need to recognize that the thriving civil society is good for you. It keeps your democracy strong and accountable, rather than harass and stigmatize the work of the civil society activists, as in the case of the more autocratic states. Our work should be celebrated as vital asset to democracy. We call on good faith state actors to support the work of human rights defenders at home and abroad in our common pursuit of a truly just society. Thank you.
Thank you, Georgie, for your remarks and for noting also, as the previous introducer mentioned, in terms of the situation of human rights defenders, also for stressing the employed anti-minority political rhetoric, which is undergoing within the OSCE area. It was also important that you noted the fact that the situation of Roma and Sinti continues to worsen, and that the challenges that rights organizations are facing are leaving certain communities without adequate protection in certain situations of exclusion and discrimination, and for finally for reminding the participating states that the importance of healthy and active civil society, which contributes to thriving institutions and societies across the OSCE. And with this, let me thank all our introducers for the excellent remarks that they have provided. And next, I would proceed to opening the floor for discussions. May I kindly remind all participants of the following rules of the meeting. When given the floor, please introduce yourself, give your name and the organization that you represent. You may only take the floor on behalf of the organization under which you have registered to attend this conference. Let me note that the speaking time is 3 minutes and it will be strictly enforced. Also, please keep your contribution brief and on the topic to facilitate the work of interpreters. Speak clearly and slowly. The proceeding should be held in a respectful manner and in line with the code of conduct of this conference. All conference participants may submit written documents online via the conference platform, which is meetings.odir.pl, where they will be made available to all registered participants. Delegations of the OSCE participating states may exercise their right of reply regarding any statement made by another participant in line with the meeting rules. Rights of reply must be announced at the head table during the session and then submitted in writing online to the conference platform. Any registered participant wishing to raise a procedural issue will be able to do so directly with representatives of the CIO at the head table and not from the floor. All meeting rules and the code of conduct are published at the event website and apply to all events held at the conference, including the plenary sessions, side events, and other areas of the event venue. Before opening the floor, I'd like to draw everyone's attention that the speakers list for this session is available for consultation in the plenary room and on the conference platform. As the first speaker on my list, I will now give the floor to the political opposition movement Erking Uzbekistan, followed by Netherlands. You have the floor.
Hello, dear colleagues. I represent Free Uzbekistan movement. Uzbek authorities try to eradicate national identity. At the same time, at the international platform, the regime promotes the ideological narrative of the so-called peaceful regulation of the conflict between Palestine and Israel. How sincere is the desire of the regime to peace building when they actually just repeat the initiatives of big countries on global governorship, and they try to get over Uzbek national identity, substituting it by primitive symbols taken out of the historical context. They're trying to eradicate the national identity, and their only aim is to establish a nation which is ready to follow doesn't have national identity and is not capable of critical thinking. As regards Palestine and Israeli conflict, our position is as follows. Israel, as every sovereign state, has a right to self-defense based on international law, and they preserve this right till they achieve the goals of ensuring its security. We appeal the international community to support the independent Muslim movement of Eastern Turkmenistan that want to establish an independent state. Religious persecution, violation of basic human rights in the region require intermediate action of the international community, recognition of the right to self-determination and establishment of an independent state based on the expression of the will of people is the key to ensure stability and prosperity in the region. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. And now I will give the floor to the Netherlands, followed by the Union of Informed Citizens.
Thank you, moderator. Zina Al-Jabouri from the Netherlands. I'm speaking on behalf of the European Union and the following participating states that align themselves with this statement: Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Iceland, Liechtenstein, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Norway, Republic of Moldova, and Ukraine. Against the backdrop of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, the OSCE commitments on combating all forms of intolerance and discrimination and protecting the human rights and fundamental freedoms of all persons in full equality before the law are more relevant than ever. Providing early warning and seeking early action with regard to tensions involving persons belonging to national minorities is central to the OSCE's concept of comprehensive security. We reiterate our support for the mandate of the autonomous institution of the HCNM, which forms a core OSCE conflict prevention instrument. We also reiterate the importance of the effective implementation of OSCE commitments related to human rights, including those of persons belonging to national minorities, and their non-discriminatory treatment throughout the entire territory of participating states. We highly value the HCNM's crucial role in engaging where tensions involving national minorities arise and protecting our shared principles and commitments, including through clear messages and quiet diplomacy when these are violated. As per the Bolzano-Bozen recommendation on national minorities in interstate relations, the protection of minority rights is the responsibility of the state where the minority resides. We emphasize that the presence of persons belonging to Russian-speaking or other minorities on the territory of another state must not be exploited as justification for undermining the sovereignty and territorial integrity of that state. Russia is obliged under international law to observe human rights, including those of persons belonging to national minorities. With the number of forcibly displaced persons increasing in recent years, ensuring tolerance and non-discrimination has become a more pressing challenge. EU's relevant policies are founded on the principles of non-discrimination, solidarity and responsibility, as well as upholding the principle of non-refoulement. In this sense, the EU member states are also committed to ensuring a non-discriminatory treatment of Roma and Sinti persons, including those displaced in the context of Russia's war of aggression, and preventing stereotyping and segregation. The fourth status report on the implementation of the OSCE Action Plan on improving the situation of Roma and Sinti within the OSCE area indicated that despite progress in legislation and policies across the OSCE, more needs to be done to eradicate discrimination and bring about equality of opportunities. We therefore need to strengthen our efforts to implement the existing OSCE commitments. For this reason, the EU, for instance, continues to work on the implementation of the EU Roma Strategic Framework for Equality, Inclusion and Participation for 2020-2030. We continue to welcome the persistent efforts of the contact point on Roma and Sinti issues in supporting participating states to this end. Thank you.
I thank you. And now I give the floor to the Union of Informed Citizens, followed by Serbia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. My name is Daniel Yanisyan, and unfortunately the hatred towards representatives of certain nations still exists in some OSCE member states. According to official data of State Statistics Committee of Azerbaijan, out of 500,000 Armenians that lived in Azerbaijan 40 years ago, only 200 are remaining now. Not 200,000, but 200 people. That is a result of massacre of Armenians in 1988 in Sumgait, followed by in Kirovabad, Baku, Maraga, and other cities of Azerbaijan, as well as ethnic cleansing of Armenians organized by Azerbaijan in 2023. Nothing similar has ever happened to Azerbaijanis in Armenia who left 35 years ago. But I don't really want to go into history. That's a dead-end road. But it is very clear that Azerbaijan is trying to use his story to weaponize humanitarian issues to advance territorial claims towards Armenia. Last week, in exactly this hall, the side event organized by Azerbaijani state agency, speaker called Mehri region of Armenia part of Azerbaijan. It's a very clear example of state-backed weaponization of humanitarian issues to advance territorial claims against Armenia. All the speakers on that state-organized event refused to accept the internationally recognized borders of Armenia. At the same time, it is important to notice that Armenia and Azerbaijan have reached significant progress, like agreements signed on August 8, or the fact that no one was killed on a contact line for more than 1.5 years. But does Azerbaijani leadership want to build peace? Or as any other dictatorship, they need a foreign enemy? And of course, Armenians are the best foreign enemy. For decades, state-supported propaganda was applauding to anyone who would kill a sleeping or unarmed Armenian. President Ilham Aliyev, in his nationwide address a couple of years ago, has called all Armenian dogs. So do not get surprised by the fact that there are no Armenian minority left in Azerbaijan. Let me compare state policy towards ethnic Azerbaijanis in Armenia and ethnic Armenians in Azerbaijan. Last New Year, a group of ethnic Azerbaijanis, just tourists, were singing their national song on a central square in Yerevan, just next to Prime Minister's office and police officers patrolling there. Did they face any problems? Of course not. Even more, a criminal prosecution has been started against those persons who made racistic statements in social media about those ethnic Azerbaijanis. So while in Azerbaijan, you wouldn't be able even to enter a country if you're ethnic Armenian, if you have Armenian surname. What's that if not a discrimination based on ethnic belonging? And that's because we have a comparatively democratic regime in Armenia which follows the public demand for peace, unlike Azerbaijan, where dictatorship needs enemies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I would like to remind all participants when taking the floor to first state their name and the organization that they represent. Thank you. And now I give the floor to Serbia. Followed by Western Thrace Minority University Graduates Association.
Tatjana Prijić, Commissioner for Protection of Equality, Republic of Serbia. In the Republic of Serbia, the legal framework regarding the rights of national minorities as well as the prohibition of discrimination is mainly harmonized with modern standards in these areas. However, we are still facing with discrimination based on national affiliation, which is one of the 5 most frequent grounds of discrimination based on practice of the Commissioner for the Protection of Equality, Central National Institution for Combating Discrimination. In 2024, over half of the complaints based on national affiliation came from members of the Roma national minority. Behind the Roma, complaints were also filled by other national minorities like Albanian, Bulgarian, Croatian, and others, but in a much smaller number. It is positive that the Commissioner's recommendations are implemented in more than 80% of cases. Roma community faces significant challenges, especially women. Negative attitudes and deep-rooted stereotypes continue to dominate and manifest through hate speech, social media insults, and even the denial of essential services. In education, the inclusion of Roma students can sometimes result in segregated classes or even entire schools. Employment discrimination further makes worse their already vulnerable economic situation, and the conditions in non-standard settlements remain terrible. The road to overcoming these issues is not simple, but it is clear. Strengthening the capacities of the Roma community is crucial, as it is work on deconstructing stereotypes by building up local governments, improving social services, education, housing conditions. We have been proactive in these efforts. Through a variety of activities such as training sessions and direct outreach to informal settlements, we are improving national minorities to recognize and combat discrimination. Complaint forms and resources on anti-discrimination mechanisms are available in multiple minority languages, ensuring broader access to justice. The Commissioner regularly conducts researches on Roma perceptions of discrimination to further inform policymakers. Also, in the final phase is the publication of the selected Commissioner's acts in order to bring the problems faced by members of certain national minorities closer both to the professionals and general public. This publication, as well as trainings for representatives on national councils of national minorities, is being carried out with the support of the OSCE mission to Serbia. In closing, the data is clear. Some progress has been made, but a lot remains to be done by working together: government, civil society, local communities, international organizations, to build a more inclusive and equal society for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to the Western Thrace Minority University Graduates Association, followed by Greece.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I am Kerem Abdurrahimoğlu, and I am representing the Turkish minority in Western Thrace, Greece, as a member of Western Thrace Minority University Graduates Association. Distinguished participants, during these profoundly challenging times the world is experiencing, vast populations once again find themselves confronted with many existential difficulties. While ongoing conflicts across various regions result in large-scale destruction, assimilation policies continue to eradicate cultures, identities, and diversities. National minorities once again remain among the most vulnerable groups in the face of these challenges. Today, millions of national minorities live within the European Union. In many European countries, however, the identities, languages, and needs of these people are being denied. For example, Greece denies the Turkish ethnic or national identity of the minority living in Western Thrace. Associations that refer to Turkish in their names are not permitted to be established, and historical civil society organizations remain closed for decades. In this regard, the European Court of Human Rights decisions have not been implemented since 2008. On the other hand, minority education, which its autonomy guaranteed by Lausanne Treaty of 1923 and subsequent bilateral agreements between Greece and Turkey, recently has become subject of anti-pedagogical and anti-minority policies. Today, the number of minority primary schools dramatically decreased to 83. This number was 194 in 2010. Numbers speak themselves. While Greek state opens primary schools for just one Greek pupil in Seremos and Karditsa, several minority schools are being closed every year in the pretext of student inadequacy. Authorities claim that these schools can reopen if number of pupils reach to 10. However, this argument is simply false, since applications of parents for reopening of the minority primary school in Paleozygos of Xanthi, where the number of pupils has reached to 10, rejected by authorities, and the school remains closed for ongoing school year. The same was applied in the cases of minority primary schools in Amphia of Rhodope and Komara of Evros. Furthermore, minority school boards, which according to Lausanne Treaty are responsible for operation and maintenance of minority schools, are not allowed to enter the schools. Denial of identities, depriving the right to freedom of association, rejecting a qualified education in mother tongue by closing minority schools are not acceptable in Europe of 2025. Therefore, as members of the Turkish minority, count on support of OSCE participating states to encourage Greece to respect the Turkish identity, fundamental freedoms, and right to education of the minority in Western Thrace. I thank you.
Thank you, and I would like to remind our participants to speak clearly and slowly so that our interpreters can do the proper interpretation. Now I give the floor to Greece, followed by Hungary.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, dear panelists. Greece fully aligns itself with the statement delivered by the European Union, and we would like to add some comments in our national capacity. With regard to rights, freedoms, and living conditions of the members of the religious minority in Greece, namely the Muslim minority in Thrace, Greece would like to state the following. The 1923 Treaty of Lausanne established the status of the Muslim minority in Thrace, identifying it on the basis of religion. It is therefore a religious minority that comprises Sunni and Alevi Muslims and consists of three distinct ethnic groups. Each of the three components of the Muslim minority has its own language, distinct heritage, and cultural traditions, and all its members can exercise the right of self-identification that Greece fully respects. What cannot be tolerated is any attempt to impose a sole collective identity on all minority members other than the religious one firmly established by the Treaty of Lausanne. Evidently, the members of the minority are Greek citizens, enjoying all fundamental rights and freedoms enshrined in the Greek Constitution without any discrimination due to their religion. In terms of freedom of religion, more than 240 mosques operate in the area, which is the highest rate of mosques per citizen of Islamic faith in Europe. Furthermore, the newly adopted Greek law reforming and upgrading the institution of the muftiates in Thrace provides for the widest inclusiveness in the mufti selection process. Besides, this law, whose implementation is underway, demonstrates Greece's groundbreaking policy regarding gender-balanced participation in the process of selecting a Muslim religious leader. Freedom of association is firmly and duly protected by the Greek Constitution. Numerous Muslim minority associations and NGOs freely operate in Thrace under the law. In fact, over the last 10 years, more than 280 associations formed by members of the Muslim minority have been registered with local courts in the region of Thrace, all of which freely pursue and promote their various activities. In the area of civil rights, it is important to mention the active participation of the Muslim minority in parliamentary, regional, and European elections. Currently, there are 4 MPs originating from the Muslim minority in the Greek parliament and more than 100 representatives elected at regional and local administration authorities. Furthermore, DEB, a political party founded and consisting of members of the Muslim minority, has participated so far in 3 consecutive European elections and is free to participate in parliamentary elections as well. Greece spares no effort to secure educational rights of the Muslim minority. 85 minority schools, as well as 2 Quranic schools, operate in Thrace, all fully funded by the Greek state. Approximately 3,967 students from the Muslim minority enroll at the schools for the current school year. The Greek state has adopted several measures for the benefit of minority members, such as preferential quotas for admission to universities and the civil service. These measures attest to Greece's commitment to further facilitating and enhancing their integration into social and economic sphere. I thank you.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Hungary, followed by NGO for Equal Rights Educational Center. You have the floor.
Thank you. My name is Anita Gyorai. I'm the head of section of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs dealing with OSCE and Council of Europe. Thank you. In today's world, we like to believe that firm sovereign state structures and a solid international system standing for assisting interstate affairs would prevent ethnic tensions. However, at times, the lack of equal opportunities for everyone in participating in the economic, social, cultural, and political life of society can still lead to conflicts. The effect of the ongoing war against Ukraine on the situation of national minorities deserves to be paid special attention to in a wider scope in the OSCE region. We credit great value to the activities taken by HCNM, even specifically addressing the effect of war on the situation of national minorities. We are pleased that the HCNM pays particular attention to concerns raised by Hungary and therefore initiating consultation this year to Budapest to gain better understanding on the subject. International norms and treaties, along with bilateral intergovernmental agreements, shall be serving as a complementary in a system providing a framework for national minority affairs. In this understanding, Hungary signed basic treaties with its neighbors in order to secure national minority rights on a bilateral level as well. At the same time, this was in the 90s, we set up intergovernmental joint committees that have been functioning ever since with the aim to improve the rights and circumstances of Hungarian communities living traditionally in the neighboring countries, as well as vice versa, for the benefit of their communities living in Hungary. Cooperation with Croatia, Slovenia, Slovakia, and Serbia stand as best practice, but work has brought fruits in other relations as well. We are trying to be flexible in choosing the format for discussion with our neighbors. With Ukraine, for example, Hungary has been conducting intensive talks, both on political and expert level, on the Hungarian request that were articulated in January 2024. The aim of these talks is to restore the minority rights that the Hungarian community in Ukraine has been deprived of since 2015. These acquired rights are related to the use of the mother tongue, education in the mother tongue, right to self-determination, and political representation that were present and had been enjoyed by the Hungarian community for 30 years. Hungary is committed to continue the talks and trust that mutually acceptable solution can be reached. Once again, we are grateful for the HCNM for the active role it played in the protection of national minorities in the OSCE area, and we count on his attention in the future as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to the NGO for Equal Rights Educational Center, followed by Ecumenical Federation of Constantinopolitans. The NGO for Equal Rights Educational Center, if they are in the room, at the tables in the back for civil society. If not, I will go to the next one, which is the Ecumenical Federation of Constantinopolitans. You have the floor.
My name is Georgia Emilia Vulgari, and I represent the Ecumenical Federation of Constantinopolitans, EFECON, that is the Universal Federation of the Greek Orthodox Community of Istanbul. Today, we stand before you representing over 100,000 Istanbul Greeks who have been forced to migrate through various practices and live far from Istanbul, their native land, where they should normally still be living. The brutal events suffered by the Greek Orthodox minority of Istanbul during the night of September 6 to 7, 1955, caused a major rupture. Men and women were assaulted, violated, and even killed. Their homes and businesses were vandalized. The events of that night led to the massive deportations of 1964 and gradually forced the majority of the Greek community to emigrate, although they were permitted to live in Istanbul under the Treaty of Lausanne, as exempted from the exchange of populations. While the minority exceeded 100,000 members at that time, today its population has fallen below 1,000, gradually declining, therefore doomed to extinction. The President of the Republic of Turkey, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, stated in 2010, I quote, "The events of September 6 to 7 were a heavy burden placed on our shoulders by our recent history." Government authorities have addressed an open invitation to the expatriated Istanbul Greek community to return to their homeland. However, only very few of EFECON's specific recommendations that could turn such invitation into a reality have been implemented over the last 15 years. This year, on the occasion of the 70th anniversary of that night of 1955, we called the Republic of Turkey to condemn the events of that night. In the context of reparative justice, we ask the Republic of Turkey to take concrete steps to heal the wounds and to redress the injustices suffered by the Greek community. We ask the Republic of Turkey to implement the measures that are necessary to ensure the continuing existence and survival of the Greek community in Istanbul, Imbros, Gökçeada, and Tenedos Bozkada that faces the threat of extinction. We ask the Republic of Turkey to give official support for the first time to members of the Greek community who emigrated from Turkey due to past policies against minorities and wish to return to their homeland, in particular by adopting measures for granting nationality and working permits. Thank you.
I thank you. And now I give the floor to Hand in Hand Against Racism, followed by Human Rights Lawyers Network Without Frontiers.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Nyancha Mokemwa, and I'm here representing Hand in Hand Against Racism, which is an anti-racism organization that anchors itself on decoloniality and intersectionality. Distinguished delegates, colleagues, and fellow changemakers, I come to you not in theory, but with lived experience. For decades, I have worked on the front lines of anti-racism across Europe and beyond. I have witnessed how exclusion is designed into our systems, into our laws, into our institutions, and I have been on the receiving end of this human cost. The challenges we face are not isolated, they are interrelated. Across regions, we see civic space shrinking, disinformation is weaponized, migration policies are harsh, wars and climate justice are deepening equality. The list goes on and on. The consequences of these challenges are all around us. Racial violence is rising and mutating. Religious hatred is emboldened. Roma and Sinti are scapegoated. Migrants are criminalized. National minorities are erased. Human rights defenders are silenced. These injustices are not coincidences, but the outcome of choices. Choices to abdicate responsibility, choices to protect privilege, choices to leave exclusion unchallenged. When policies fail those who face the deepest structural barriers, they fail all of us. We are only as strong as our most excluded. We should strive to center the voices of those historically excluded through meaningful participation, as the ambassador also pointed out. As a decolonial and intersectional expert grounded in ancestral knowledge, I call upon this conference to move beyond symbolic gestures towards actionable, durable, and sustainable actions. Let's demand accountability and justice for hate crimes and institutional racism, not just a collection of data that we shelve. Let's protect and fund civil society, and let's embed decolonial frameworks in our policy. This is a call to center communities who have long been excluded. So I would like us to honor the Helsinki legacy, not with nostalgia, but with decisive collective action that's visionary and courageous. Let's shift the narrative from allyship to peership and collectively reimagine our shared aspirations with vision, courage, and determination. Let's turn our principles into lasting change that places the most excluded at the center of decisions that impact our shared yesterdays, todays, and tomorrows. Thank you.
I thank you. And now I give the floor to the Human Rights Lawyers Network Without Frontiers, followed by NGO RNL.
Thank you. Distinguished Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Miljan Timotievich. I'm speaking on behalf of the Human Rights Lawyers Network Without Frontiers. In Copenhagen in 1990, OSCE participating states pledged to intensify efforts against racial and ethnic hatred, xenophobia, and discrimination. These commitments were reinforced in Maastricht, Sofia, Ljubljana, and Madrid. Yet the lived reality for many minorities across the Western Balkans region shows that implementation often lags far behind commitments. The case of Mr. Dalibor Močević, a citizen of Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina of Serb minority and Orthodox faith, illustrates how systemic intolerance can persist over decades. His experience is not only one of social exclusion, but also of institutional discrimination in Croatia. For more than 30 years, he has faced loss of tenancy and property rights, biased inheritance proceedings, the manipulation of land registries with ethnic labeling, and politically motivated prosecutions. He has endured a severing of family ties through court processes that disregarded the best interests of children, as well as the use of psychiatry to discredit him. Most recently, in 2025, he was deprived of his last property in the city of Zadar through unlawful foreclosure, despite clear evidence of procedural violations. These acts reflect a broader pattern well documented by the UN, the Council of Europe, Amnesty International, OSCE reports, and the US State Department, which have consistently noted persistent discrimination against Serbs in Croatia. Mr. Mocevic's case also resonates with concerns of other groups in the region who continue to face intolerance, hate crimes, and prejudice. The ODHR and ECRI reports remind us that combating intolerance requires both political will and institutional integrity. We therefore call on participating states to reaffirm their commitments by ensuring that minorities are not deprived of their property, identity, or family rights on ethnic or religious grounds. We urge Croatia, as well as all participating states, to guarantee equal protection before the law, to strengthen judicial independence, and to ensure that families and children are never weaponized as political tools. Mr. Mocevic's case is a reminder that our work in tolerance and non-discrimination is far from complete. The OSCE must remain vigilant, proactive, and committed to ensuring that no citizen is left unprotected from persecution because of their ethnicity, faith, or identity. Organizations' credibility depends on ensuring that all citizens, regardless of ethnicity or religion, can rely on the rule of law and equal protection. Mr. Mocevic's case is a test of that commitment. The full submission, including detailed cases of intolerance experienced by Mr. Mocevic, has been made available on the conference website. Thank you.
I thank you, and now I pass the floor to NGO RNL, followed by Ukraine.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые участники конференции.
Hello, everyone, delegates and participants of the conference. I present Karabakh people. It's kind of the minority that has become a minority at its own land. We experienced our probably the harshest possible way of discrimination. After striking at our peaceful people who went on strike, many people have been arrested. Numerous people have been prosecuted and are kept in detention. Even recently, Mustafa Tusunbayev died in prison, a Caucasus citizen, a person who wanted his people to have the right to vote. It's not a Kazakhstan tragedy only. Everything that is happening in Tajikistan, it's a quite clear explanation, demonstration of its discrimination policy. There are numerous minorities who live on this territory, and they cannot give their children any possible way of getting education, preserving their language. And of course, the broadcasting and our local community language is of a minimum level. And of course, if the country suppresses one of its native tongues, it's not an expression, it's a kind of cultural deportation. Uzbekistan, for example, tries to create the shape of a country that follows the democratic principle. But actually, in the country, it is observed the theory of expansionism, and what I suggest to include national minorities on the agenda, and to make it constantly monitored. I call on creating a special tool for monitoring of the way the minorities' rights are being supported and strengthened. It's not only about speaking, it's about the ability to learn and develop in their native tongue. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to Ukraine, followed by Imvrian Association.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Distinguished delegates, diversity has always been an integral part of Ukraine's identity. The protection of rights of persons belonging to national minorities and communities remains an essential element of my country's democratic development and European integration. Thus, we are in contact with our neighbors, and the last consultations with Hungary took place just last week. And as Minister of Foreign Affairs Andriy Sybiga stated, Ukraine is ready to work on all bilateral issues with Hungary in mutually respectful manner. Russia's war of aggression brutally targets the Ukraine's diversity. In the temporarily occupied territories, the occupying power destroys Ukraine's multicultural heritage through forced Russification, deportations, and intimidations. Minority communities, including Crimean Tatars, Roma, Karaites, Bulgarians, Czechs, Estonians, Swedes, Urums, Greeks, and others, face persecution, forced assimilation, and the suppression of their cultural and religious life. 133 Crimean Tatars remain in Russian prisons on fabricated charges. The Majlis of the Crimean Tatar people is banned by occupation authorities. Many mosques, churches, synagogues, and cultural sites of national communities have been destroyed. Mr. Moderator, Roma and Sinti communities are among those most vulnerable to displacement and discrimination. Despite these hardships, many Roma in Ukraine serve in the armed forces, are volunteers, and take part in humanitarian initiatives, proving their resilience and commitment to Ukraine's freedom and unity. Ukraine, together with ODIHR, Council of Europe, and civil society partners, will continue programs on legal aid, education, and inclusion for Roma, especially for those affected by the war. Distinguished participants, in the temporarily occupied territories, Ukrainian language and culture have been systematically eradicated by occupation power. Education is conducted in Russian, the study of Ukrainian is banned, and local residents face forced passportization, mobilization, and destruction of their cultural and religious heritage, all in violation of international humanitarian law. One of the gravest crimes is the deportation of Ukrainian children. Over 19,000 cases have been documented, while the Kremlin falsely claims to have resettled more than 700,000 across Russia. Through the Bring Kids Back UA initiative, Ukraine works tirelessly to locate and return abducted children. 1,656 have already been brought home. Yet Russia continues to obstruct this process and deny access to international organizations. We call on OSCE and in particular ODIHR and the HCNM to continue documenting these grave violations and ensure accountability. True peace in Ukraine means a country where every community, regardless of language, ethnicity, or faith, can live freely and equally in a democratic, inclusive, and European Ukraine. I thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Imbrian Association, followed by Commissioner for the Protection of Equality.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Katerina Koutra, and I represent the Imbrian Association of Athens, the largest body of ethnic Greek expatriates from the island of Imbros, Gökçeada, Turkey. Together with neighboring Tenedos, Bozcaada, Imbros was ceded to Turkey under the 1923 Treaty of Lausanne, which guaranteed a special self-administration status for the indigenous Greek population, a provision that was never implemented. By the 1960s and 1970s, most of Imbros's Greek inhabitants were forced to leave due to discriminatory state measures, the closure of Greek schools in 1964, widespread land expropriations, and an open prison whose inmates roamed freely, spreading fear among locals. Massive resettlement from the Turkish mainland soon followed, altering the island's demographic and cultural landscape and leading to lasting displacement. The Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, through Resolution 1625 of 2008, provided a framework for the survival of the Greek community and the preservation of the bicultural identity of Imbros and Tenedos. Thanks to sustained advocacy and renewed dialogue, a Greek minority school reopened in 2013. Several individuals regained Turkish citizenship, and for the first time in decades, new Greek births were registered. Today, the island's Greek Orthodox population exceeds 500 people. However, the repatriation process, ongoing for 2 decades, faces serious obstacles, mainly concerning property restitution and citizenship rights. non-Turkish citizens still may not find employment, run for local office, or inherit their family's property, which limits full reintegration and equal participation in local life. A further cause for concern is the growing hate rhetoric against the Greek minority in Turkey. Certain media outlets have circulated false reports and conspiracy theories inciting hostility towards the Greek Orthodox community, including His All Holiness the Ecumenical Patriarch Mr. Bartholomew I, himself an Imbros native. On the island, this climate has led to concrete incidents, such as targeted social media defamation campaign against an intercultural event which was ultimately cancelled. Although over 100 residents, the majority Muslim, initiated legal proceedings in response, the case was dismissed without sanctions, leaving the surge of hostility unaddressed. Despite these challenges, the vision of the Imbrian community remains one of reconciliation, coexistence, and cultural preservation. Through its creative presence in its ancestral homeland, the community seeks to build a bridge of friendship and mutual understanding, demonstrating that peace and diversity can thrive together. For further information, please refer to an informational leaflet available at the entrance. Thank you.
I thank you. Now I give the floor to the Commissioner for the Protection of Equality, followed by the Human Rights Promotion Center Public Union. The Commissioner for Protection of Equality is from Serbia, if they haven't already spoken. If not, I will then...
Yes, I have already spoken.
Okay. Then we move to the Human Rights Promotion Center Public Union, followed by Karakapalstan News Channel.
Kazakhstan actually lies at the crossroads of Kazakhstan, China, and Russia. And we trade on numerous natural resources, but the population suffers seriously with a genocidal tension upon the native land. Just imagine one word about freedom and you are being persecuted. If we speak about sovereignty, we dream of it. Numerous people are sitting and waiting for the trial, and they are still waiting for the final prosecution. And you are very welcome to participate in the side events. You will hear in detail what's happening.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Karakapastam News Channel, followed by the Cultural and Educational Association of Roma Women of Drose Roxanti, The Hope. Then the Cultural and Educational Association of Roma Women of Drose Roxanti, The Hope, followed by Melde and Information Stelle Anti-Ziganismus.
My name is Anastasia Karatsas from Elpida Cultural Association. Sabiha Suleiman is a Roman woman who runs Elpida and asked me to speak in her place because she doesn't speak English. I myself am not Roma, but as a fellow Greek citizen, I support Elpida's work towards equal access to education for the Roma and women's rights. So I welcome the initiative of OSC to address these issues. The Greek Roma of Thrace are predominantly Muslim and officially recognized as members of the Muslim minority as defined in the Lausanne Treaty signed more than 100 years ago. The treaty defines the Muslim minority in Thrace on the basis of religion without reference to the ethnic origin of its members, Turkish, Pomak, and Roma. Each of these groups, however, has its own distinct language, heritage, and cultural traditions. Today, Greek Roma Muslims who speak Romani as their first language are a growing component of the Muslim minority in Thrace because they have many children. This raises the issue of access to education, which is particularly challenging for this community. Under the treaty, the Muslim minority has the right to attend government-funded minority schools. The minority schools operate mainly in Turkish and often lack meaningful support for Romani speakers. And for them, learning Turkish rather than Greek only separates them further from the mainstream of Greek society. The Roma also have the legal right as Greek citizens to send their children to Greek public schools, but there is a need for more schools, access is sometimes difficult, and again, there is a lack of adequate support for bilingual children. The Turkish consulate in Thrace insists on portraying all Muslims in Thrace as Turks. This approach ignores historical and cultural reality as well as lived experience. The minority is linguistically and culturally diverse. The widely promoted idea that all Muslims of Thrace are of Turkish identity and origin flagrantly violates the fundamental right of citizens to self-determination. No one should have to prove their identity in their own country or be threatened when they refuse to accept a different identity. As a Roma woman living in Thrace, Sabiha would like to express her deep concern about the lack of substantial support programs from the responsible authorities. The complex reality of the Roma experience needs to be addressed, as well as the impact of external interventions in their daily lives and integration with Greek society. Peaceful coexistence, respect for diversity, and equal access to education are rights that must be guaranteed for everyone without external influence or political agendas. No child should be left without hope. At Elpida, we stand ready to address the problems facing the Roma community. Please get in touch with us. Only through collaboration, solidarity, and dialogue can we move forward. Thank you.
I thank you. And now I give the floor to the Melde und Information Stelle Anti-Ziganismus, followed by Switzerland.
Thank you very much. Excellency, distinguished delegates, colleagues. My name is Mustafa Yakupov, and I speak on the behalf of the Reporting and Information Center on Anti-Gypsyism, MIA, based in Berlin. MIA is the first institution of its kind in Germany, established to systematically record, analyze, and respond to anti-Gypsyism, while supporting victims and strengthening institutional accountability. Our work shows a worrying trend. Despite long-standing commitments, anti-Gypsyism remains one of the most persistent and least addressed forms of racism in the OSCE region. Roma and Sinti continue to face hate speech, racial profiling, segregation in schools and housing, and denial of justice. Yet most of these cases are never officially recorded or prosecuted. This silence is not accidental. It reflects a systemic failure to recognize anti-Gypsyism as a distinct form of racism. And as long as it remains invisible in data, policies, and training, the discrimination will persist. But the silence begins even earlier. Anti-Gypsyism teaches Roma children to be silent, to hide in the back of the classroom, to laugh at their own culture, to stop speaking their language. It teaches them that belonging means erasing who they are. This is not only a failure of inclusion, it's a failure of humanity. We therefore call on OSCE participating states to establish and support independent mechanisms for monitoring and reporting anti-Gypsyism in close collaboration with Roma civil society and equality bodies. Recognize anti-Gypsyism explicitly in hate crime data, law enforcement practices, and national strategies. Invest in capacity building for institutions, police, school, and local authorities to identify and prevent anti-Gypsyism in practice. We also urge ODIHR to continue strengthening its work on hate crime data, Roma and Sinti focal points, and to follow up to the action plan commitments. Finally, let me underline that trust must be built through justice. When Roma and Sinti victims see that their experiences are documented, investigated, and taken seriously, it restores faith in democratic institutions. And that is what true tolerance looks like. For those interested in more detailed findings, the English summary of MIA's latest annual report has been uploaded and is available in the resource section for this session. Thank you very much.
I thank you. And now I give the floor to Switzerland, followed by Crimean Tatar Resource Center.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Martin Hemi from the Swiss delegation. Switzerland reaffirms its steadfast commitment to the rights of persons belonging to national minorities, an essential pillar for peace, stability, and inclusive societies across the OSCE region. The protection of ethnic, cultural, linguistic, and religious minority is not only a matter of human dignity, but a cornerstone of democracy, sustainable security, and the rule of law. As a country that is well known for the peaceful coexistence of minorities, we are committed to fostering pluralism and diversity worldwide. Switzerland's international engagement for minority rights is rooted in our democratic identity, based on the coexistence of different linguistic, religious, and cultural communities, and in the experience that we can share in this regard. Respect for minority rights also fosters social cohesion and reduces the risk of inter-ethnic tension and conflicts. Switzerland therefore supports the full implementation of OSCE commitments, including the work of the High Commissioner on National Minorities, whose strategic and multifaceted diplomacy plays a vital role in early conflict prevention and dialogue facilitation. Switzerland is committed to reinforcing the protection of national minorities through enhanced dialogue and cooperation. We have long-standing cooperation with the Office of the High Commissioner on National Minorities, inter alia through a joint project in Georgia, where we support the implementation of the Georgian State Strategy for Civic Equality and Integration. In line with the High Commissioner's mandate, paying particular attention to the situation of Roma and Sinti, we underline the need to address the specific challenges faced by these communities who continue to suffer from widespread discrimination, social exclusion, and unequal access to education, employment, and healthcare. We commend ODIHR's dedicated effort in monitoring minority rights and call on all participating states to intensify efforts in combating anti-Roma racism and to promote meaningful inclusion. Switzerland continues to advocate for minority rights as an integral part to human rights and democratic governance, and as a key factor in building resilient, peaceful communities. I thank you.
I thank you. Next to take the floor, the Crimean Tatar Resource Center, followed by Romani Gender Experts Collective.
Dear Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Iskender Bariyev. I am head of the board of the Crimean Tatar Resource Center. I express my gratitude to the member states for supporting Ukraine in the fight against Russia's war crimes. It is very important to pay attention to the situation of indigenous peoples in the context of interstate conflict. After 2014, Ukraine made important steps, recognized the Crimean Tatars, Karaites and Krimchaks as indigenous peoples, adopted the law on indigenous peoples of Ukraine based on the principles of the declaration, established a state mechanism to develop policies to protect the rights of indigenous peoples. However, we face challenges. For more than 2 years, the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine has been delaying the process of securing the legal status of Majlis of the Crimean Tatar people as a representative body of the indigenous people. The impossibility to introduce amendments to the Constitution of Ukraine, guaranteeing the right to self-determination of the Crimean Tatar people due to Russia's military aggression. And the most important, the lack of access to the territory of Crimea, where the rights of the indigenous people are systematically violated. The ban of Majlis, arrests, enforced disappearances, repressions against activists. I would like to note the role of regional human rights institutions. For example, in 2023, the Council of Europe's Commissioner for Human Rights prepared a separate report on the situation of the Crimean Tatar people. Thanks to the assistance of European human rights institutions, a new version of the law on national minorities was adopted in Ukraine. An article providing guarantees to education in the native language by indigenous peoples were introduced into the law on education of Ukraine. Recommendations. Ukraine should develop a national plan of implementation of the declaration and finalize the process of securing the legal status of Majlis of the Crimean Tatar people. OSCE to develop an action plan to improve the situation of indigenous peoples in the OSCE region. UN to develop a humanitarian response plan for indigenous people from the territories of interstate conflict. I invite you to a side event today at 6:30 p.m., room 3, Krolevsky. Thank you for your attention.
I thank you. And now I give the floor to Romani Gender Experts Collective, followed by the Federation of Western Trusters in Europe.
Thank you. My name is Milena. I'm speaking in front of the collective of Romani gender experts. I speak as Roma woman and mother. We gathered here today to discuss human rights. We know we have them. We know we have equal rights to education, to healthcare and employment. But we don't have an opportunity to exercise them because we are being discriminated. As Simona mentioned on a side event, we, as a Roma women, are being discriminated double and triple, not just for our nationality, but for our gender as well. And discrimination is nothing abstract. It starts early in childhood and follows you through your life. When we tell Roma women that she doesn't belong to that school or that university, we are not limiting her rights, we are limiting her democratic potential for our society. We are not vulnerable. We were made vulnerable by the system. And me being here today doesn't mean that the system is working, but that I needed to fight a lot in order for my voice to be heard. What I see as a sustainable solution is more women in a decision-making position. Not their voice to be a token, not Roma women as an observer, but a Roma women who has the power to make a decision. If OSCE commitment are to mean anything, then Roma girls and women need to be seen, heard, and protected as a priority. Thank you, and oven să stea.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to the Federation of Western Trace Turks in Europe, followed by the Institute for Reporters, Freedom and Safety.
Dear moderator and participants, my name is Engin Soyilmaz, representing the Federation of Western Trace Turks in Europe. The NGOs of the Turkish community in Western Thrace in Greece that bear the word Turkish in their names operated officially without any obstacles for about 50 years. However, because of the Greek state's policy of denying the Turkish identity, the Xanthi-Turkish Union, their oldest NGO, founded in 1927, was dissolved in 1986 because of the word Turkish in its name. Similarly, the registration applications of two other Turkish NGOs were rejected by the competent Greek courts. Having exhausted domestic legal remedies in Greece, these three Turkish NGOs appealed to the European Court of Human Rights. In these three cases, now known as the Bekus and other group of cases, the European Court ruled in 2007-8 that Greece had violated Article 11 of the European Convention on Human Rights concerning freedom of assembly and association. Greece has not executed these three judgments for over 17 years and politicized them in the meantime. And she does not have the intention to execute at all, despite the warnings coming from the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. While the execution of European Court set judgments against Greece is still pending, the Cultural Association of Turkish Women of Xanthi, which was not registered in 2010, on grounds that the word Turkish in its name was misleading and could cause problems in terms of public order, won its case against Greece before the European Court. In its judgment of June 2025, in the case of seven others, the European Court ruled that Greece had once again violated Article 11 of the European Convention on Human Rights. While the latest judgment of the European Court addresses the same fundamental issue as in the previous judgments of 2007-8, the dissolution or non-registration of the associations bearing the word Turkish in their names in Greece are not individual isolated cases, but point to the existence of a systematic problem. In this regard, the European Commission's Rule of Law Report 2025 on Greece referred also to the Belarus and others group of cases, noting that the judgments in this group have been awaiting execution for years. In doing so, the European Commission has confirmed the decline in the rule of law in Greece in recent years. Recalling paragraph 64 of the USC Guidelines on Freedom of Association, we call on our country, Greece, to fully and effectively execute European Court judgments regarding NGOs of the Turkish community, to remove the obstacles to the registration of NGOs bearing the words Turkish, minority, or Western trace in their names, concerning judgments and case law of the European Court. Thank you for your attention.
I thank you. Now I give the floor to the Institute for Reporters, Freedom and Safety, followed by the Global Forum of Communities Discriminating on Work and Dissent.
Thank you. My name is Emin Hussein. I'm representative of the Institute for Reporters' Freedom and Safety. The rights of national minorities remain highly overlooked in the Russian Federation. Despite recent diplomatic gestures, including the meeting between President Putin and Aliyev in Dushanbe, Tajikistan, Russia's acknowledgement of responsibility for Azal aircraft incident, the situation with Azerbaijani migrants and other national minorities continues to be deeply concerning. Individuals from the Caucasus and Central Asia are frequently subjected to ethnic profiling, arbitrary detention, and harassment, often for no reason other than their origin or appearance. There are credible reports of citizenship being revoked and people being deported without due process, in clear violations of international human rights obligations. We regret that representatives of the Russian Federation are not present in these discussions. However, it's essential to underline that the protection of national minorities is not a matter of political choice. It is a legal and moral duty enshrined in the OSCE commitments, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights. We call on the Russian authorities to take concrete steps to end discriminational practice, to ensure justice, accountability, and uphold to the dignity, equality, and security for all individuals living within its borders. We also call on like-minded states to support Russian and international civil society actors who courageously work to counter hatred and discrimination against national minorities, often at great personal risk. I thank you.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to the Global Forum of Communities Discriminating on Work and Descent, followed by Ternipe.
Good afternoon. My name is Simona Trotskoy. I'm a Roma woman from Romania, representing the Global Forum of Communities Discriminated Against based on Work and Descent. The findings of the latest OSCE implementation report on the action plan on improving the situation of Roma and Sinti makes it clear. Despite the commitments made 2 decades ago, progress remains uneven, fragmented, and insufficient. Structural anti-Gypsyism, the deep-rooted institutional discrimination against Roma and Sinti, remains largely unaddressed. The report also shows that there is a lack of political will and accountability at national and local levels, with many states failing to implement even the most basic measures aimed at inclusion, protection, and the participation of Roma communities. Discrimination fundamentally undermines access to rights at every level. When individuals are treated as less deserving because of their ethnicity, their access to the full spectrum of human rights is compromised, eroding the very foundations of equality and democracy. Despite years of efforts, data from the latest Fundamental Rights Agency survey reveals that overall discrimination experiences have seen no changes since the previous survey, highlighting the persisting impact of anti-Gypsyism. Critically, nearly every third of Roma and traveler respondent reported feeling discriminated against based on their ethnic background within the last 12 months. Compounding this widespread discrimination, Roma and Sinti continue to heavily underreport cases of discrimination, a trend that has even worsened. Among OSCE region, many Roma and Sinti, including women, continue to face biased treatment, verbal abuse, or outright neglect in medical settings. This is not just a gap in service delivery, it's a violation of dignity and human rights. Together with UN Women, we have developed and recently launched a policy paper on the situation of women discriminated against based on work and descent. This paper highlights that Roma women often face compounding forms of oppression requiring tailored, gender-sensitive solutions to ensure their protection to fundamental rights. It calls for inclusive frameworks, recognizing that the voices and leadership of our women need to stand at the front lines of the rights struggles. In the view of combating racism and discrimination, the OSCE action plans calls on participating states to establish specialized institutions to ensure the implementation of anti-discrimination laws and to monitor progress. As such, the ODIHR guidelines on integrating Roma and Sinti issues in the work and national human rights institutions and equality bodies offers practical tools to help governments and institutions do exactly that. The tool shows how empowered, independent, and well-resourced equality bodies can serve as vital allies in advocating justice, especially for the Roma communities. I thank you.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Ternipe, followed by Amnesty International.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues and participants, my name is Donald Mertelli, and I speak today as a young Roma man and as a representative of Ternipe, the international Roma youth network based in Brussels. Ternipe is a youth-led organization that connects Roma and non-Roma young people from across Europe. Our mission is to empower Roma youth to take part in society, raise their voices, and stand up for their equality and dignity. Core mission of Ternipe is also the Roma Holocaust remembrance. Contributing to Ternipe is not just professional work for me, it's a personal mission, because I have seen and lived the struggles that many Roma young people face every day, starting from my village to all around Europe. Many of us grow up hearing that we should work twice as hard to be treated the same, and even then, it's often not enough. We face hate speech and discrimination in schools, where expectations for us are lower. We apply for jobs, but our names or our addresses make employers turn us away. We want to participate in public life, but we are often treated as if we don't belong. Behind all of this is anti-Gypsyism, a deep structural racism that shapes how Roma people are seen and treated across Europe. It limits opportunities, kills confidence, and pushes young people to believe that no matter what they do, they will always be outsiders. National and European strategies for Roma inclusion are there, but they hardly reach us. This because they are developed about Roma, but not with Roma. Therefore, when we are excluded from shaping the solutions won't work. At Ternipe, we are working for the change. Through initiatives and events in countries like Poland, Belgium, France, and Hungary, we turn experiences of discrimination into collective strength and advocacy. We show that Roma youth are not a problem to fix. On the contrary, we are a generation of leaders, thinkers, and change makers. But we cannot do it alone. We need governments, institutions, and international partners, including OSCE, to stand with us to recognize anti-Gypsyism as a core human rights issue, to make sure Roma youth have real seats at the table as equal partners in decision-making, and to invest in education, employment, and youth work that give to Roma youth the fair opportunities that every young person deserves. Roma youth are not victims waiting for help. We are leaders, dreamers, and citizens of this shared democratic Europe. We want to contribute, we want to belong, and we want to live with dignity. As a young Roma man, I believe that my generation has the power to break the cycle of exclusion, but we can only do it if others choose to walk beside us, not ahead of us. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Amnesty International, followed by Institute for Human Rights.
Thank you, moderator. Suleiman Mahmutov, Amnesty International. Distinguished delegates, since Russia's occupation of Crimea in 2014, Amnesty International has documented a systematic campaign to suppress non-Russian identities. The occupying authorities have targeted the indigenous peoples, in particular the Crimean Tatars, as well as ethnic Ukrainians, through policies that violate international human rights and international humanitarian law. Russia has imposed its legislation wholesale on the occupied peninsula and has compelled all residents to accept Russian citizenship. Non-compliant residents were forced to leave, while Russia has transferred parts of its own population into Crimea, a practice that amounts to a war crime. In education, Russia has virtually eradicated instruction in Ukrainian and severely curtailed opportunities to study in the Crimean Tatar language. According to the de facto authorities' own data, only 164 children in Crimea received Ukrainian language education in 2024, compared to nearly 30,000 before 2014. Teachers interviewed by Amnesty International report that even in classes nominally taught in the Crimean Tatar language, Russian prevails due to pressure, lack of materials, and fear of reprisals. Under the Russian school curriculum, children in the occupied territories are subjected to indoctrination, which denies their right to quality education, justifies Russia's war of aggression, and denies their culture and identity. Cultural expressions, sometimes including even weddings, are tightly controlled. The right to freedom of religion and belief and expression are likewise under attack. Religious minorities, including the Orthodox Church of Ukraine, independent Muslim groups, and Jehovah's Witnesses, face harassment, arbitrary bans, prosecution, and imprisonment. Independent media have been closed, expelled, or silenced. Crimean Tatar language newspaper Kırım has been heavily fined under at least 6 administrative cases since May 2024 alone. All dissent is suppressed. Over 1,200 people in Crimea have faced administrative or criminal penalties for so-called discrediting the Russian armed forces, that is, opposing Russia's war, sometimes covertly. Discrimination is rife. Most victims of politically motivated trials are over 60% are Crimean Tatars, who make up only 12% of Crimea's population. The Majlis of the Crimean Tatar people remains arbitrarily barred as extremists, its property long confiscated. The Crimean Tatars are not allowed to commemorate their history, including the 1944 deportation from Crimea and the thousands who perished in it. To do so is considered a violation of the Russian law on public assembly, which is unlawfully applied in Crimea.
I would kindly ask you to conclude.
Russia must immediately stop all violations of international humanitarian law and of human rights and respect the rights of Crimea's indigenous peoples and all minorities in Crimea. Thank you.
I thank you. I now give the floor to the Institute for Human Rights, followed by the Public Union for Gender Equality and Women Initiatives.
Thank you, Chair. Diana Nazareth, Institute for Human Rights. The rights and dignity of national minorities in Azerbaijan remain severely undermined. Members of minority communities continue to face systematic discrimination and restriction on cultural and political expression. Those who dare to speak out against the injustices risk intimidation, criminalization, and imprisonment. Two emblematic cases illustrate this reality. Iqbal Abilov, researcher, ethnographer, and Talish scholar, has long worked to defend the cultural rights and equal treatment of Talish minority. Bahruz Samadov, a political scientist and human rights advocate, has written extensively on democracy, human rights, and peace processes in the region. Both have devoted their voices and scholarship to building a more inclusive and tolerant society. In 2025, they were arrested and sentenced to 18 years in prison on politically motivated charges of espionage and high treason. Reports indicate that they were mistreated and coerced into confessions in direct violations of international human rights standards and the right to a fair trial. Their imprisonment sends a chilling message to all those who defend minority rights and challenge discrimination. We call for the immediate release of Iqbal Abilov and Bahruz Samadov, along with other 400 political prisoners, for an independent review of their cases and for Azerbaijan to fulfill its obligation to protect rights of all national minorities. Respect for diversity and equality is not a threat to state. It is the foundation of genuine peace and social cohesion. Thank you.
I thank you. And now I give the floor to the Public Union for Gender Equality and Women Initiatives, followed by the Constantinopolitan Society. Is the Public Union for Gender Equality for Women Initiatives ready to speak? If not, we'll go forward with the Constantinopolitan Society, followed by the Azerbaijani community in Poland.
Thank you. My name is Kleanthi Perifanu, and I represent the Constantinopolitan Society, a civil society organization established in 1928 in Greece by forcibly expatriated members of the Greek minority of Istanbul. Unfortunately, the non-Muslim minorities in Turkey are still suffering numerous injustices as a result of discriminatory and oppressive state policies. Especially, the annihilation of the Greek minority in Turkey is the continuation of the genocide that had systematically exterminated the Greek population of Turkey through combined means of massacres, atrocities, mass deportation, which resulted in the expulsion of more than 1,300,000 Greeks from their native land. These policies have led to the dramatic decline of the Greek population of Turkey from over 100,000 in the 1950s to less than 2,000 at present. In contrast, the thriving Muslim minority in Greek Thrace numbers around 120,000 members at present, while the two minorities were equal in number at the time the Lausanne Treaty was signed. The numbers speak for themselves. Our association calls on Turkey to take seriously into consideration the recommendation by the European Union, an international organization pertaining to human rights, and act upon them and make more strenuous efforts to prevent discrimination and intolerance. Not only fully abide by its constitutional and international obligation as far as the protection of human and minority rights is concerned, but also initiate measures and policies of affirmative action that would guarantee the survival, the well-being, and the future of the Greek minority in Istanbul. Redress violated fundamental rights of Greek Minority Foundation so as to provide justice. The Sized Fuse Foundation practice, which is against the principle of a democratic state governed by the rule of law, must be abandoned immediately. The full text of Constantinopolitan Society statement and recommendation is already submitted for distribution. Thank you for your attention.
I thank you. And before I pass the floor further, I would kindly ask those representatives of the civil society who have already taken the floor to move back to allow for the others which are upcoming to speak, to sit at the specific place where the sign is marked appropriately as civil society. And now I will give the floor to the Azerbaijani community in Poland, followed by the Unis dans la diversité linguistique. If the Azerbaijani community in Poland is not ready to speak, then I would call for the Unis dans la diversité linguistique, followed by Gwendoline Albert.
Thank you, Mr. the Moderator. Dear audience, my name is Emmanuel Lemerles, and I represent the NGO Unis dans la diversité linguistique, which aims to promote the Breton language spoken in Brittany, in France. It's the last Celtic language spoken in continental Europe. In the early 20th century, more than 1 million people spoke this Celtic language. Today, most of them are in the late 70s or 80s. If France doesn't change its conduct towards the Bretons, there will be just a few tens of thousands of Breton speakers. UNESCO has classified the Breton language among the severely endangered languages. A result of a sociolinguistic poll published in January 2025 shows there are only 107,000 Breton speakers. The number of Breton speakers has been divided by 2 in the last 6 years. The Breton language education is still deteriorating. 2 Breton associations of pupils, parents, and teachers have made a complaint against the state for not applying a specific agreement which should facilitate the Breton language education. The D1 Breton Medium Schools Network receives much less public subsidies to pay its employees who carry out administrative and management tasks that disturbs a lot this school's network operation. Breton language programs in the media has been reduced. News in Breton language on the public regional radio broadcast have been removed. Breton cultural associations have financial difficulties. Public subsidies have been reduced. A well-known Breton cultural center has shut down. The French President Emmanuel Macron affirms that the regional languages are a dividing tool of the nation during a speech in Paris at the French Academy on the 14th of November 2024. He also said, "Our nation has been made by the state and the language." France has still not signed the Council of Europe Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities. France has still not ratified the Council of Europe's European Charters for regional or minority languages. This statement is available on the document distribution system. Thank you very much for your attention.
I thank you. Now I give the floor to Gwendolyn Albert, followed by the Association of Roma Women Voice of Romni.
Thank you. My name is Gwendolyn Albert. I have been working with Romani victims of forced sterilization in the Czech Republic since 2004. A compensation process for forced sterilizations has been running since 2022, and about half of all applicants have been compensated, but the health ministry's decisions are inconsistent and protracted. Instead of responding in 60 days as required by law, the ministry has taken more than 2 years to decide some cases. Elderly and ill applicants have died with their requests unanswered. The ministry does not make it possible for applicants to testify remotely, so even those who are elderly must travel to Prague to testify. The public also cannot follow how the compensation is being administered, as the ministry does not openly report its progress. When asked for such data under the Freedom of Information Act, the ministry charges money for it, which makes it expensive to follow the process as a whole, since more than 2,000 women have applied. I would also note that after the recent elections to Parliament, some candidates have been proposed for the next government who have unacceptable records on human rights. I join those in civil society asking the Czech president not to approve such candidates to run the defense and the foreign ministries in particular. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to the Association of Roma Women Voice of Romni, followed by the Association of Reintegration of Crimea.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Angelika Belova, Association of Roma Women Voice of Romni from Ukraine. The full-scale invasion of Russia to Ukraine has significantly affected all of us, particularly the most vulnerable groups, including the Roma national minority. Research conducted by our organization indicates that the most pressing needs for Roma is access to employment and fair wages. The primary causes of this situation are the low level of education and lack of qualifications. In the context of war, access to quality education has become even more restricted. Approximately 60% of Roma families lack the technical means necessary for participating in distance or blended learning, which excludes them from the educational process. Security issues due to constant shelling from Russia's side, as well as access to humanitarian aid, remain critical for the most vulnerable, especially in times of US withdrawal, overall funding cuts, and the humanitarian reset. Over the past 3 years, our organization has provided various forms of support to more than 166,000 individuals. However, These efforts are insufficient to ensure a decent life for the most vulnerable. We require long-term systematic solutions and active collaboration with governmental bodies and other stakeholders within the framework of the Roma National Strategy until 2030. In January of this year, Voice of Romani held the first national forum dedicated to the implementation of the National Roma Strategy. Participants included Roma and human rights organizations from across the country, representatives from the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, the Commissioner for Human Rights of the Council of Europe, the UN System Coordinator in Ukraine, EU representatives, ambassadors, and diplomats. The outcome of the forum was a resolution containing recommendations for various stakeholders aimed at enhancing the effectiveness of the Roma strategy implementation, addressing the challenges of the wartime, and preparing for post-war reconstruction in Ukraine. We also established a national coordination platform for implementing the Roma strategy, which includes regional groups comprised of Roma leaders, government representatives, and donor organizations. Now we created a recommendation to the national plan, and next steps include planned regional consultation with Roma leaders, government representatives, and donor organizations in 7 regions of Ukraine, supported by UN and CARE. The aim of this consultation is to create regional plans that will consider the real needs of Roma community, the regional context, and the realities of war. I sincerely appreciate the support from governmental authorities and international organizations in this process. Ensuring the rights of national minorities, particularly the Roma, is essential for the European future of our country, which cherishes the values of democracy, diversity, and non-discrimination. Moving forward, we must continue to strengthen our collaboration and engage all stakeholders in this vital work. I urge OSCE to actively support these efforts, as your involvement is crucial in fostering an inclusive environment that upholds the rights and dignity of all communities in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I give the floor to the Association of Reintegration of Crimea, followed by Cage Advocacy.
Thank you. My name is Lia Gazem. I speak here on behalf of the Association for the Reintegration of Crimea. I'm a Crimean Tatar, and I was born in Crimea. But only later did I truly realize what a privilege it was. Because before me, the last generation of my family to be born in Crimea were my great-great-grandparents. In 1944, my ancestors, like all Crimean Tatars, were deported to Central Asia, deprived of their right to return to their only homeland. They were left in foreign lands, erased and forgotten. And the terrifying part is that history is repeating itself again today. But this time, the world must not turn a blind eye to the unfolding tragedy. In 2014, when Russia occupied Crimea, I realized that not a single generation of my family had lived without suffering at the hands of Russia. Back then, my family made the difficult choice to leave Crimea, because we knew too well what the consequences of Russian occupation would be. We had lived through them for centuries. Sadly, our fears became reality. For the past 11 years, my people have endured one of the harshest political repression and forced displacement. Imagine living in constant fear, knowing that at any moment you could be abducted, tortured, imprisoned. This is our reality. Armed Russian forces break into our homes, treating us like criminals. Those who are arrested are often transported to prisons in the most remote regions of Russia. These acts of repression are public, designed to terrorize the population and break our spirit. Today, we are witnessing a new wave of Russian colonization of the peninsula. Since 2014, Russia has carried out what we call a hybrid form of deportation, intentionally creating conditions that force Crimean Tatars and Ukrainians to leave, while encouraging Russian citizens to move to Crimea. Crimea has become a lawless territory where repression and fear are tools of control, and it's painful to watch my homeland transformed this way. Russia has taken away our voices and our rights again, and ignoring this today will only embolden Russia to expand its campaign of oppression and colonization elsewhere. But let me remind you, even in 1944, when my people were deported and left in exile for decades, they didn't give up hope. They carried the dream of return, passing it down to the next generation. My grandparents, who had never seen Crimea with their own eyes, still left everything behind to come home as soon as the Soviet Union collapsed. Now I carry that hope inside. The empire can take everything, our homes, our land, but it will never take away our hope of return, of our love of freedom. Thank you.
I thank you. And now I give the floor to Cage Advocacy, followed by the Roma Interparlamentarische Organization. Cage Advocacy, if you're there. If not, the Roma Interparlamentarische Organization, followed by Azerbaijan. Okay, then if not, then Azerbaijan, followed by the Institute for Research and Policy Analysis Romalitico.
Thank you, Chair. I represent Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Azerbaijan, Department for Cooperation with Human Rights Institutions. The protection of the rights of all citizens, including persons belonging to national minorities, is a fundamental duty, an essential objective of the state. Azerbaijan is renowned for its multi-ethnic, multicultural, and multi-faith society where diversity is valued as a strength. Representatives of more than 30 ethnic groups with diverse languages and faiths are equal citizens of Azerbaijan, united by their shared national identity while preserving the cultural and traditional heritage that enriches our country. The protection of ethnic and religious minorities in Azerbaijan is ensured by the Constitution and other normative legal acts. Ethnic cultural diversity in Azerbaijan, where multiculturalism is pursued as a state policy, is successfully and effectively regulated through this policy. Persons belonging to national minorities in Azerbaijan enjoy all freedoms enshrined in the Constitution. The communities and minorities are able to freely organize various public cultural events, to disseminate these activities in the media, which are published in their own languages, as well as to arrange education in their native languages in secondary schools. Besides, ethnic communities are regularly provided with financial assistance aimed at organization of different activities, including cultural events. We believe that respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms must be accorded to all on an equal and non-discriminatory basis in the participating states within their constitutional and legal frameworks. We recall that in compliance with the relevant international frameworks, respect for and protection of the rights of persons belonging to national minorities is primarily the responsibility of the state where the minority resides. Therefore, any concern in respect to minorities should be addressed with full respect for the sovereignty, territorial integrity of states, and friendly relations among them. Now, Mr. Moderator, I would like to briefly react to allegations made this morning and during this session.
Sorry, as you remember from the rules of the session, the right to reply.
Yes, this is related to my. This is related directly to my statement, actually, to the topic. Let me remind you that historically many Azerbaijanis lived in Armenia, but due to consequent and systematic crackdown and ethnic cleansing, Azerbaijani community has been forced to flee their historical lands. It is regrettable that some NGOs from Armenia or elsewhere try to deliberately undermine the peace process between Azerbaijan and Armenia by targeting my country with unfounded accusations. In this regard, we believe that this platform should constitute a platform for dialogue and not for spreading disinformation, which is unfortunately used by some NGOs for these purposes. Thank you very much.
I thank you. Let me remind, as I mentioned at the beginning of the session, that delegations of the OSCE participating states may exercise their right to reply regarding any statement made by another participant in line with the meeting rules, and that the rights of reply must be announced at the head table during the session and then submitting in writing online to the conference platform. And now, resuming from our list, the last one from the main list is the Institute for Research and Policy Analysis Romalitico, and then we will move on to the reserve list with the Public Foundation National Endowment for Prosperity.
Thank you. Kazakhstan is one of the most ethnically diverse countries in the world. More than 100 ethnic groups live together in peace and mutual respect. Over 1,000 ethnocultural associations are active nationwide, and 52 ethnic media outlets.
I am sorry, I will have to stop you. I called the Institute for Research and Policy Analysis Romalitico, followed by the Public Foundation National Endowment for Prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Elvis Shakiri, representing the Institute for Research and Policy Analysis Romalitico from North Macedonia. 2 weeks ago, a Roma candidate for the Vinica Municipal Council was physically assaulted for the second time during the election period and now is in a coma. Despite the gravity of the attack, no national media reported the case, and the attacker was placed under home custody instead in jail. Meanwhile, heavily armed police patrol Roma neighborhoods, spreading fear and discouraging residents from peaceful protest. This exposes institutional weakness in law enforcement response and selective media attention, signaling that Roma political participation is not equally protected. According to the Commission Against Discrimination in 2024, the highest number of complaints, 27%, were based on ethnicity, with Roma most affected. Roma were also overrepresented in cases related to marginalized status and skin color, underscoring systemic and intersectional discrimination that remains unaddressed. In education, the European Court of Human Rights in El Mazova and others versus North Macedonia found that Roma pupils had been segregated in public schools, yet segregation persists through misuse of school zoning and avoidance by non-Roma parents. This school year, some parents reportedly enrolled their children away from mixed schools, a practice tolerated by the school inspectorate, further normalizing segregation. Roma women face additional exclusion. Between 2020 and 2024, they represent 6 to 11% of all domestic violence victims and over 20% of trafficked women. Yet, no shelter or SOS hotline in Romani language exists. Police brutality remains a serious concern throughout the country, especially in the city of Bitola. Roma individuals have reported beatings, intimidation, and forced confessions. When they file complaints, proceedings are turned against them. Officers receive suspended sentence, while Roma victims are convicted and imprisoned. This reversal of justice has created a climate of fear and silence. In light of these challenges, we offer several recommendations. Ensure equal protection of Roma citizens during elections through impartial investigation of hate-motivated violence. Empower the national equality body with real enforcement authority and independence. Established an independent police oversight mechanism consistent with OSCE standard on accountability and trust. Implement the European Court of Human Rights case El Mazova judgment through transparent desegregation monitored jointly with Roma civil society. Provide accessible protection for Roma women, including shelter and hotlines in Romani language, and eliminate judicial discrimination to ensure equal access to justice. Thank you very much.
I thank you. And now I give the floor to the Public Foundation National Endowment for Prosperity, followed by Azerbaijan Institute of Theology.
I thank you again. Kazakhstan is one of the most ethnically diverse countries in the world. More than 100 ethnic groups live together in peace and mutual respect. Over 1,000 ethnocultural associations are active nationwide, and 52 ethnic media outlets publish in 15 languages. Representatives of more than 50 ethnic groups work in the civil service, with around 40 groups in which over 1.5 thousand individuals are holding leadership positions. Inter-ethnic relations remain stable and harmonious. In the first half of the year 2025, over 95% of respondents described inter-ethnic relations in Kazakhstan as positive. Discrimination on the basis of nationality or ethnicity is strictly prohibited. Schools offer multilingual education, allowing ethnic groups to preserve their languages and culture. The language policy concept for 2023 to 2029 provides further support for minority languages. Kazakhstan does not allow segregation. Children from ethnic minorities have equal access to education, healthcare services are provided without discrimination, and housing and social benefits are available on equal terms for all citizens. For more than 30 years, the Assembly of the People of Kazakhstan has played a key role in ensuring the participation of ethnic minorities in public life. Incitement to ethnic, social, or religious hatred constitutes a criminal offense. Kazakhstan will continue its balanced and inclusive non-discrimination policy based on constitutional guarantees and societal harmony. Roma and Sinti. The Roma population in Kazakhstan is approximately 4,400 people, representing less than 0.03% of the total population. Roma ethnocultural associations operate within the Assembly of the Peoples of Kazakhstan, including the Roma Association in Almaty, established in 2010, and the Gypsy Diaspora in the Aktobe region, established in 2011. Thank you very much.
I thank you. Before I move to the next speaker, I would like to kindly ask civil society representatives to not sit on the seat designated for national human rights institutions. And now I move to the next speaker, who is the Azerbaijan Institute of Theology, followed by the NGO Roma Human Rights Center.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, distinguished colleagues. My name is Elnur Azizova, Associate Professor and Dean of the Faculty of Theology at the Azerbaijan Institute of Theology, founded in 2018. Today, on behalf of my institute, I will briefly describe the Azerbaijani model of tolerance, a practical approach that links a long history of coexistence with clear laws and modern institutions. In Azerbaijan, representatives of different ethnicities, as well as religions, Muslims, Christians, Jews, and others, have shared public life for centuries. All religious communities are supported by the state. Mosques, churches, and synagogues are maintained and restored with public funds. Interfaith engagement is regular and encouraged. The Azerbaijan Institute of Theology is one of the main institutions that turn these principles into practice. It trains theologians, educators, and community leaders who pair academic rigor with civic duty and help prevent extremism and the misuse of religion. Together with the State Committee on Affairs with Religious Associations, Azerbaijan Institute of Theology plays an important role in maintaining religious tolerance at academic level as well as social. Dear colleagues, I would like to say a few words about stewardship of multi-faith heritage, including those in Karabakh. Regrettably, the representatives of Armenian NGOs bring up baseless accusations at every opportunity, regardless of their relevance as it was in the previous and current sessions of this conference. These NGOs disregard the fact of occupation of 20% of Azerbaijan territories for nearly 30 years and perpetration of ethnic cleansing. As a result of occupation, Azerbaijan continues to conflict significant humanitarian challenges, including land mine contamination, destruction of infrastructure, and the issue of missing persons. Muslim temples and cemeteries in Karabakh, in the historical territory of Azerbaijan, were deliberately destroyed and desecrated. The ancient Albanian churches were also Gregorianized by Armenians. Colleagues, we do believe that the speech of hatred doesn't nurture but torture the peace-building process in the South Caucasus, especially after the peace agreement pre-signed in Washington, D.C. on the 8th of August. What about religious monuments in Karabakh, which our Armenian colleagues mentioned in previous plenary sessions? I want to say that the temples and monuments of all religions have been and will be protected and restored in Karabakh, because in Azerbaijan, secularism protects freedom and diversity strengthens social cohesion. You can see these principles in Guba's synagogues, Baku's churches and mosques, and the ancient Christian community of Niš, different traditions in one civic space. In conclusion, I would like to propose considering the application of our experience as a good model on a broader scale, including across all OSCE areas of presence. Thank you very much for your attention.
I thank you. And before giving the floor to the next speaker, let me kindly ask you to speak on the topic of the session, who is tolerance and non-discrimination. Second, including the rights of persons belonging to national minorities and Roma and Sinti issues. And now, moving forward, I give the floor to the NGO Roma Human Rights Center, followed by Armenia.
Thank you for giving me floor. My name is Vera Janhoy. I speak on behalf of the Human Rights Roma Center, which has been working for over 10 years in the fields of human rights protection, civic engagement, and youth leadership development. The ongoing war in Ukraine has not only caused widespread destruction, but has also tested fundamental principles of equality, tolerance, and minority rights. The Roma community, particularly youth, women and girls, has been among the most severely affected. Loss of housing, identity documents, access to education and employment, combined with persistent prejudice, has resulted in a vicious cycle of social exclusion. Roma girls and women face both ethnic and gender-based discrimination. Many remain the sole support for their families while being denied opportunities to continue their education or secure stable employment. And yet, despite these challenges, they demonstrate remarkable leadership by initiating educational projects, organizing humanitarian aid, and strengthening local communities. And one of the notable examples is the Roma Youth Development Platform, a network of Roma youth organizations across Ukraine. Over the past few years, this platform has provided vocational trainings, educational workshops, mentoring opportunities for Roma youth, helping young people gain practical skills and improve their chances of employment. It has also facilitated community dialogues and peer support networks, strengthening connections between Roma communities in Ukraine and abroad. The platform demonstrates how youth-led initiatives can create spaces of trust, learning, and active participation, even in challenging circumstances. We call upon OSCE participating states and international partners to ensure the meaningful participation of Roma youth, women and girls in decision-making, particularly in education, minority rights, and post-war recovery in accordance with international standards. Support Roma, civil society, and youth organizations as strategic partners in the promotion of equality and social integration. Integrate the fight against anti-Gypsyism into national and international strategies on non-discrimination, human rights, and Ukraine's recovery. Tolerance and non-discrimination are not abstract ideals. They serve as practical guides for building a just, inclusive, and resilient society. Thank you for attention.
I thank you. And now I give the floor to Armenia, followed by the Atas Hurt Party.
Thank you. I'm Andranik Grigorian from the Foreign Ministry of the Republic of Armenia. Well-integrated national minorities are vital for the effective functioning of democratic systems. The promotion and protection of minority rights strengthens ties among peoples and nations. Tolerance and non-discrimination are an integral part to the OSCE comprehensive approach to security. which recognizes that sustainable peace is impossible without respect for human dignity and equality. Regrettably, across the OSCE region and beyond, minorities continue to face discrimination, marginalization, and exclusion from full participation in society. Minority issues lie at the heart of many contemporary crises and human rights emergencies. We also witness alarming instances of deliberate destruction of religious and cultural heritage driven by hatred against particular groups. To address these challenges, Armenia attaches the utmost importance to strengthening early warning and monitoring capacities of global and regional mechanisms, timely identification of instances of discrimination and incitement against ethnic and religious groups, accompanied by a strong and unequivocal international response, can be instrumental in preventing mass atrocities based on ethnicity and or religion. We call on ODIHR to strengthen its monitoring and response mechanism, paying particular attention to cases where racial, hatred, or identity-based discrimination is promoted by public officials and institutions. Armenia itself lies at the crossroads of civilizations and has cultivated deeply rooted traditions of coexistence and respect for different cultures and religions. National minorities in Armenia freely preserve and develop their traditions. Our rich cultural landscape includes ancient Christian churches, 8th century mosque, medieval Jewish cemetery, and the world's largest Yazidi temple. 4 largest minority groups are constitutionally guaranteed representation in the National Assembly. Armenia is actively working to eliminate discriminatory practices through robust legislative reforms. Recent amendments to the Criminal Code have reinforced criminal liability for discrimination and for incitement to hatred or violence based on race, ethnicity, religion, or other characteristics. 23-27 strategy for the preservation, development, and popularization of Armenia's cultures pays special attention to the heritage of national minorities and to the protection of their monuments. Mr. Moderator, I was surprised that the delegate from the capital, probably not being well updated on the recent developments, once again tried to distort reality and disseminate conflict narratives. When we speak about ethnic cleansings, I believe everyone is well aware of the most recent case in 2023 and forced displacement of more than 150,000 Armenians. However, I don't think that the conflict narratives contribute to peace efforts, and I urge the representative of Azerbaijan to avoid using them. In conclusion, Armenia remains convinced that sound democratic governance grounded in inclusivity and respect for human rights is indispensable for preventing discrimination, hate crimes, and violence against persons belonging to national minorities. We stand ready to work with all partners in the OSCE to advance this shared commitment. I thank you.
Thank you, and I would like to remind all the speakers to speak clearly and slowly so that the interpretation can follow. I would also like to remind of the right to reply, which can be exercised at the head table and then in writing on the conference platform. Now, I give the floor to the representative of the Atatürk Party, followed by the Democratic Party of Alga, Kazakhstan.
Dear representatives of OSCE participating countries, dear participants, I would like to attract the attention of international community to violence and death of young men in our country. Many people that are conscripted into the army get killed in the time of peace. About a week ago, we had an awful case when a 19-year-old soldier died just after several days after being conscripted. His family hasn't got any answers yet. Also, we heard about the death of another soldier who actually served in one of the regions. Official version is getting breathing poisonous gas, but family members do not believe it. This is the systemic problem, impunity in the army, because quite often such cases of intimidation and harassment are later reported as a suicide. The families of dead soldiers do not have access to the cases and the case files. Journalists who try to describe those cases are being harassed and intimidated. Army is the face of the state. The treatment of the soldiers shows how they treat human lives and dignity. We require independent investigation of all death cases in the army, to establish a civil council comprising civil society representatives with the Ministry of Defense, to introduce a mechanism for anonymous complaint from soldiers and conscripted persons. We appeal OSCE and international community to pressure the government of Kazakhstan so that all soldiers so no soldiers die because of indifference. Army should be the school of patriotism and not the place of fear. I have a whole list of soldiers that have been killed in peaceful times. And now the speaker quotes the names. So the list is huge, actually. I could keep reading it for hours. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. And I would like to remind and kindly ask all speakers to speak on the topic of this working session. And now I give the floor further to the Democratic Party of Volga, Kazakhstan, followed by Free Dagestan.
Здравствуйте, благодарю за предоставленную возможность.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, and the delegates and participants of the session, I represent the Democratic Party of Volga, Kazakhstan. I thank you for the chance to have a word here. As a participant of the opposition party, I would like to pay your attention to the systematic violation of the people's rights in Kazakhstan, taking into consideration cases in January 2022, the all-national strike, almost 200 people were put in detention, and many cases have not been still.
This session, please. If your intervention is not on the topic of this session, I will have to give the floor to the next speaker. I'm sorry. Yes.
In Kazakhstan, there are actually 100 nationalities, and in Astrakhan region, for example, these people have got a rich cultural heritage, and their contribution into the art and agriculture and industry is actually one of the most contributed nations in the human civilization. And the Linguistic Tatar in the western Belarus and Poland have kept quite a developed system of the cultural level, and creating and establishing almost numerous religious communities. They also published editorials, but for the time being, these initiatives have not been developed. My mother, a Polish woman, was put in the exile in 1939, and actually she was. It's a kind of the narrative of the tragic events that have been taking place for the recent 300 years, and the Nagaski people have been put at the verge of extinction. So this language has been the mother tongue of numerous local communities, and nowadays the falsification is taking place within the territory of the Russian Federation, when these communities are somehow subscribed to other minorities by decreasing their number.
So much. And now I will give the floor to the next speaker on the list, the Free Dagestan, followed by the Human Rights Center, Vyazna. Do we have the Free Dagestan? If not, we move to the Human Rights Center Vyazna, followed by the International Association of Independent Democrats Against Authoritarian Regimes. Okay, so if the Human Rights Center Vyazna not here, International Association of Independent Democrats Against Authoritarian Regimes, you can take the floor.
Thanks. There are dictatorship states, Azerbaijan, Belarus, Turkmenistan, Tajikistan, Kazakhstan, the bandit Russia, Uzbekistan, with old system, Georgia goes this way, and Kyrgyzstan. After 21 year participation, we have the question, OSCE has the tolerance for dictatorship or not? All dictatorships have total human rights violation. I represent our statement with facts and drastic situation of human rights in dictatorship states for 21 years. But there are not real steps to the democracy, to human rights. And OSCE cannot support the democratic people in dictatorship states for international human rights, democracy, and the rights for a national minority. Our association has a member representative of the different organizations and the native person in and from the dictatorship state for 22 years. We understand that OSCE has very old construction with dictatorship states, but we have very much OSCE document for human rights and Helsinki Act. Today, we hold cases for discrimination of a national minority. Example, Karakalpak people in Uzbekistan and Belarus people in Belarus. All government structure of Karakalpakistan have not the domination with Uzbekistan person. And same situation is Tajikistan in Turkmenistan. Example, Belarus. Today, 87% of Belarusian native have the total Russification by Russian agent Lukashenko. You delegation, democratic state had the brutal fact of violation of OSCE document in Belarus by the Russian FSB agent Lukashenko.
I would kindly ask you to keep to the topic of the session. Thank you.
Today, you have the situation that Belarus has the real occupation by Russia. What is OSCE? What democratic state after 21 years our statement? Thanks.
Thank you so much. Now I'm gonna give the floor to the Alatra International Public Movement, followed by Eurasian Dialogue Institution. And again, I call on all the speakers to keep to the topic of this session. Otherwise, I will need to cut your microphones. Thank you. Do we have the Alatra International Public Movement? If not, then moving forward to Eurasian Dialogue Institution, followed by Set My People Free. Okay, Set My People Free, if they're followed by Diane's Civil Moving Platform.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, dear colleagues, excellencies.
Set My People Free is working to, my name is Hulda Fahmy with Set My People Free, working to repeal Islamic anti-apostasy and anti-blasphemy laws. We would like to raise concern regarding Turkey's targeting of Armenian and Greek Orthodox churches, freedom to exercise their freedom of religion or belief. Open Doors reports how they face numerous legal and bureaucratic obstructions. For example, Turkey forces these communities to acquire permission from the Turkish government in order to select their church leaders. They also report that after the Armenian genocide, Armenians remain under pressure from Turkish authorities and Kurdish clans, including land grabbing. And also in 2021, an emblematic case was that authorities sentenced an Assyrian priest, Sefer Bileshen, to 2 years in prison on charges of supporting the PKK only because he offered food to unknown men in his monastery. We're also concerned with OSCE states' attacks against minority populations abroad. For example, in 2019, Turkey-backed rebel forces targeted the Yazidi minority group in the predominantly Kurdish town of Afrin, and we call on accountability for the perpetrators of forcing thousands to flee. And coming to some best practices, many OSCE states have become a place of refuge for many national minorities from other countries. And I just want to give the example, in Sweden there's home language courses, or modersmålsundervisning, teaching children from different cultures their home language so they don't lose that. And there's been a lot of refugees from Daph Mong and Montagnard from Vietnam, for example, but also others. But I just wanted to add a caution, is to make sure that the teachers who are responsible for these lessons are vetted, and that they follow the democratic principles of education. From interviews with Arabic and Somali-speaking families, there have been reports of teachers using these language courses to spread one-sided or intolerant views of other beliefs. There was also a university paper discussing how it was very one-sided, mainly focusing on sometimes it's a bit only one Islamic religion, or very discriminatory gender norms. And then finally, I wanted to raise this quote from a friend of mine who's actually going to speak on the 16th, Kola Lupini. We were at the Auschwitz Holocaust Museum on Saturday, and he asked the guide, how did all this happen? And he said it was straightforward. It was built on lies. One man convinced society that a group of people were its problem. The lies grew, and he gained enough support. This is what occurs when we remain bystanders. National minorities are never a problem in and of themselves. They are not a problem. It's the violation of fundamental freedoms that causes the problem. And so we have to call out.
I will kindly ask you to conclude,
Thank you.
please.
So
Thank you so much.
We have to always uphold freedom of individual freedoms, because even in minority groups, sometimes there can be violations of rights, but we always have to stand up for freedom of belief. And
I will kindly ask those who already took the floor to move from those spaces to allow the remaining ones to be able to sit and speak when the turn comes. So I will call next on Dayang Civil Movement Platform, followed by Oive Otesi.
Здравствуйте, меня зовут Лала.
Hello, I'm the representative of the law protection. I ask you not to turn off the mic. I would like to get to the point. Firstly, I would like to do the introductory remark. Now, you are the people who usually tell the truth when all the world was silent. You and only you can stop the violations the Turkmenistan authorities have been doing during dozens of years. Turkmenistan has actually practiced the most violent and the hardest policy, and the world is kept silent. While Europe pretends to be ignoring what's going on, a lot of people are dying. And with regard to the many activists that can be put in a detention, and I
to the topic of this session, please.
Соответственно, теме.
Yes, the freedom of religion in Turkmenistan it has become a crime, and now this tendency is kept, and the country will remain to be one of the most dangerous. Help us to not let the world keep silent.
Now I give the floor to V. Otesi, followed by the Gvina Til Gvina Foundation. If the V. Otesi is not there, then the Gvina Til Gvina Foundation, followed by Association of Central Asian Migrants. Okay, if we don't have the Gvina Til Gvina Foundation, do we have the Association of Central Asian Migrants? If so, then followed by Queer KZ Initiative. Okay, the Association of Central Asian Migrants, if it's not present, then we move to Queer KZ Initiative, followed by Political Movement Group 24. Okay, Political Movement Group 24. Then the CF Slavic Heart, if they are present, they can take the floor. If not, then the final registered is Kyrgyzstan. You may have the floor.
Здравствуйте, уважаемые коллеги.
Good evening, dear colleagues. Thank you, moderator, for a possibility to speak at this event. Since Kyrgyzstan gained independence, such values as human rights and freedoms, regardless of race or ethnicity, have remained absolute and unchanging. The guarantee established in the Constitution of the Kyrgyz Republic and the measures provided for in the Criminal Code of the Kyrgyz Republic are an absolute prohibition and suppression of discrimination, both direct and indirect, on the grounds of race or ethnic origin. By decree of the President of the Kyrgyz Republic of 2020, the decree has approved the concept for the development of civil identity, that is, the Kyrgyz Zharane in the Kyrgyz Republic for the period 2021-26. The concept was developed with the participation of national and independent experts. Moreover, international experts from the OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities, the Peace Nexus Foundation, the UNDP, the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, the United Nations in the Kyrgyz Republic, and the chairpersons of ethnic public associations of the Assembly of the People of Kyrgyzstan took part in the development of the concept. An important role in strengthening inter-ethnic harmony and social stability is played by the Assembly of the People of Kyrgyzstan, which includes 30 ethnic public associations. And in accordance with the decree of the President of the Kyrgyz Republic of 2025 on the National Agency for Religious Affairs and Inter-Ethnic Relations under the President of the Kyrgyz Republic, the National Agency implements the state policy in the field of religious relations, strengthening inter-ethnic harmony and preventing inter-ethnic conflicts. The agency's activities are in line with the international recommendations on the establishment of an authorized body to address issues of discrimination. The management of inter-ethnic relations has been strengthened, and an early conflict warning system has been established. Within that, we have 23 public advisory councils and 23 public reception offices on inter-ethnic issues in different areas. We have a Center for Research on the religious and inter-ethnic situations with an interactive map of potential conflict points. In the period 2021 to 2025, we have carried out 4,837 preventive measures and received as many as 3,297 appeals from citizens. Today, inter-ethnic relations in the Kyrgyz Republic are undergoing a process of stabilization, and we are reaching a new level of development. According to Article 13 of the Constitution of the Kyrgyz Republic, representatives of all ethnic groups that make up the people of the Kyrgyz Republic are guaranteed the right to create conditions for the preservation, study, and development in their native languages. The Kyrgyz language is the national language. The Article 2 of the law of the Kyrgyz Republic says that on the state language of the Kyrgyz Republic states that the functioning of the state language in the Kyrgyz Republic does not prevent the use of other languages on its territory. We adhere to the principle of free development of languages.
Well,
and gives the representatives of other nationalities a possibility to use their languages. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. And with this, we have concluded the list of registered speakers. And I'm going to turn to our introducers for a few concluding remarks, reflections, and I'm going to start with Ambassador Camp. Please, Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, moderator. And let me thank you, but also thank ODIHR very much for organizing this discussion. And I would like to thank also those who intervened. An important principle as we engage with participating states is to consult with minority communities or with persons belonging to national minorities, because it's important to have their voices included when legislation or policies are addressed affecting national minorities. For me, this has been a very rich session to listen to different representatives. I would like to thank the delegations of EU, Hungary, Ukraine, Switzerland and Kyrgyzstan for making direct references to the work of the High Commissioner. I can reassure all the colleagues who spoke that we try to engage in the most meaningful way on issues to strengthen resilience within countries, strengthen resilience and good neighborly relations between countries, and above all, of course, also to strengthen the position of persons belonging to national minorities. As a general principle, we argue that the respect for national minorities should be institutionalized in law, in practice, supported by minority communities, but indeed, as also Dr. Priest very clearly indicated, and some of you spoke to, should be experienced in everyday life. And this is why our office has developed over time recommendations related to education, public participation, socio-economic participation, or media, and hence also a number of my comments to include indeed also the voices of women belonging to national minorities and youth. I would like to thank the organizations, civil society organizations, and the people for sharing their views and experiences, also from within the communities. I think, as one of the colleagues said, we should view at civil society as a strategic partner for promoting equality and societal integration. Finally, the OSCE is going through a very challenging time. Regarding security, the war against Ukraine and the impact it has in Ukraine, first and foremost, but also on national minority communities and neighboring countries. So I would like to thank very much ODIHR. I would like to emphasize the importance we attach, myself and my colleagues in the HCNM office, to engage as much and as meaningful as possible with participating states and minority communities. Thank you.
Thank you, High Commissioner. And now let me turn to our second introducer, Dr. Jackson Priest. Your final thoughts and remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me begin by saying I think this has been a very important and timely conversation. It's always an honor to join you here. I learn an awful lot, and I do want to acknowledge the organizers who put this together, Odir and the Finnish chairmanship, and also the translators who make so much of our mutual understanding possible. So thank you from me. I think in listening to the conversation, I was struck by a couple of different things. First, it very clearly makes the point that national minority, Roma and Sinti issues are enormously significant at the present time. And this really is a moment where we need to take these issues seriously. Why? Well, we do in general live in challenging times, and I think it's a truism that the most vulnerable amongst us are most immediately and disproportionately affected by all of the problems of which we are all very aware, the erosion of civil space, the rise in the instrumentalization of identity, the rise in hate speech and hate crimes, and where the most vulnerable might be first affected, they will not be the last. It's important in and of itself to stand up for their rights, but also for the good of our societies as a whole, because we, all of us, depend on having mutual respect for one another as the basis of our shared security. The great question becomes, what do we do? It is a big question. This is not something easily solved. But again, I was struck by the extent of knowledge within the room, not just institutional knowledge, but also grassroots knowledge. And I think the huge importance of being together and being able to listen to civil society actors, to human and minority rights defenders, to those who are living this experience, as well as those who are trying to implement governance, and be able to get that 360-degree view of what's going on. This is where I learn a lot. My big takeaway in listening carefully is to reiterate again the enormous importance of inclusiveness and participation. We need to work together on this, together being the operative word. We need to make sure that persons belonging to national minorities, Roma and Sinti, are absolutely fully involved in every step of our response, in the decision-making, in the implementation, and in the review, because at the end of the day, it's that sense of inclusiveness that builds the resilient society that we all need in order to make sure we live in prosperous and peaceful times going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jackson-Priest. And now I will give the floor to our third speaker, Mr. George Jovanovic, for a few final remarks. George, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it was a very interesting day, learning and listening to all the information that we were sharing among us. I appreciate everyone for sharing their views and giving the inputs, because I think we have to discuss this topic openly and honestly, because we are speaking about sensitive things, which are minorities, and minorities are always in a sensitive place and in sensitive positions. I would just like to remind again that this conversation also brought so much to our attention the need for respecting of international human rights mechanisms and standards, because there has to be something that is above and something that we all agree how we should all live together. It's a very basic question, but basically what we are discussing here for the whole day is how to live together with all our differences. It is actually nothing more than that, and I think it's a very basic question that we should just respect each other, and this is already agreed in so many of our documents and all standards. Yeah, thank you.
I thank you, and with that, let me also thank all our introducers for their remarks. And then, of course, let me also thank all the speakers of the session, the participants from civil society and from the delegations and country institutions. Let me also inform that during this session, Turkey, Greece, and Croatia will be submitting rights of reply, which will be accessible online to the conference participants. I need to thank also interpreters for their help and their excellent work and for bearing with us for the intensive discussion we had. And let me mention finally that you are invited to attend the side events which this late afternoon start as of 18:30, and the schedule of all the side events is published on the event webpage. Thank you so much. The session is closed.